Alright. Welcome, one and all, back to Sunless Skies. When last we left off, we had begun our journey through the high wilderness. And as one could potentially see by one specific of our bars, it has been a perilous one to start ourselves off. That, one bar being our hole down here. Say hello to 2030. Hi, 22 of 30. How's it going? Suffice to say, we have had quite a perilous start here in the Reach. A perilous start indeed. But here we do stand, continuing to do what we need to do. And for that, we will be continuing to find reports, collect our collection of port reports, and, well, complete what we need to do, as the burrower is now angry with us, because of course he is. We have a bunch of stuff currently in our journal. Let's see, a number of things that we've completed as we've gone across, and a number of things that we are learning about. A few loose ends here. We only have Bustrum for them. They are currently elsewhere, and some of these are in London. Heard a rumor of shoals being shepherded through the Reach on Spearfur engines. And Whitlock's engine, and here where we need is savage secrets. The more savage, the better. Our current three officers is we have a signaler, the repentant devil, the chief engineer, who is the unconscious driver, and a mascot, who is the Blemmigan Voyager. Look at that Blemmigan. Look at it. Here is the areas we have found so far, and where our journey has taken us, amongst them being two of the horrors we could have possibly run into in this area, because, yeah, that's been our luck. That has been our luck throughout this time round. But we survive. We've had one instance of showing how death happens, but, for all intents and purposes that count, we are alive. We currently have 2 deals to fulfill. Requires verdant seeds and lots of them. We don't have any verdant seeds. We do, however, have 2 more of these that we could do with. Could do what for? And we are completely full. So what we need to do is continue to move on forward. Let's see, what are the other things there? You are ignoring. We don't have money just to toss around everywhere. Let's see, we could do a Sky Story for a little bit of extra cash on that, but that's alright. For that, there's a grand ball going on. Beyond your worst party, beyond your worst behavior, this is, after all, a party. Or beyond your best behavior. 87%. Okay. Once we get a little bit more hearts, we can do that, once we're sure of. As is the case with Sunless Sea when I'm doing on the Victus token, but applies here as well, save scumming isn't really an, thing. You can save and exit, but things that happen in dock stay in dock. accidentally fired off. A good start. Things we need to do, probably. Go back to New Winchester, because we are currently living on a wing and a prayer. We're currently on baling twine and duct tape is holding our engine together. And we would rather that not be the case. Gun factories gently desolating. We do not have a saying. We decided to invest in mining. Which I have no regrets about, although it's more dangerous than I remembered, considering we had to bull Kankarai nearly obliterate us from mining. The hours, at least. So, we do not want to tempt those fates. One of these areas has to be a way through, and I think that's a way through there, so I'm gonna check. The Figs. But hello, one and all. I hope everyone's evenings are doing fantastically well. For my day's been alright. It's been one of those tired days, and that one tends to have, where you're just like, another minute or so. The Vigs. The Vigs has provided us with much needed repairs. This is only a good thing. Considering that recovered most of our health, this is only a good thing. It is a very good thing. And thus we ride. We are doing a bit better on sovereigns this time around, at least. Approach the memorial of the unknown rats. Hello, Radis Faber. Thank you for your service. Let's cheekily see if this is a shortcut. Edge of the wilderness is surveilled by the vigilant watchtowers of New Winchester. Yep, meaning we are close to New Winchester. Unsurprisingly, New Winchester is down there. Havenwood! Yay, more XP. But we take that. We always take that. There's a big area through there. That probably leads down into those avenues. Might actually explore that in a moment. I'm just finishing off our path here. The more we know where we should go and where we shouldn't. That lips thing? Travel from home, yet cling to past comforts. Fascinating. The repentant devil seems intrigued. Ah, we have found another silent homestead. Let us leave. Let us not tempt those fates. Elena has a whole bunch of mushrooms and such on it. We'll be seeing what that ties in once we find that place, but well, we'll need to head towards that place in a bit. Bit of a dangerous place, that area of the map. Which is why we shall continue to do our thing of current here. Alright, so left should be our guaranteed route through. This path seems relatively uneventful, which is good. The clamor of New Winchester can be heard on the wind, familiar as a disagreeable uncle. And generally, we had the aunts in Sunless. See, now we have uncles. Reichstead. Hello, Reichstead. Seem to be one of the closer landmarks in Winchester. And most importantly, gave me XP. Wispy condensation trails across the sky. The ghosts of passing trains. We will drop off port reports eventually. As the game noted, we kind of get rewarded for having more in our inventory, so... Not sure if that effectively means a bonus? But that's what I'm operating off the principle of. As if it is a bonus. Alright, dock without hurting ourselves. For Mr. Menagerie, we don't need that. We will, however. We have 1,419 sovereigns. We will do a patch job at the moment. Or maybe we just do this, actually, full repair. It's 3 sovereigns per point. We are at an odd number. So that'll already be the 30 for 10, and then 7 times 3 is 20. Oh, we'll just do that for now. Might run into something. It'll have to do. You find a stool somewhere amidst the grease and the benches, and the tools and the spare parts and the cold mugs of tea. An engineer does what they can while you wait. Alright, we'll do that for now. Inquire about the Worcester War. The Winchester War, sorry. Recent developments? The fortunes of war. Tensions mount in the Gulf of Cologne, as the stalled Tackety scout refuses any attempt at rescue by patrolling Windward Company engines. The captain has called in aid from a Tackety contingent on maneuvers near Trader's Wood, which the Windward commander is unwilling to let approach. Bloodshed is expected imminently. Imminently. And who currently controls the Reach? The lay of the land. No, that is the same dialogue. We have not weighed things so much in the war. Is there anything upon our name? No, not yet. Maybe at a time. Maybe at a time. That's where we just were. Bazaar. Ah, it is another contingent of souls for poor Prosper. We just did this one. The quality of the souls is immaterial. Be salvaged from Eaters of the Dead and Spearfur engines, or extracted from vaults in the Blue Kingdom. Worry not about that one. Worry not about that one. Too bad it wasn't the explosives. We have a number of those sitting in our bank. And I'm not sure what the bank feels about our storage of explosives within their vaults. But they'll have to deal. Wait. One moment, that's what I forgot to grab. Stock up on fuel and supplies, just a little bit. It's like, yes, I knew I was forgetting something. Why we need to shops. Not for that, but a boop and a boop. There we go. We'll be turning over those fairly quickly, but that's what I'm counting on. Then we will have room to pick things up, even after dropping off some of our hours. And hey, maybe enough time is spent where we can piddle around some time in this circus again. And get that quality up to 3, that we are a familiar face. Because, yeah, nothing wrong with that, being a familiar face in a mostly deserted circus. What could possibly go wrong? Explore along this boundary. Oh, yep, we turned over our fuel and supplies. Seen at the moment, although, Kissigar Gardens is XP. And Yunsfound is XP. Yay, XP. We like XP. Means we get more stats. And more history for our captain. Good Captain Narem right here. Or rather, Specialist Narem is what they go by. Spores float by and carried on an aimless breeze, and the Hybrian wilds are graveled with fungus. We will be encountering such deals, without a doubt. First things first, the circus! It is down here. Go up along that way, but we'll see how we start. Ah, Sheridan's Expanse. I feeling there had to be an exploration deal somewhere around here. To travel from... Oh, we've read that. Trade supplies for Bronzewood, or trade munitions for Bronzewood. A homestead. Settlers who live so far beyond the edge of civilization relish the hardships of solitude. They will fiercely defend their small territories, but occasionally welcome company and trade. You sit down beside a pockmarked homestead with a holy roof and cracked windows. Its inhabitants have struggled through a bad year, and will find the next one worse. You could trade them some of your supplies. They're proud and insist on making a fair trade. Trade supplies for Bronzewood, or trade them some munitions. The ragged steam trails of marauders have scarred the skies of late. We will trade one of our supplies for some Bronzewood. Tit for tat. They're timberers, saving twigs from the great bronzewoods of the Reach and selling them to passing traders. They offer several gleaming logs in return for your supplies. This is a profitable deal for us, because supplies are a lot less inexpensive. And we can pick up some more supplies right here at the circus. It is a good trade. I've also read that one in the past, I believe. The driver lamenting upon disease and such never let him go to the circus. Clearly, he came from a more, upper-class family. One could definitely figure as much. Ooh, there's still that one selling the fancy souls. We don't need the fancy souls. Do, however, need a replenishment on supplies. And we can get rid of 2 of our... the rest of the order and 2 of our barrel of unseasoned hours. A gentleman must prepare for its retirement, the ringmaster says. I intend mine to be long and indolent. You join him at the fire to drink cups of Crayster nectar and watch the stars wheel. We've gained some experience for finishing our bargain and another vision of the heavens. So, hey, more visions of the heaven for us. Could pick those up, it is a good deal, but, well, it's not gonna overly benefit us at the current time being. Don't think we have the things for that at the moment. However, if we go to the circus, hey, yep. We can get some more tickets. 10 sovereigns for 5 tickets. And the urchin is still not enthused. We can visit the amusements, reduce our terror by a bit. The circus staff nod with familiarity when you pass. The midway calls. You spend some time watching the sideshow attractions. The amazing invisible flea circus is immediately disappointing. The circus's strong woman, on the other hand, is arguably too good for the place, effortlessly raising all manner of heavy things over her head. The problem is that she makes it look so easy that the audience just shrug. It seems that the only thing she cannot lift is the mood. Very real there. We can now speak to the ringmaster. He puts on a good face for the customers, but he's clearly troubled. The ringmaster looks relieved to see a familiar face. Oh, thank God. We've got a show to put on, and one of my biggest acts is throwing a tantrum. No. He pauses, toying with his exquisitely managed mustache, as he looks you up and down. I don't suppose you've ever considered stepping into the ring yourself. Offer your services as a clown. Dignity is overrated. Offer your services as a lion tamer. You have nothing to fear from some flea-bitten beast. Offer your services as an acrobat. How hard can it be? Offer your crew's services. Circus work is beneath you, but not your crew. Refuse to participate in this folly. This is none of your business. Are we going to be a clown? A lion tamer? Or an acrobat? Because obviously we're not so hoity-toity that we're like, no, it's beneath me, but I'll send my crew on to do it and such. No. That's no fun. That's no fun at all. We want to do something to help out. So what shall it be? Is a good question. Only there are people around. I pull them. Put my fate into y'all's hands. Let us. You know what? Yeah. Dignity's overrated anyways. Clown! And dressed in motley and with a grease-paint face, you do your best to entertain. The audience laughs at your pratfalls. Some of them even deliberate. Afterwards, the ringmaster claps you on the shoulder. Excellent. Well, terrible. Never do that again. But please, come and see me behind the tents. 5 side stories. Stories. Nice. I am misspeaking everything clearly. Go behind the tents. You're welcome everywhere here. The carnies nod to you as you pass. Beyond the performers and the permanent audience, the circus is deserted. Everyone keeps to their quarters, unless they're practicing the show. Despite the calliope music, the mood back here is closer to that of a mausoleum. We have a lot of deals. Let's start with let's start with visiting the Ringmaster's Caravan. The door is open. From inside, you can hear the constant ruffling of a deck of cards. Hats, cats, bats, and rats. The Ringmaster is sat on a fat cushion, idly shuffling a worn pack of playing cards. He smiles wearily at you. As the cards spout you, he draws from the top of the deck, sets them on the table. They say you can help. He then places them back into the deck and bids you shuffle and draw for yourself. The cards are the same. He smiles the same weary smile. Looks like they haven't changed their minds. Tasks for the circus. The Ringmaster shuffles, cuts, and deals the cards. This is what work I can offer you. Accept a commission to repair the magician's props. 8 of bats. The magician's props are in need of fixing. The Ringmaster sighs. The Ringmaster passes you an envelope, addressed to a shop in Port Avon. We've a friend there who will do the repairs for us. He deftly gathers his cards from the table. I wish we didn't have to rely on those bloody contraptions, but card and coin magic is too small to see from the upper rows. True indeed. Circus carpenter in Port Avon. Talk to the Ringmaster. Their tent is open for anyone who wishes to drop by. The Ringmaster stands and shakes your hand as you enter. He is rather short, now he isn't standing on top of a calliope. He wags his finger at you. I've been in this business long enough to know what you're thinking, he says sternly. It's the shoes. I've a special pair to make me look tall. He laughs and bids you sit to enjoy a pot of tea with him. Big Top, talk to the humiliated magician. He leans beneath a faded poster of himself, smoking a cheap, malodorous tobacco. Breaks my heart you had to sit through that, he says, nodding toward the Big Top. Sometimes I wonder why I left Mahogany Hall. Then I remember how much Plenty paid before this whole place lost its funding. He pulls out the cigarette on the post. He puts out the cigarette on the poster, then tosses it into an overturned top hat. And talk to the bereaved acrobat. Their tent is larger than the others. The flap is tied open for visitors. They half raise themselves from their deep cushions in greeting, and bid you sit across from them. They ask how you enjoyed the show, and before you can answer, they apologize for their performance. I'm nothing by myself, they say. Without my twin there to catch me, or there to leap for me to catch, it's quite dull. But they're trying to break themselves from the circus again. We're learning a bit of their troubles, and why the Big Top performance last time was such a train wreck. Talk to the pensive clown. His head is bowed. His bald dome shines in the lantern light. If you ignore the grease paint, He looks not unlike the bust of a Grecian philosopher. The clown rubs the back of his head. It's troubling to me that the show goes on, even if no one's there to watch it. He looks at you, searchingly. What does he expect you to say? Talk to the headstrong, strong woman. If she isn't performing or training, she tends to keep inside her caravan. She welcomes you to her caravan, and begs your pardon for the mess. For though the caravan is a remarkable oasis of cleanliness in the otherwise untidy port, the only other seat she can offer is stacked with poems. She places them beneath her own chair, and begins to ask you questions about your life. Any inquiries into her own, she deflects with the wit of a slighted baroness. Talk to the ringmaster. Go into the big top. There is no performance on at the moment. The call of the circus. The echoing silence of the empty tent is undercut by something just out of earshot. A buzzing, almost. You travel to the giant obelisk to one side of the port. The noise, the sensation, only gets louder. The obelisk is covered with giant, indecipherable symbols, and as you touch it, you being here feels right on some deep, primal level. All thoughts of travel melt away. There is a place for you here, where you're meant to be, amongst the grease paint and the sawdust. You quickly pull your hand away. The itch recedes. Spooky. Okay, we do have a task from them now, and that is to get some equipment fixed at Port Avon. Well, we can go to Port Avon. You don't need to recruit anybody there. A fire burns by the obelisk where newcomers mingle. None of them seem to know what drew them here, save that they had nowhere else and they knew they should be. They trade stories until the last of the liquor from their flasks, finding solace here for reasons that even they can't seem to explain. Might that be tied to the obelisk? Listen to their stories. Who were they before they were called here? Tales of life and loss. The broken, the disavowed, the fugitives. Every visitor has their own story and a hole in their heart. A few demonstrate acts with which they hope to join the circus itself. Others talk of their plans to leave this place and resume their lives. Not today, but tomorrow. Or the day after that, perhaps. The draw. The draw. And we are without terror. This will not last. We don't need to worry about that bargain. However, let us stop by New Winchester again, stock up, and then head to Port Avon to get some of this equipment repaired. But as well, at the same time, we could see about fulfilling our other bargain. A hush falls over your locomotive. One of your crew removes their cap, in remembrance of those who died in this span of the sky. Not... 3 more, okay. The Reach, as I've said in my title, but also based upon my own performance so far in this place, is not a friendly place. Dock? And if starving? A homestead, Settlers who live so far beyond the edge of civilization relish the hardships of solitude. They will fiercely defend their small territories, but occasionally welcome company and trade. This homestead appears to be thriving. A family gathers outside to welcome you. Blue smoke coils from the chimney. Ooh. Hold up. Alright. Eat your fill. Hospitality is important on the frontier. The settlers invite you to join them for a meal. This will reduce terror and, if you are starving, buy you some time. Spin them a yarn of your adventures. New customs spring up quickly in the high wilderness. One of the most widely observed insists that a good story must be repaid with gifts. One sky story for supplies. Ooh. Actually, that might not be a bad idea considering how many we have. We could also leave swiftly or trade munitions. Let us do this. Yep, one supplies for one sky story. Excellent. Stranger than fiction. Your host is eager to hear of your adventures in the sky. Before you leave, they press a heavy bundle into your arms. Damn it. I take enough damage from other things. I really don't need to be taking more damage by smacking everything. Actually, I should be safe, so let us squeak over here and just explore a little bit on a different route. Hello, Tactics Scout. Mind not us. All is fine. Yep, okay, that's just a little bathroom. Cool. New Winchester territory. We enter once more. Our crew, of course, is a fan of when we enter New Winchester, for the obvious reasons. Also, I'm just actually gonna head straight to Port Avon. There's no reason I shouldn't. I can supply elsewhere. There's a Tackety Scout up there, whom are thankfully not hostile to us at the time being. Actually, I know a reason why, so we can drop out this bronze wood that we do not actually have a use for, and it's taking up precious hold space. Okay. And a glimpse through all the plant life and like the stars underneath. The gleaming bright stars. A reminder, we are somewhere completely and very much foreign. No. Steady. Alright, good. Let's drop this bronze wood off in the bank. Ah. You now have enough money to buy a better locomotive. Every locomotive supports different equipment configurations. They also vary in the amount of cargo or crew they can carry, and handle a little differently. To buy one, visit the Wolfsey Engine Yard. We'll hide that advice for the time being. Put there. We actually can put away these as well, because we don't have a current use for them. Like, unless Prospects appeared, but it hasn't. As it's noted, it's basically saying that we can now purchase this Parsifal class courser, if we so desire. We don't. An advantage it has is that it has a bigger gun. That's neat. It has another one of those slots and a bit more hole. Unfortunately, and the downside, in my opinion, substantially less crew, so less of a buffer in case something goes wrong, and less hold space. Less hold space is nasty. If there's anything we're gonna take a first kind of jump on in terms of things, it would likely be this. Less crew as well, but increase hold. And another auxiliary slot, I believe that is. So yeah, if we were to make an upgrade jump on anything, we'd effectively be given a choice on 3,524 echoes. Sorry, sovereigns. We are no longer in the undersea. we would have our choice of either an additional additional plating slot rather, an additional hole rather, but with the same amount of most other things except for less efficiency. Only recently emerging from the steam and sapphire engine yards, the Bedever is a sturdy, flexible engine favored by explorers. Or the Palanorm-class trader, a popular mining vessel in the Reach. It can be found lumbering through rock fields, stuffing its hold with unrefined ores, which is an additional auxiliary 20 hold, 3 hold space, and -2 crew, and a lot less fuel efficiency, so this is effectively the choice we're gonna wager between. This one, yeah, I like the Parsifal class Corsair, a lightly armored, aggressive engine of the Crown of Misery yards. Able to mount a heavy weapon, she packs more punch than other engines of her size. Which is true. But we're not going to be doing a lot of combat situations, so yeah. See, this is kind of your more traditional, just straight upgrade kind of deal. You get a little bit more stuff, but not much elsewhere, but honestly, keep in mind, this is what's taking up our auxiliary slot at the moment. Auxiliary slots actually feel very valuable. I don't know if this is what I got, usually get or not. This is just a thing. A really nice thing. But it is expensive. Tremendously so. I don't know, maybe I just saved up until I got that thing for all I remember. I don't know what I did in my run. But that is fine. We will not invest in such at the moment. Like I said, having another auxiliary slot is not a bad thing. Because that could also mean, say, investing in an additional cargo bay. Which, no one could argue against additional cargo bays. What's in vinegar winch? That's even more hold right there if we really had the money to invest in it. Which might not be the worst thing. But yeah, that's when we have a little bit of mirrors. But basically, as usual, when you upgrade, you do indeed want, well, a buffer. You want a buffer. Because a buffer means not dying. Means being able to purchase supplies and all that jazz, so it is what we want to keep in mind, though. That, plus other potential upgrades, would put us around, like, 4,000-ish. I don't know what I'm doing. Driving like a bloody drunk is what I'm doing. Let's fly a bit straighter. Put on cruise control. So that all I have to worry about is turning at the moment. Tackities! 2 tackities. You see peril and that's... And me accidentally running into the auspicious Nilsson. Whoops. That that lies an issue with Oh, we picked up tea. I don't know what we can do with that. That lies the issue with NPC engines. They don't much care for your presence, and you're obviously not the most maneuverable thing in the sky. No, you are not. This nebula shines on this place, its light as mellow as melted butter. Runes sit all the sky, the work of giants. We are where we need to be. Steady, we already took some damage. We're not going to take more through that. Ah, a quiet day in Port Aven, eh? Have another one of these. $25 for 10. That is cheaper. That is cheaper. By 5 for full repair. But we could also just find a wreck and fully repair, so let's play a round of cricket. One of the teams is down a person. A rare chance to join the games. The endless match. Nobody seems to remember how long this game has been going on. Just that the score is now almost a formality. You play your part, and points are scored, yet by the time you leave, it is no closer to an end. Nobody seems to mind. It is, after all, cricket. Your terror has fallen. Hey! Fallen terror is a good thing. Commission the reclusive carpenter to repair the magician's equipment. You've been given a letter and several allegedly magical boxes to deliver to it. Helping the humiliated magician. The carpenter squints at the letter and gives a quiet another one. Fine. Looks like I'll need a scribe, a spinster. Yes, the whole thing. Dead, of course. Ah. Kill a scribe, spinster, and reclaim its corpse for the carpenter in Port Aven. Ah. Good. Good. Not good. Let's use up this catty dry tea just to get a little bit more welcome here. Host a tea party aboard your locomotive. A taste of London. Increase your welcome at Port Aven. Port Aven welcome is now 5. The clink of cups. The locals are still essentially British. They cannot resist the smell of tea. They enter nervously, like stray cats approaching an unexpected bowl of milk. As you pour, one attempts tentative conversation about the weather. You express amazement. Soon, he has relaxed enough to risk an actual opinion. You smile into your cup. You're one of them now. For a little while. And that is a way to do so. This is another way to do so. We won't do that at the moment. However, we shall check the shops. Ministry-approved literature. It has been thoroughly censored. Nothing here is likely to startle your maiden aunt. Or make her cackle. such as aunts. A half-price stack of penny dreadfuls. A hawker sells the latest London potboilers. Flimsy, mass-printed books with wood pulp paper. lurid covers and fresh, gleaming ministry stamps. Alright. However, we want 3 of these. Ba-doop. And supplies or fuel. We'll just go cheaper fuel. Shaman Sons here. And, alright. So we need a scriber. We have seen one of them. We technically would know where to go. Technically. It'd be going here into these horrors of horrors. But, for now we're gonna head back up to Port Prosper. For the sheer reason of, well, yeah. We want to turn in these deals that we just picked up. Are these souls for someone's party once more. Ah, there's a cranky stonefish here. Ah, there's 2 cranky stonefish. You know what? We'll just be shadows in the night. It's fine. It's fine. Leave and let be. They are cranky enough indeed. Let's check if this place has reset while we're here. I doubt it. We've been to it relatively frequently, but it does. Relatively soon, but it doesn't hurt to see. Investigate. Hey, we can. Read the ledger once more. A recent entry. The handwriting is poor, but legible. Captain Skyke deposited materials for hull repair to pay back their debt. There is a column for miscellaneous notes. The captain warns of a condition afflicting her crew. It started during a period of downtime. One took up gazing at the stars and encouraged the others into consideration of the heavens. This has since become a fixation, and the entire crew only grudgingly leaves the windows to perform their labors. Ah, that doesn't sound pleasant. And we have another of these places. Ah, this is one of the abandoned ones. You know what, let's just leave. Terror has fallen. Sounds good to me. Flee into the night. Flee. Chugga chug. Our engine goes along. To Prosper we go to sell some more souls. The more discreet, the better. Ratisfaber, thank you for your service, rats. This is a dangerous way. But I kind of want to sweep around and explore. Because I can, and because I'm foolish. But in theory, if I keep close to the scenery, all shall be well. In theory. In practice, well, we're about to find out. Yep, in practice, nothing amiss for the current being. Good. Let's head up to Port Prosper. Ah, this journey to Port Prosper is much nicer because we aren't scrolling along at 2 health. Man, that's a risky endeavor last time. Tempting all the fates. And fearing all the potential collisions that could have happened. To end my... well, to end everything, but... it's alright. We are in a better position here. I mean, this still technically has this 2/3 health, but we can manage. We can manage. The sounds of the work of Port Prosper. Let us stalk. Or recruits. Ah, the Windward Company is celebrating themselves once again. Let's just do that again. Less terror, reputation goes back up, and reputation goes down there. Alright, Shop's Bazaar. Let us sell these 3 jumbles of undistinguished souls. Yep, and we get our experience and our bonus sovereigns. No, whoops. I went just fully out of that. No bargains available. More will be available then. Let us pick up a couple of supplies, and that should be a good balance. And we have other stories to worry about. We want to get a little bit more parts for that. So let us head off. Now, we have options. One of those options should be me stopping from just firing into just air. We know skyscrapers are over there. Let's take a gander. Let us take a gander. A risky gander. Skyscrapers aren't exactly the easiest things to fight, and we still have pretty basic weaponry. But we might as well do our damnedest. The HML Jefferson Bentley. Alright. We do not want to go down this avenue. This is to a hellscape that we want to have no part of. Ooh, however, hello there. The Riddle Bird. Use largely enter through the shadow windscreens. The steel of its chassis is mangled, but the bridge appears largely intact behind its broken windows. Let's just repair. Not all wrecks are destroyed by misfortune. We have a marauder! We accidentally are shooting the Riddle Bird. Even small bouts of debris can shield. Unfortunately for this marauder, we kept up our range. Loot. Ah! You prepare to board the buckled wreckage, poised to plunder the plunderers. Behind you, someone is humming a song of victory. Demand their stolen souls. You have heard rumors of a reach marauder that had turned to the spirit fridge, the unlicensed trade in souls. Demand their stolen souls. The Spearfurs traffic in souls. They ply their clandestine trade across the skies. This engine is one of the White Bottles, the grisly gang of marauders who deal in bottled souls. This vessel is one of those plunderers. It is dormant but occupied. Most of the crew are off to market on other engines. To barter secretly in the ports of the Reach, a skeleton crew remains aboard, readying the engine for the next adventure. 91? 100. We have two options. We could just storm the engine. You'll not sit down with spear furs. You'll wrestle their stolen souls from their trembling fingers and still sleep soundly at night. You may gain up to 5 jumbles of undistinguished souls. Ooh, maybe ditching some things. And you need at least 4 crew to do this. We have a 91% chance. Or we could, with the Tales of Terror, your hearts gives you a 100% chance, but that's all our Tales of Terror. Convince the crew you're with the gentlemen, the midnight smugglers of Pan, and come to take their tithe of souls. The surfers could say no, but it wouldn't be wise of them to make an enemy. Let's see here, does that just get rid of all our... I think that would just get rid of all our Tales of Terror, which might not be the best call, considering that, yeah, we might need those for something. We might need those for something. And that would be bad. That would be bad. What do we want to do? We might just be storming it. We might be just doing insofar as much. Because that might be the better route. Although if we fail the other one, it could be really, really bad. But it is a 91% chance. You know what? Sure. Alright, success. Good, good, good. Satisfaction. You spare neither your gun battery nor your crew's eardrums. The sky is bright with carnage as explosion after explosion rocks the luckless spearfurs. When the smoke clears and the answering volleys cease, you and a small team slip out into the sky. Within the smoking spearfur engine, you uncover a hidden compartment. Within, jars of souls. And now we have to ditch 2 things. We will balance it out. Alright. Free souls! Which means we now want to head down to London. A wreck, Captain, your driver informs you. Might be worth a wee look, they add, delicately. We did already do so. Yeah, because now we want to drop off all these souls. The bank is certainly a nice balance out for smaller hold space generally. It's at least some way you can store them. The sky here is cold and watchful. But of course, skies are always watching, waiting. And enemies are always on the doorsteps. Oh, this marauder is way, way, way in on us. Careful does it. And one final broadside. Loot. We can always raid the safe, but let's explore the captain's cabin once more. Because unusual items is the name of our game. Oh, hey! We got the same success, and that is some more salon-stewed gossip. That never goes amiss. Never goes amiss on those accords. Let's explore along this edge for but a moment. Because this helps us discover boundaries. Boundaries are good to know. Because they are as well. Basically helps us determine which paths are relatively safe to take and trade in, and which aren't. There are plenty that aren't. But enough that relatively are. That kind of looked like a face. The eye was up there, the nose, and the mouth and stash. In theory, this should bridge over to, yeah, that path and Port Avalon. Once we have that judged, we'll turn around. Don't need to return to Port Avalon at the moment. We do not have the thing that they want. We are getting close to level up. We are getting close. Alright, now to New Winchester. Now that we have our other effective path explored, both, there's nothing wrong with either path. I think they're roughly equivalent for all intents and purposes. They are about the same. This little bit of path, and then head back off. Trappistos, hurry. Hey, an exploration deal. That's what I was hoping to find. Precious, precious experience. Because we are very close to leveling up. We are getting close. And this is a good thing. This path from the previous session of our escape from that transit relay. Our mad dash to New Winchester. And then me getting completely lost and going the long way. Whoops. Alright, here we are, though. And on approach, and we shall drop stuff up to the dock. Oh, hey, the Incognito Princess is apparently here now, too. We're not looking to recruit you. We, certainly aren't. Ooh. There's that one again. Which means we can just go to Carillion and exchange matters. But also literature. Up to 5 consignments of literature. Literature for Polymere and Plenty. Wanted, up to 5 consignments of literature. Genre, literary merit, and moral worth irrelevant. Delivered to the ringmaster, Palmyre and Plenty's inconceivable circus, The Reach. Conceivable circus lies to the southwest of New Winchester. Ah! Pamphlets at the station advertised an auction literature to be held at an auction house in Port Prosper. Okay, so it's giving us an opportunity there. Good. Good. Put these souls into storage. Worry not, the bank does not ask questions. 1, 2... Wait, hold up. We need 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. They give us that opportunity there, but if I remember right, I think there was also... Unless it's reset... I'm gonna need to stop shooting once I leave it docked. Or know why I'm clicking. It's like, unless it's reset, I thought we saw a sale of them at Port Avon as well. Rumored opportunities. Port Prosper is there, saying, yo, we have an arrangement. Which we might buy as Nexus. Which we might just head up there, but... First things first, see if Port Avon has that. I think it was Port Avon we happened to see such a deal going on. And if so, that's a little bit of a quicker run for us. And in theory, the other opportunity should still be waiting for us. Tackety Scout, do not run into me, oh Tackety Scout. As I accidentally dodge towards it. Because that's gonna help matters. Yes, won't run into things as such if we just bash... They won't run into us if we run into them first. No. We do not want that. Alright, over here. Let's go. We have savings to act upon. By Grobner's hammer, what a deal! And let us whoosh on it. Shop's Bazaar. No, it has. Things have reset. The Sniveling Spiritfur is selling souls. A Spiritfur is an unlicensed dealer in souls. This one has a perpetual sniffle. He finds a quiet corner to show you a sample of grubby bottles. Wispy shapes coil inside. See? He sniffs. Finest porcelain. I swears every one of them was teetotal or church-going. Which is cheaper than what you'd be able to do here. Fortunately, it's not the deal we are looking for, which means we need to head up to Port Prosper. Because that seems about right. Oh well, let us go. It shouldn't be too hefty of a jaunt up. As much as I do generally tend to like just buying up whatever bargains I run into, obviously at this point of the game you have to account for whole space and the money you own. And we don't have that big of a surplus of money to just willy-nilly spend on things. We've actually only just finally gotten to a comfortable matter where I do not have to worry too overly much. So, I don't want to risk matters. Risk matters of the wallet. Well, nothing of the ledger again. Figured I might as well check while we're here, but didn't expect in so far as much. Yeah, we are indeed doing a fair bit of trading at the moment. It is just generally to get matters a hold on our monetary deals. Although when I'm at Carlin, I will take a gander to find another place that we are looking for, which is Bustrum, and then we can continue the Magdalene's quest line. Magdalene's quest line that we have. We only have Bustrum to find for there, so we might as well, because we're going to be bouncing from there back to New Winchester to the Circus, and then we can go straight over to Caravan and just buy honey there, buy the nectar there, and then immediately sell it to them. But we also want to pick up these books, because trading opportunities are trading opportunities, and one, especially this early into the game, should very much generally jump on the opportunity. Ah, another wreck here. The Burrow's Breath. Oh dear. The Burrow's Breath. Ochre fogs rise about your locomotive. The air acquires a caustic copper tang. Your driver complains they can't see a damn thing. The Burrow's Breath, they murmur. The fog persists all day. The evening, a gnarled crewman visits your cabin. The burrow below is displeased, he informs you. She expects a sacrifice. If you wish it, he will arrange it. Decline. Try to find your own way through. Drive blindly through the fog. It will be dangerous. Permit the sacrifice. The burrow's price is the time remaining to 3 of your crew. Ugh. If we had an unlicensed charge, you could try to rely on an old chart. You have in your possession a chart that might allow you to navigate this stretch of sky, despite the strangling fog. I don't want to sacrifice things to the burrower. It's gonna fucking come back. Failure. A winding path. You take the helm. It is a risky course. Sudden ruins loom out of the fog, requiring frantic changes of course. Your hull grinds, deafening against ancient stone as you squeeze past. And twice you find the way too clogged with obstacles to traverse safely, and must turn back in search of other routes. By the time you find your way to clear skies, your supplies are depleted, and morale is low. Lost fuel, lost supplies, gained 5 terror. Lantares. Our only option is the horrible one. Leave the wreck untouched. Turn away, lest the wreck's bad luck is contagious. Things to come. You give the order and put the wreck behind you. The crew remain tense. Will that be their fate one unlucky day? Yeah, that low of odds is not something I'm about to risk. Nah. Oh well, we're still fine. We're near to Port Prosper. We can restock up on fuel and supplies there. After buying our auction of books. Books. You will not stop us, Burr. Because you're rude. Immensely rude. Tremendously rude. A forsaken structure ruined by time. That requires a saying. No, we do not have a saying. That's fine. From both far-off refineries, distant searchlights rake the sky. Safely in to Port Prosper. For some reason I had a bad vibe, like I wasn't actually streaming, but nope, nope, nope. We're all good here. We're all good. We are indeed live, no question about that. How's the incognito princess at 2 spots at once? Clearly she doesn't need our help getting around. An opportunity, ministry-approved literature for auction. Port Prosper's wealthy West End is home to the Reach's largest auction house, Mallow and Marblecroft. 40%, 30%. Ooh. Port Prosper's wealthy West End is home to the Reach's largest auction house, Mallow and Marblecroft. Within these hollow chambers, the great and good of Prosper rub shoulders with the visitors from all over Albion, all come in hope of bargains on curios, antiques, and outrageous luxuries. It's crass, of course, to ask how the auction house comes by the goods in such quantities. We could bid cautiously. You'll risk little, but could gain a lot. This is a safer route, but likely to result in up to 5 ministry-approved literature. Your fortune gives you a 40% chance of success, or bid extravagantly. You will win at all costs. This is a riskier route that may yield more literature, 30%. But a difference of 500 and 250. With such low odds, we'll try the safer route. Failure. You are outrageously a brave attempt. You are outrageously outbid by an infamous Port Prosper heiress, and the widow of a much-loved duke. The ant keeps rising. These bidders would spend on a book what most would spend hosting a ball. As you carry away the few small items you were able to secure, you spot the Iris's butler handing the Duchess a calling card. Was their bidding war merely an elaborate seduction? Either way, we've lost 150 sovereigns, and we only have 3 ministry-approved literature. Unfortunate. We needed 5. Well, we shall keep our eyes and ears open. Any bargains here? No. New bargains available in 1 day. We might just wait by for 1 day to pass. Alright, let's just spin around until we get a day notification. And see what might pop up there once more. In turn, we're going to continue to look around. It is the relay. I almost dodged the wrong way. That would be foolish. As you can see, this is what a relay fully looks like. You know, without any pressure on us or anything. This is the one that leads to Albion. An important one where we will want to go through at some point. Hey, experience Mole's Table. Hey, the mole in here too. Either way, we will be going through here at some point. For within Albion, as we have heard, lies London. And we do need to get to London. But first things first, we still have plenty we want to do in the Reach. Well, stop. Steady. And dock. That enough time? Ah, the bargains is on more panes of stained glass. 1, 2, 3, 4. A gang of grubby urchins are selling stained glass. They have sandwiched the panes between wooden boards and wrapped them in rags. When a passing costermonger asks where they got the glass, a sooty vagabond snaps, "Never you mind," and throws his coat over the baleful glass angel, adorning the pane they had on display. Alright, well, we won't worry about that then. We shall do this. We don't have full deals, but we are effectively still on the lookout. But first things first, we might as well work our way down. You can check Magdalene's to see if they have anything, opportunity-wise, but honestly, for the most part, I'd rather just head down to the circus and at least get rid of the few books that we have on hand. We can at least sell these 3. We effectively bought them for 50 apiece. I don't believe there's any place that directly sells them around these parts, except from potential bizarre deals as we've seen. Hello, Dreadnought. How's it hanging? Drawn disguise as usual? Yep. Keep up your good work to her renewed majesty. And pay no mind to me. Ah, hello, Tactics Scout. Just don't mind me. Oh, another wreck. The Glazed Brook. 76% chance. Force open the doors to the hold. Frost has locked them, but a pry bar makes an effective key. Hey. A discovery. Your driver holds your locomotive steady alongside the wreck as your crew takes turns at the pry bar. Eventually, the bay doors are sufficiently parted to permit the spryest of you to squeeze through. Soon, they return. And what's this they have found? What could it be? A slim clasped box. The silver clasp gleams in your torchlight. Ha ha ha! For love. Inside, a slim red volume. The bindings are leather. The covers are embossed with gold leaf. It is a book of love poetry, a collection deemed both acceptable by the Ministry of Public Decency and Her Renewed Majesty. A faded daguerreotype of the Prince Consort fills the inside leaf. Aw, we have gained 1 Ministry-approved literature. Hey, we were looking for those. We'll need to jettison a fuel. But, well, that works out. We are now only shy on 1 Ministry-approved literature. It's still shy on 1 and thus shy on whatever bonuses we could get from it, but better than not having it. Now we very much want to go down to the circus to turn all that in. Marauders prowl these stem groves in defiance of nearby New Winchester. Ah, so that's why this is a risky route. Fair enough. Can run into some marauders then? Maybe, maybe not. You remember we ran into one last time. We shall head down and left it. Go by Havenwood. And progress. probably need to well, we're probably capable of restocking a little bit. I think the only thing I'd pick up is more fuel because to the 2 ports we're going to, they both sell supplies, so we can accommodate in that respect. Fuel, on the other hand, is not an option. So, let's... yeah. Let's exercise caution on that front. Even though it certainly feels like we go through supplies quicker than fuel. We did jettison the fuel. Smog on the windows. We're near once more to forts, to New Winchester. Good old ports, Good old safe ports. Yep, we can buy 2 more fuel. Yeah, that sounds good in my opinion. Blue Kingdom Transit Relay. The relay that we came from. Don't worry about it. It'll be a long while before we're back there. A long while. Oh, Fortune Navigator's back here. Hello, you. No new prospects available. That's to no surprise. We pick up a couple more barrels of fuel, and we have our literature. Off we go. To the circus to deliver what we have acquired. It's something. And then we can go to Caravan, where we can just buy the nectar there and lavish in the rewards of easy trade. And then we'll search for Bustrum, which is a place we need to go to for our quest. And for a completionist of finding ports, it should be in the Caravan region, which is part of the reason why I'm counting for as I am. It should be in the outer ring of that area. Or somewhere, Ott. It's somewhere. Somewhere. We'll find it. Oh, worry not. Worry not. Sit. Last time we were out that way, we made some very close calls and questionable judgments. I'll try not to do that this time. Try not to. No guarantees. I can be quite, the fool sometimes. But so it be, so it be. Actually, I wonder, what was the story for you again? You needed tea and nectar. Okay. And what was yours again? Alright, I think we can afford to do this now. Let's just do this while I'm thinking about it. Gamble with the incautious driver. Rumors not intended for your ears suggest the driver is running an illicit poker game in the hold. Caught in the act. You enter the hold and find the game well underway. The driver sits cross-legged in front of a pile of freshly won sovereigns, and 3 newly impoverished members of the crew. A stoker angrily throws an expensive-looking watch onto the pile of winnings, and departs in a fury. The driver looks up. The specialist. Care to make a wager? The driver deals the cards between the players. The cook and a crewman, whose name you can't place at the moment, watch each other with barely disguised suspicion. Behind you, a small crew gathers to see their captain's coin. 25. That's a really, really low Mirror's check. Play a round of cards. You place your bet and prepare to play. The failure. A losing hand. You throw your cards down, not expecting to win. You are not disappointed. The driver bets everything on a single pair. The cook claims the pot. I hear you used to be a test driver, says the quartermaster. The driver nods. You'd never have thought it. As a child, I loved my trains. Very ordered. A safe little space where they could go round and round, and nothing could go wrong. It was only after the crash that I realized I needed more. I suppose surviving that taught me that there's more to living than simply being alive. Another round? The driver deals the cards between the players. Okay, it's the same deal there for that. Another round. Let's give it one more chance. Another failure. Losing hand. You throw your cards down, not expecting to win. You are not disappointed. The driver barely even looks at their cards before going all in, and claiming the pot with nothing more than a pair of aces. The other players glare sullenly, regretting their hesitation. Wait, you're a Stainrod? As in Leadbeater and Stainrod? Demands the crewman. And you're still taking coins out of our pockets? The driver shrugs. We've heard that name before. Down in Fallen London. Black sheep of the family. We don't talk much, not since the accident. Mother didn't approve of my new career, and father, he's... Well, anyway, they shuffle the cards, smiling with confidence. Never bet what you can't afford to lose. Let's step away, because that's our only option. The remaining crew around the circle relax as you stand to leave. The driver shuffles the cards, ready to begin the next round. We could let the game continue. The crew needs a break. This is harmless enough. And ban any future games. The distraction is completely inappropriate. Let the game continue. The driver nods to you, idly scratching an ear. Just for a moment, you spot something green winding down their finger. Learning about the incautious driver. You're learning more about the incautious driver. There's the second mint, which, as we learned before, are just things for, well, if you don't want that officer on board. The driver has no tolerance for uneventful voyages. When not on duty, they stare through the stained glass windows, as if willing excitement to ride in on a wave of disaster. When they take the wheel, the rest of the crew grip the nearest available supports and whisper quiet prayers to various gods. A secondman listened to the driver's suggestion. Recently, they've been roaming the corridors of your engine, whistling and getting in the way. Is there something they want? Let's just hear this out just to see. An idle fantasy. The driver blinks. Can't keep anything from you, I see. I've been feeling a bit on edge. Would like to make myself useful if I can. There's races at the Royal Society. Maybe we could go there, and you could drop me off for a bit. I could make us both a bit of money. They take out a coin and flip it in the air. It comes down on heads. Just a thought, anyway. The driver will join the Rochester Club to take part in races and generate winnings for you while on secondment. We can also converse with the incautious driver. They keep scratching their ears even while driving. A nervous tic? Or perhaps a sickness that might spread amongst the crew. What? Oh, yes. The driver scratches again. It's nothing, just a little earache, I'm sure. It comes and goes. And their knee trembles with the frustration of being pulled away from the wheel for even this short conversation. See, all fine now. I recommend visiting a doctor. The health of the crew is paramount. Order a visit to a doctor. The efficiency of your crew cannot be allowed to slide. Leave it for now. As long as it doesn't affect their work, it is none of your concern. We shall recommend visiting a doctor. Recommend it. It's just a suggestion. Not necessary, the driver protests, scratching at their ear with renewed force. A look of pain flashes over their face for a moment. Perhaps, my family knows of a specialist in New Winchester. I think father owns the building. I think I can call in a favor. Alright, learning more about the incautious driver. And they recommend me not firing into the nether. They recommend going to New Winchester. Okay, well, we'll be back there. We'll be back there in un momento's time. Tackety Scouts. Hello, Tackety Scouts. The Repentant Devil smiles dry. I enjoy a good circus. Lost souls at bargain prices. Yeah, that's the devil for you. And he's the repentant one. There's still an interest in souls, but of course. Alright, dock in we shall. New arrivals at the circus, let us listen to their stories again, because that helps with terror. And our terror was getting a little bit up there. Bazaar. Ooh, we sell them for 190 a pop. Like I said, we bought 3 for 50 a piece. Effectively. And then we found one just in a train. So that's a pure 190. The rest are a profit of 140 a tick. Excellent. We sell them, and we can supply 1 more. So, if we find more, we might likely find more at some point, hopefully, then we shall take advantage of such to get more. But for now, let's see here. Lingerie, what was the stuff we needed? Let me check. Let me check what we would need for a new deal there. Mr. Let's see here. What would we need? Here, there's there. Ah, we have the Vision's Heaven. We need more Savage Secrets, which we need those for other things as well. Okay then, fair enough. Fair enough. That's what I wanted to check, so there's no reason to poke at that until we have more secrets on our hand. Alright, into Caravan. However it be pronounced. Two devils. Two devils we do go. And certainly not to sell our soul, because we kind of need that for us. Might as well explore around a bit, see if we can't see any more locations here. That leads off that way. Noted. Zoom in a bit closer. There we go. Once I had myself zoomed out that much. And zoomed in, obviously, gives you more details. Why the hell wouldn't I do that? By, for some reason, just sticking to huge overlap. It's fine. It has been fixed. This close to the Mother of Mountains, the sky grows cold. Your crew don coats and gloves. And we have a marauder here to say hello to us. Ah, darn, missed up that long shot. Missing on all our shots, jeez. It's hard to hit a low profile. Alright, we need to not be trapped and not be so overheated. There we go. Quick shot! Yeah! Good old spin shot. Loot the hold. Some of it is even intact. You may gain unusual cargo. What could it be? A distressingly odored barrel. No one is keen to get close. See? The lid is gingerly removed. All breathe a sigh of relief when coke is revealed, black and precious. The captain's truest friend. Cool. I'm all on board for finding more fuel. That makes me a whole bunch more confident in our exploring out here. So we'll be poking around for Bustrum after we deal with the prospect here. Stunted Grove. No, it's off this way. We're just doing this here. The incautious driver grimaces. Mother said illness is all in the mind. She'd fit right in here. Da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Kept on mixing up those words for some reason. No clue why, just I did. Nightmares untroubled. Oops. I did not mean to shoot the dog. That is tremendously awkward. An overgrown shrine. The path leads you to a broken statue, seemingly ignored by the devils of Caravan, except for whoever placed the freshly lit candles at its feet. The path leads you to a broken statue, seemingly ignored by the devils of Caravan, except for whoever placed the freshly lit candles at its feet. The face is poorly carved, but its features unmistakable. The burrow below stares at you through one gemstone eye and an empty socket. Ugh. You could steal an offering from the burrow below. The devils had placed a few trinkets at its feet. When you're being watched, we have, I'm just angered, contemplate the statue, a terrifying visage, but with something comforting to offer, too. Let's see what this does. Finding the peace. While this statue is the raw material of nightmares, there's something soothing about the idea that even a beast like this might be harnessed. That there is the chance of such an ally, for those who crack the code of offerings and prayer. Whether it is actually listening, it is impossible to tell. The thought that it might, however, is something to hold on to in the dark. Terra's fallen. That's good. Now, we have 5 deals there. And a bargain on bronzewood. A rangy captain employed by the Wit and Vinegar Company, a struggling lumber concern, is selling bronzewood offcuts. The bark gleams where it was cut by her engine saw. We might pick those up. First things first. Go to here. We need 5 of them. Yeah, 5 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Our hole is full, that's right. Alright. Sell that. Buy 2 more. As so. And sell for mad profit. And we gain experience and some more otherworldly artifacts. Yay! We'll actually leave the bronzewood here. We will, however, pick up another supplies. And then another supply. And another one. Do I want to fully stock up? Actually, yes. We shall fully stock up as we look for Bustrum, which should be somewhere here in the cold. So let us, finally, start delving into the unknown once more. We know horrors and scriveners lie up that way. We will be keeping an eye for a scrivener. As much as I hate the idea, we will be keeping an eye out for it. Because we need one. Alright, so you're just kind of in your own alcove here, Carlin. Alright. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, and we are no longer near port, and thus our terror starts rising once more. And the Ella Pliny. It's like, and we immediately find a wrecked deal. Ooh, last time we risked things. We shall risk it again. Soon they return, and what have they found? An aromatic casket. Something has been preserved. Morgatroyd's fungal crackers. A rare treat in the skies. Newer skyfarers tend to disdain them as revolting and abominations unto the Lord. The taste has not improved with age, but the vintage provides certain smug satisfaction. And we have a marauder. Which isn't a bad thing to have a marauder. We can make do with it. And we handled it admirably. Loot. What have we here? It's this option. Is it the same deal? Yep, another piece of saloon stewed gossip. We're gonna be well packed for those. And there's a reason I keep doing that, even though we could get sovereigns, and that these can potentially be used at Magdalene's to deal with terror if it comes to such. Thus, I like to have them as an available option. And getting them for free like that, added bonus. Ah, we have an angry stone fish thing. Fair enough. I don't know if they're minding us or not. Investigate. Don't need anything from here, however, it is another signal box. Ah, hello, Geeky Dolphin. Welcome in. Back to 5 grand blunt. I'm fine to get stony baloney. Fair enough. Fair enough. You do you. I personally can't stand most smoke of anything, but that's just my lungs just seem to not cooperate, and I've always never had a good I've never had a good lung capacity, to say the least, so I just tend to avoid that stuff for my own being. Not that I fault anybody for it, but yeah, I'm just like, yeah, my lungs don't feel the best, so I just do avoidance. That is fair. Abandoned signal box. Window cracks have accentuated a filling of moss-green dust. Once white paint is yellowed and peeling. The signal box possesses a faded dignity, like a beleaguered butler. It was designed with pride, to be part of that great folly, the Isambard line. Inside, beneath a desk covered with rusted levers, is a luggage trunk. Captains in dire need can borrow from the cash inside, but custom dictates they must later replenish it. We shall read the ledger of this place. The handwriting is poor but legible, and Captain Skyek withdrew supplies. There's a column for miscellaneous notes. The captain writes of a homestead their locomotive passed when journeying from Port Avon. The buildings were in the style of old London. The nostalgia brought the crew together after a near disastrous encounter with a cloister bee. And do not fuck with the bees. That we'll learn in a bit. we might see that at some point, but yeah, don't fuck with the bees. Is the least I can say in that respect. Let's see if we can't find this place. Immediately as we search blindly out, but still. That makes me nervous as we are slowly creeping towards that place. However, Tackities is actually a good sign. The fact that Tackities are under attack by a fish. Cantankerite. I almost hit the Tackity and that would have been bad. Let's move along. Gain experience as Sky Story, and hear tales of the Cantankerite. More experience, more stories. Yep. Hold it. Hey. There we go. That's how you handle a Cantankerite. Not let it bash straight into you. Cannon equipment. Partial success. Older, more awful things. Hauling the creature alongside your locomotive, you deploy hammers and pry bars. There. Valuable stones glimmer amidst the whirls of uncanny fossils. The fossils' shapes are sinuous and predatory, preserved for unknown aeons in the Cantankerite's stony skin. I'll take a partial success rather than a failure. Some more terror, which is awkward, but we still got some sovereigns out of it. I just guarantee it. Sorry, potential migraine on the way, we shall see. Well, the fact that it feels like a potential migraine means I'm preempting matters, and doing what I can for the sake of not being in horrendous pain. But, we'll see if it full-on effects or not. I'm hoping not. As migraines suck, ours. Tremendously so. Ruins upon ruins upon ruins. And a very appropriate music for where we're at. In the wide, cold nothing, we steam through the skies. I can't see shit. Trust me, I can't either. Incautious driver, hours are mined in Bustrum. Good for going faster than possible. Going to get some? Oh, that means I should be close to Bustrum. But I can't see shit. Oh, thank gods. Gonna say, but I couldn't see shit either, Captain. This is dark and spooky. Where's our exploration trigger? I want the experience. Come on, where's her? By pulling into dock? Yeah, okay, this time it is. Bustrum. Let us pull into Lustrum in this murky, dark-ass nonsense that we seem to be in. Prospector's Quarter. The frantic, hustling heart of Lustrum, crammed with prospectors, peddlers, and purveyors, of essential and occasionally legal services. Most business takes place here, unless you're a dreamer seeking your fortune on the claim fields. First things first, we can take another faucet, because we have leveled up to level 5. And we have some different options here than last time. There is the Great Game. Once, London crawled with agents of Paris, Vienna, Istanbul. Now, in the heavens, the old players must find a new purpose and new enemies. A metamorphosis. You could no longer be the person you were told to be. And, which this is one we unlocked from our close call, a narrow escape. Your engine was nearly destroyed, but you lived to fight another day. You unlocked this when you survived your locomotive being reduced to less than 10 hull. We were at 2. Let's do this one, because we have in fact done so. You walked through the valley of the shadow of death. How has it changed you? You have learned to be cautious. Death waits in the sky, and kept at bay only by a few inches of plating and the fires in your engine. This would increase veils and hearts, but this next one, it has emboldened you. Carpe diem. Carpe diem. It is death's shadow that gives life its luster. Iron and hearts. Let us do this. For it has emboldened us. It has emboldened us. 5 hearts, 3 iron. 1 vision of the heavens, and 1 tale of terror. That puts our hearts up to 34 after modifiers, and our irons at 41 after modifiers. This is good. This is quite good. The claim fields. The mountain slopes are veined with the unmined hours the enduring Empress hungers for. They are dug from the stone as geodes, minutes growing within them like salt. Most geodes are the size of a walnut, but legend says old Tom, one of the first prospectors, excavated a whole century, the size of a whale. The claim fields. The mother mountain stretches on almost forever, from its snowy peak down through seemingly endless strata of lethal nebula gas. What does cooking here give us option for? On the far side of its cliffs, the Windward Company machines strip the rocky flesh from the mountain and cast its ore into the perpetual fire of their furnaces. Prospectors from Lustrum have to do everything the hard way, and chipping away at their frozen, hard-won claims in search of precious hours. Search for a claim. Interesting. The mountain is treacherous. Most of the accessible parts are already staked out, or attempt to climb the mountain. No path leads up to the peak, but with a sturdy stick and a stubborn attitude, you may be able to forge one. Note, we have very high irons at the moment. There's still only a 24% chance, so, no. Let's see what this does. I'm curious. An aborted journey. Conditions are harsh. The mountain seems to fight your every step. Ropes left behind by other prospectors coil around your ankles. Old boxes of supplies loiter under the snow, ready to trip you. It's almost impossible to tell the difference between one patch of land, and another. Never mind the value of the individual claims. What you need is an hour harker, advises a passing hour harker. He grins. He doesn't have many teeth, but those that remain, are capped with gold. Come find me in town if you want. Or not. There's always more of you showing up, eh? So, alright, that's what they say about trying to do that. Let's see here. What's our deals here? Oh, hey, more munitions. More kaboom. Crow-like captain. Yep, indeed. And they, of course, sell ours and fuel and supplies. Ah, both fuel and supplies. That is good to know. Sweet Jane's Counting House, a little accountancy firm, snuggled in the snowy drifts. Sweet Jane oversees everything herself. The transference of funds, the balancing of probabilities, the transport of commodities, the termination of contracts. She is huddled behind her desk, swaddled with a monstrously ugly red scarf. While she fiddles with the abacus with one gloved hand, she heats the other over a little coal fire. Her one good eye focuses on you. She smiles. Sweet Jane's request. Sure about that. Explore Bustrum. What was briefly a modest, pleasant town in the Mother Mountains now runs on increasingly desperate dreams of riches. Fools sell their fortunes for the chance to mine years from the mountain's frozen sides. Sharper minds sell pickaxes, supplies, and the promises of a warm bed at the end of a bitter day's work. Similar trend with the actual gold rush in U.S. history. The people who really made bank were the provisioners, the people selling the supplies that prospective gold rushers would need. Those are the ones that made bank. Particular bank. Write a port report. Ours are the new gold in Albion and the Reach. While Lustrum's fortunes remain, it is of interest to many. Let's get that port report. Limited prospects. So much for the quiet retirement village that used to be here. The rush of prospectors has ripped the civility from the place as efficiently as the geodes from the mountainside. The scars that remain are no less vivid. Fewer and fewer prospectors return with geodes of ours, and the cost of processing them off-site grows every day. Still, for now, Lustrum thrives, and offers the promise of riches for any lucky or industrious miner willing to come and risk everything in the snow and the mud. Also, yep, it is official. We are in migraine visual auras. Apologies for anything that results from that. I will do my best to continue through such. Let's see here. Search for the mendable host's identity. Successful prospectors tend to leave their mark on the mountain. People remember those who were able to leave, flush with ours. The locket is passed around the camps of prospectors. Most scratch their heads, others sigh and look away. An elderly prospector approaches, and carrying her hat in her hands. "You're the one looking for Old Gray?" she sighs. "Long dead. Shot south of the mountain. Wouldn't share as ours, fool. No point rising high on the mountain if there's no one at the bottom holding you up. Fair deal. You found no conclusive evidence. Return to the mandible host and decide what to tell him. You found no conclusive evidence, but weird traces and threads everywhere, which makes it intriguing. Explore Bustrum. The port started as an enclave of well-off Londoners, hoping to absorb the youthful energy of the mountain. Then the prospectors arrived. A tale of two ports. Your boots crunch through the snow, clean and bright, lacking the lingering sadness of London's ammonia suffused lacquer. We've seen the lacquer in Sunless Sea before. The townspeople nod politely to you, a distinguished visitor, but avert their eyes from the grizzled prospectors and get-rich-quick merchants who have taken over their slice of civilization on the mountain. They wait impatiently for a day when the mountain has nothing more to offer, and the uncouth invaders finally leave, hoping that something still remains when all of value has finally been plundered. Alright, let's see here. What next do we want? Visit the Hanged Man pub. An embossed plaque under the hastily painted sign reveals this miner's pub to have once been the Empress's Bustrum guest house. Its once fine mahogany tables and chairs are little but sawdust on the floor, and a lingering smell in the fireplace. Irritable miners jockey for space by insufficient fireplaces. They pay for the overpriced drinks with their dwindling coins, or lowest quality hours. A few fortunates bear the mark of miner success, the baby soft hands that comes from regularly handling unseasoned hours. We could buy a round of drinks for the miners. Prospectors are not trusting people. Every new arrival is more competition, but while the drinks last, you're welcome to sit at their table. 10 sovereigns for that. Approach the figure in the corner. It sits wrapped in a dusty, disintegrated shroud, nursing a flagon that never goes to where its lips presumably are. Bustrum, the mountain sings no more. Huh. Speak with a weary prospector. He's tired of the mud, sick of the snow. He's going home just as soon as he can find someone to take on his claim. This will purchase you a claim that can at best be described as adequate. You may have better or worse luck seeking out on your own. 200 sovereigns. And having no claims. Return to the street. It's warm in here. It's cold out there, but needs must. Huh. And recruit the rat brigade. Oi, down here. 3 rats glower up at you from below a table, where spilt beer has trickled down to form a rat-reachable puddle. This will get you chief engineers who will increase your veils by 6, iron by 2, and affiliation villainy by 1. Okay, good to know, I suppose. Visit Murgatroyd's Golden Tea Shop. Some come for the fine teas, others for the carefully prepared manila folders underneath the counter. All agree that the scones are divine. An oasis of London civility and culture, in a town with little of either. Melusine Murgatroyd stands proudly behind the display of fresh scones and slightly yellowing cream buns. Small wooden tables, successful prospectors and their significant others welcome themselves to the world of the nouveau riche, with a spot of afternoon tea. Pinky fingers stand proud and erect from bone china cups, covertly topped up with moonshine. We could speak to Melusine Murgatroyd. She single-handedly runs both the family business and the family business. Unless you count the small gaggle of overworked and underpaid maids, which Melusine does not. Enjoy a lovely cup of tea. A reminder of proper civilization is a thing to be cherished, especially out here in the Reach. Time for tea. This is 5 sovereigns. Ah, okay. Let's speak with her first. Something faint, smelling faintly of burned hair, she tinkers with the latest invention, intended to be her ticket out of both this no-horse town and her father's control. Eyebrows, she confirms, are a small price to pay for scientific progress. Look at Melusine's inventions. Her workshop has slowly taken over the back room of the salon. Or return to the shop. Melusine does not lower herself to personally serving tea and cake. You could also trade spy intelligence with Melusine. Nobody knows the latest happenings like a Murgatroyd. And she's always interested in unusual finds. Trade 2 savage specimens for a savage secret. Ah, wait for savage secrets. Another one. Feels like a little bit of a pricey one. Yeah, well, look at her inventions. I'm curious. An assortment of terrible opportunities. Melusine glows with pride as you examine her mostly untested inventions. The clockwork lens array that offers superhuman levels of telescopic sight, provided you can insert all 6 sharp brass hooks under your eyelids. Ugh. I do not like that one bit. Do not like that one bit at all. The internal combustion privy, ideal for handling unpleasant waste products and warming whatever's left of your house after the inevitable explosion. An automated pickaxe capable of striking Earth 7 times a second. Mostly nods, irritated. Pity about the minor bone-shattering issue. The only thing she won't let you poke at is a twisted arrangement of glassware and electricity in the corner. That's not mine. Not entirely. I'm still working on that. Complicated. You know if you know. If you don't, I shouldn't say. Fair enough. Return to the shop. And you know it is indeed time for some tea. Melusine's maids hurry about, serving a clientele more used to bellowing at bartenders than sitting politely with exquisitely cut cucumber sandwiches. Eventually, it is your turn to be served. You're invited to choose your preferred blend. We have the Empress's Favor, the Taste of Home. The Utherian Gold, it looks like tea with the occasional sparkle. And Indulgence Blend, straight from the Blue Kingdom. Let us try. Empress's Favor, the Taste of Home, indeed. Familiar, comfortable, with just a hint of lingering bitterness. A true Londoner's blend. Your terror's fallen. You have lost 5 sovereigns, and you have sampled Empress's Favor. When next time for tea, you must wait a little bit longer. You can't have tea after tea. What kind of unkosher behavior would that be? Let us see here. We could seek a claim of our own. We won't worry about that quite at the moment. Visit the Windward Company. Tensions between the company and the Tackities grow by the day. The poison air coming from Windward's processing factory is only the latest insult. Ah, unlocked when you do not have Bustrum, a blow for the Tackities. Turned away at the door, the Windward Company was not the first to begin harvesting the mountain, but no other came in harder or faster once the hours were detected. The company began by bribing prospectors to sign over successful claims, and even offering to help process lucky prospectors' hours in the huge factory ovens. But needy men are cheap, and big sticks even cheaper. As the claims began running out, things changed quickly. Now the whole facility is out of bounds. The guard is uninterested in any business you might have. No, she does not know who you are, or care who you may be friends with. This branch is a closed facility. Certainly, it is closed to you. Well, alright then. Speak with a watcher by the station. You must be at least level 4. Unlocked when you do not have a special delivery from London. He stares at your crew as they disembark from your engine. He turns away when none emerge holding anything. He is clearly agitated. Missing in delivery. Sorry, the man apologizes. I didn't mean to stare. It's just, we've been waiting for delivery from London. Really important supplies. I don't suppose you might be heading anywhere near the relay to Albion, would you? If you could check if anything's happened to it, we'd really appreciate it. Albion Transit Relay lies to the north and northeast of New Winchester, near Port Prosper. Well, okay then. Well, we do that. Deliver the previously impounded goods. Ah, I presume the goods have been impounded. We do not have whatever goods there are, however, so let's go back to the Hangman Pub and let us approach the figure in the corner. As we didn't do that before. Oh, the cloaked figure beckons to you. Valuables for sale, it wheezes. Its voice throaty and high-pitched. Exchange for buried time, yes? Please? It offers unusual relics in exchange. For a few rusted coins that would barely buy transport to anything else. Mr. Penny's. Notice this visage here, they're not exactly human. We do have options. Exchange ours for an otherworldly artifact. Mr. Penny pushes a selection of trinkets across the table. A dried cloister bee's wing. A watchful curio. Oh, we remember those. Nothing special. These little offerings have some promise, though. Hey, Omniboot. Welcome in, welcome in. I do plan on streaming for a bit longer. I'm only 2.5 hours, so I still have plenty of time that I will be streaming for. Considering my usual streams wind up being like around, generally on average, 6 hours, yeah, I'll be still streaming for a bit. I will certainly be doing so. Gonna bring you a raid from new community. Ah, okay, fair enough, and appreciated. I shall welcome them in when they are in. Not when you do not have Bustrum traded with Mr. Penny's. And exchange your hours for money. A pitiful exchange for only the most piteous. Desperate as it is, the cloaked figure appears surprised that one such as yourself would make such a trade. Ah. We could also talk to Mr. Penny's. The miners try to ignore it, but it must have some reason to bother setting up its stall here. Let's talk to them. The importance of a second. Everything ends, the figure wheezes, even law. For everything, a reckoning. Need help, need hours. Postpone reckoning. Shadows with thistle ropes and broken wings, waiting on riverbank to catch final breath. Everything dies. Must outlast. We trade, yes? Trade hours. We trade hours now, yes? Good quality merchandise. Ah, so they need hours to potentially keep on going and keep on, well, surviving. First things first, here and go back to here because I accidentally did a foolish thing. Let's buy a round of drinks for the miners. That'll gain some appearances. An elderly prospector and a hulking, scarred miner move aside to give you just enough space to squeeze in. Everyone seems to be talking shop. More importantly, everyone at this table appears to have had at least some luck out there. We could listen to gossip about geodes. To hear the miners talk, you'd think the rocks were alive. Listen to gossip about the mountain. They might have ideas on where to look for a claim. Listen to gossip about mining. At least a few have had some success out there. And listen to gossip about recent troubles. Mining such treacherous terrain has its difficulties. Let's listen to gossip about geodes. Think the rocks were alive, huh? One prospector tells of finding a geode in the shape of a lion, apparently a mark of great fortune. Another talks of chipping away in silence, so as not to startle the hours inside. Another mentions how cold the geodes are. As difficult as it is to work, a layer of thick ice underneath the snow is considered a sign of a good claim. A layer of thick ice. They all agree that the mining day must begin with a libation, a cup of moonshine poured to the mountain's good graces. If it rumbles, it is said the offering is accepted. If purple wisps appear over their claim afterwards, the prospector is blessed indeed. Ooh, blessed indeed. That's interesting to know. Could buy another round. Let's do so. And listen to gossip about the mountain. Those newcomers reckon they've got it made, digging in the mud. Don't realize the geode is cold, do they? Harkens the muck. If you're not breaking your back, you're not doing it right. Serves them right for thinking a claim just out of town's going to pay out. Alright, so thick layer of ice, not the muck. So that seems to be the case for claims around here. It's in the ice where they find things. The Rat Brigade, we don't want to worry about that. Shops here. Could buy just some unseasoned hours, but we'll just keep... We won't do that quite yet. Explore Bustrum. Seek a claim of your own. For safety reasons, all claimants must hire an hour archer to escort them on the mountain. The hour archers are all agree on the importance of this. It will cost 100 sovereigns to stake a claim, if you find one. So if we find one, so it's 10 probably just to look. I can but presume. I've never done this, so let's see what it is. A cold journey into the snow. Stay close, friend, warns your hour harker. He grins. Or not. You fade already. He lights a vapor lamp, glowing purple like the gases of the nearby nebula. It occasionally sparks with little flecks of green. Soon enough, the lamp is the only light. As you move out of the treacherous, mostly unclaimed edges of the mountain, occasionally he stops to sniff, or to drag a foot through the snow and mud, in what looks like a line. Finally, he seems satisfied. He shoots you a mostly toothless grin as he lights a cigarette. Reckon this has your name all over it. What you think? Foot through the snow and mud. 36%. The quality of the claim gives you 36%. The mud is soft here under the thick snow. There's no vegetation to be seen. Many claims have been staked here, and their owners continue to work them. Ah, we don't want mud. We don't want mud. Oh, that's alright. Hey, hello there, lurking babe. Welcome, welcome, one and all, for the raid of 14 viewers. Also, T-Paints, thank you very much for the follow. It is greatly appreciated. And Bronzy, thank you very much for the follow. As for our first-time folks who are stopping in at the moment, hello, Steve Defender. Hello, in Slayer Deadpool 07. Hello, Oniboot again. Hello, Darcy. Hello, Gay Ryan. Hello, there's Bonzi. Hello, T-Paints. Hello, Oplinga. Hello, Lurking Babe themselves. Hello, Slayer Deadpool. Hello. Welcome all. Thank you, Darcy, for the follow. Thank you, Lurking Babe, for the follow. Thank you, Steve Defender, for the follow. Welcome, one and all. Hi, friend. Oniboots recommended you. How's stream going? Stream has been going well. I'm playing some Sunless Skies at the moment, the sequel to Sunless Sea, and a sort of very, very heavily story-based roguelike-ish sort of deal. And it has been going wonderfully. How was your stream? What were you all doing this fine evening? What were you all playing and enjoying? Always curious to see what other people are up to. As for me, as I've asked that, for all these fine new folks, I typically go by Narem. I am a variety streamer who most certainly plays an eclectic slew of games on whatever I happen to enjoy and what may well be new to me. Tonight's game, as I mentioned, is Sunless Skies. And, well, I'm currently in Snowdrum Lustrum. Oblinger, thank you very much for the follow. It is greatly appreciated. It was great. We were surviving with friends in Dead by Daylight. Had a blast. Ah, fair enough. I have definitely seen plenty of it, plenty of Dead by Daylight, even though I've never played it before, but I've definitely seen it plenty, and definitely I can see how you can have a lot of fun with friends on that accord. I'm glad you had fun, and thank you ever so much for deciding to raid me. Oniboot is a fine folk, so I'm sure you all are fine folks as well. And I hope you enjoy whatever you do see of me. It is greatly appreciated, and thank you all so very, very much. Hi, dog. You just there? I am currently in the middle of house and pet sitting for some families, so just keeping track of families, dogs, and the like. And one of them just got my attention by just rolling around on the ground, as dogs do. Of course, have to support new streamers. Yep. It is always grand to meet new and other folks, especially. Always a pleasure to see new streamers. And yep, I have been steadily working on matters when it comes to streaming. I'm doing a lot better than I ever expected I would, and most importantly, I've been having a lot of fun with it. It's great just to play things that I enjoy playing and see other people enjoying it as well. It's always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. Yeah, I have been having a wonderful night for sure. And as for potential claims, this has mud. We can do better than mud. Mud was a no. The search continues. The good claims are running out quickly. This could get expensive. Alright, which means we might have to spend more on it. So yeah, this in Sunless Skies for people who've never seen it. This at the moment is called just kind of this is a story port area. So we can do stories, buy supplies and the like in shops and such. And it's how you kind of progress the story bits of the place. You take the pup out and wash my make off. I'll be lurking. Fair enough. Fair enough. Definitely handle the pups when need be for sure. Dog is needed. Right, you. Right, you. There you go. Here's another pup that has decided to chill on the chair. Not you. How you doing, Dreamer? Doing well? You doing well? Yeah. It is late, and I'm sure they're wondering why the hell I'm making so much noise at this hour. But they will just have to deal with it. Right, you? Yes. Funnily enough, y'all are just in time for probably one of our more unique border collies in our family, in that he is a split face. This half of him is the black side of the border colliness, and also all the tri aspects, while the other half that's laying up against the sofa is the white half of his face. He's a very unique dog. A very, very unique dog indeed. Let's try to stake another claim. I have a bunch of sovereigns. See if we can find a better sovereign. Oh, he's so cute. Yep. He's. They're all good dogs. We have a bunch of good dogs. Some getting a bit neurotic in their age, but they're all good doggos. They are all good dogs indeed. Love dogs. I'll be around and lurking. Fair enough. Lurk away. I just appreciate you being here before. Never even noticed the dog before. Yeah, that's because A, he just got here, but B, because I'm as I said, I'm currently house and pet sitting at the moment. I've moved from my normal room to an upstairs room that's a lot more centralized and willing to keep track of both the house and the dog. So usually they can't just wander in while I'm streaming, but here while I'm doing my house and pet sitting, they can just freely roam around, and they kind of just enjoy just chilling around when you're present. It makes them a lot better behaved, knowing that they're not oh so lonely. And they will act like they're oh so lonely if they think they are, even if they aren't. It is full of yowling. Very, very insistent yowling. But dogs be dogs. And I like dogs. I have always grown up around with dogs in my life. So I have all the respect and all the well intentions for good old doggos. Right, you? Alright, I'll leave you be. But yep, dogs are very, very good, and I'm glad for it. Yep, they are sweet. Dreamer right there is a particular sweetie in that he's one of the types of dogs that like to cuddle, in that if you're in a means where he can get up and next to you, he will just try to flop and cuddle all over you. He's a good dog like that. 60% chance, a little bit better. The mud is hard here, covered with soft snow. A few young trees flourish in inhospitable conditions, but not many. Only one other mining group seems to have staked a claim here. The Hour Harker warns that it would be most impolite to ask about their success. So, a bit better. 60% of a chance. But I think we could try for better. Possibly. Let's see. I might use up a lot of money for this, but it doesn't hurt to try. Grown up around cats my whole life, but I have a dog now. He's adorable. Yeah, I've definitely not run into definitely not had a lot of cats in my life. There's been some here and there. Ugh, that's a bad one. The mud is soft here and the ground fertile. Though outside the boundaries of your prospective claim, giant trees spar through the snow and rise high above your heads. It is close enough to town for off-duty miners to chop them down for firewood, much to the cheer of chilly miners in Lustrum town. Nah. Yeah, I've not been around cats often, but from experience of other family that I've had to house and pet sit for, um, the thing I very much despise of cats is just dealing with litter boxes are so much more disgusting than dealing with dog stuff. Ugh. I've come to hate litter boxes. It's no offense to cats. It's just all the offense towards litter boxes and the disgusting nastiness that is cleaning up litter boxes. Ugh. Well, we're back to the 60% chance here. Interesting. I wonder if we could potentially get better odds here. Oh yeah, that's totally fair. Yeah. At least dog stuff is A, outside, and thus B, you can have it like bake a little bit under the sun or the such. The cat litter box, on the other hand, those are certainly a unique deal. A very unique deal. I'm a cat owner. As a cat owner, I agree. Litter boxes are the worst. Yep, fair. It's like even cat people know, and I'm not even a cat person, but I certainly understand as much. So it's like, yeah, it's certainly no offense of the cats. It's just their litter boxes. They're horrible litter boxes. Let's see here, just checking something really quickly. Do. We can probably find better. Yeah, I'll keep on looking for better. Just checking up on things, but yeah. Reject the claim. We can do better than this. Possibly. Unless I use up all my money trying to search for a loose gambit of nonsense. Now, what do we find here? Not great stuff. That's the firewood claim again. I've never done this particular storyline. As far as Sunless Skies, I've played it before, but there's a lot that I've missed in this game, so I'm very excited to see what else I haven't done, and this is one of them. This terrain is inhospitable. Ice under snow and hard ground. A few small trees grow in and around your claim, potentially useful for cutting tools and firewood. Purple lights dance like some kind of wisps, though it is impossible to tell whether they are actually alive or simply an effect of the nebula gases. Litter boxes are hard when you can't even take care of yourself. Fair enough. Fair enough. Also, that is quite the spinny emote. Spin. Ah, it's a Steve emote. That does not surprise me. That's a good emote. All right then. This looks like a good claim. Your Hour Hardcore will gladly take and process your fee on behalf of whomever in Bustrum gets the money. 100 sovereigns, 96%. Boom. Right, pleasure doing business with you. There are no complications. You accept the Hour Harker's recommendation and plant your flag. You do not actually own this part of the mountain. You merely have the right to exploit it. It is time to get started. Visit the claim fields to begin. Prospecting continues, and we have lost 100 sovereigns. It is marked off by frayed ropes wrapped around tent pegs. Your claim was expensive, but any hours below the surface are yours. Of course, your crew will handle the actual mining work. Yeah, no surprise there. Ah, your own emotes. Those are... Yeah, all your mates are just my ugly face. I mean, none of my events been. Yeah, those are indeed faces, and they certainly express different things, that's for sure. I commissioned my emotes, and I am very, very happy with the commission of my emotes from Delta Flareon. Those arts are amazing. Yeah, those are definitely emotes. These are the ones I commissioned from Delta Flareon, and I adore all of them. So please, thanks. The great thing about mine was Delta did your emotes. Yep, Delta Flareon did my emotes, and they did a fantastic job with them. They're well worth it. And the one animated emote of mine that I have right there, I didn't even ask for it to be animated. They just did the animated explosion one because they wanted to make it animated. No extra cause or anything. They just did it, and that was fantastically wonderful. Yeah, you love Delta. Delta is a great person. I fantastically enjoyed what they did, and they seem a fantastic person as well. So I am I am very much very happy with what they did. Forgot how to animate emotes so badly. Yeah, yeah. How I saw them did it, but this was a very simple one in my case. Was they just kind of mirrored the flame effect, and then just kind of had the various scenes just switching that back and forth into its sort of picture. So that's kind of their simple method of doing it, just kind of mirroring the flames each one around, which was interesting to watch because I watched them do up all the modes, and it was great to do it. Highly such T-Pain, see if you want new emotes. Ah, another one of those, and one another artist, eh? I wish I could draw as well as folks. I really can't, but sometimes I wish I could. It's fine. Thank you. Yep, I'm sure you do a fantastic job. A lot of the artists that I've run into, especially around these communities that I'm part of and tangential communities, is there's a lot of good artists around here, and t- they're good. They're good. And Darcy, thank you very much for the lurk. It is greatly appreciated. I hope you have a good lurk. Gosh, doing art is such a pain sometimes, but I enjoy doing it at the same time. Such is everything you enjoy. Sometimes things are annoying as all hell, but it is at the end of the day. If you enjoy it, it is well worth committing to it. And that is the thing of it. I know sometimes things in games annoy me, but I enjoy it tremendously. Locked when the mountain giveth is, your claim continues to bear fruit. Bustrum Mining Company is done. Prospecting is done. This is unlocked with 1 crew. This is unlocked with 5 crew. Assign a crew member to work on your claim. 1 crew member will do little good here. 1 more might help. You'll get your crew back later, assuming you have space aboard and there are no accidents on site. The more crew you assign, the faster new hours will be ready for collection. Assign 5 crew to work on your claim. They were hired to work for you. Nobody said anything about it being exclusively working on your locomotive. You will get your crew back later, assuming you have space and there are no accidents on site. The more crew you assign, the faster new hours will be ready for collection. Let's assign a couple of crew. Like 2 or so. Assign a crew member to work on your claim. It's not exactly a plum assignment, but a volunteer soon volunteered. A volunteer is soon volunteered. Ah, yes, excellent. The best kind of volunteering, to join the mining operations. She disembarks, ready to get started. You've left some of your people mining in Bustrum. Lost 1 crew, and we shall... Oh, wait. Oops, I accidentally started it. My bad. Order your crew to begin mining. There's hours in the mountain, and if you can get them out, they'll make you rich. Once you do so, you will not be able to recall your crew until after collecting your next shipment of hours. I accidentally pressed that one. I didn't know it was there. The work begins. The quartermaster hands out pickaxes and food rations. The crew begins digging. Since you don't have access to furnaces large or powerful enough to get the most out of the mountain's larger geodes, they will focus on filling barrels with unseasoned hours. You can sell these at other ports. It will be some time before they have dug out enough. You should return later. Every crew member assigned in addition will reduce this time by a day. Very own claim on the mountain, marked off by frayed ropes wrapped around tent pegs. I can't... Yeah, I can't put any more. Whoopsies. Oh well, so be it. Of course, your crew will handle the actual mining work. Your presence will certainly keep them motivated. The 1 poor person I've accidentally left here without support. Whoopsies. Let's put them in good spirits. Intense work, back-breaking labor, frozen drops of sweat on every forehead. Between gasps, a few lines of an unfamiliar working song. Working dawn till dusk, our pickaxes are blunt. For not a penny more, 'cause our captain is a splendid boss. I have a feeling that one was changed. Just thinking out loud there. The splendid boss. Hey. Alright, well, let's go on. We did pick up a port report, right? Yes, I think we did. We had to have. Yes. Excellent, excellent. Claim fields is just... It's just that and climb the mountain. Okay, I think we are good. Do we want to pick up some explosives? Yeah, sure. Oops, I did not mean to buy all... Alright, fine. You know what? Fine. Oh, no, it only would do that if I bought another one. Okay, good. Let's show some of the actual gameplay of this. This is our engine. We are in the High Wilderness. The High Wilderness is tremendously dangerous. But tremendously dangerous. And we are trying to find something to hunt. And there it is. Hello, Scribe Scrivener. Hey, don't leave. I need you. Unfortunately, we are in horrors. There's exploring is saying. Okay, so we can't do anything with that. damn it, you moved. Whoops. Alright, so these guys slightly off-kilter. The bottom deal is how much engine we have to potentially go out and overwhelm our engines. We do not want to do that. Oh gods, there's more. This was afraid of fighting these things. These are skyscrapers. They are horrible. They are horrifyingly freaky things. Alright, steady does it, steady does it. And this is the combat in this game. It is a bit intense at this low level. Just a bit. Oh, another hit. Yeah, there we go. There we go. We loot. A Scriv Spinster defeated. The splintered remains of the spinster turn slowly. The skies are full of fluttering paper. It is as if someone brought confetti to a funeral. There are multiple options here that kind of tell what a Scriv Spinster is all about. Send out crewmen with axes. The Scriv Spinsters were wrought from bronzewood, now popular with London chain wrights and cabinet makers, and recover sheaves of parchment. The spinsters sew them into their coats and wigs, yellowed with age, blotched with mildew, spidered with writing. Who knows what secrets they may hold? They're basically constructs crafted from wood and with, well, parchment of things, of various information and the like. Gotta head out a bit early, but I hope you have a great rest of your stream. Have a good night, friends. Thank you very much, T-Paints, and I hope you have a wonderful night as well. It was good to meet you. Thank you. Thank you once again for the follow, and I hope you have a wonderful evening. Thank you very much, and I hope to see you again at some other points. Take care. But we will not be doing these options. We will be reclaiming the corpse. Your crew isn't pleased by the prospect, but it's what the carpenter needs to fix the magician's equipment. We shall take the corpse with us of this creepy, disturbing thing. You haul the splintered corpse aboard. To put your crew at ease, you bind it with chains and bells. If it moves, you'll know, and it won't be able to get far. Deliver it to the carpenter in Port Avon at your leisure. Yay! And we are not going through here because, as mentioned, that little pomper deal means that is a place of horrors and nightmares. We do not want to be in a place of horrors and nightmares. Exit! Stage running the hell away. Largus Ridge. So we need to get back to Port Avon. How many ports do we potentially not have? That's actually a really good question. I don't know how many we do or do not have. I have at least a couple we haven't found, as far as I can recall. Let us continue through this area, which, thankfully, I can see a lot better through. Around Bustrum was very, very dark. That's tapping, I believe. Nothing that we need to go about and murder. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, indeed. A lot brighter around here. Much brighter around here. So I could go through Callium and to New Winchester, and yeah, that's probably our best bet. Just head on straight through. Just trying to remember what this thing is. This grave marker. Oh, Sullivan's Sight. That's a chunk of ruins we're passing by. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit more. Okay. As experience. Experience is always good. Oh, right, that's the, that's this place. Ah, okay. Now I remember. And the Whelping Rest. Excellent. Good to have that actually recorded on the map. Want to go back this way. Also, we can dodge around. That's how we dodge. In combat, it is vastly important to dodge all the right ways. You know, unlike that point of showing where I dodged right into a thing because I wasn't paying attention to where matters were. That was silly. Alright, let us press forth, press forth. So we pass by here. Cautious driver remarking on their mother again. So we want, yeah, the upper route. We want the upper route to get back. A stowaway. Something is amiss. Things are out of place. Unexplained cracker crumbs on the pantry floor. The chief engineer's favorite wrench, hung on the wrong hook. Several empty pages, torn from the back of your logbook. The crew protest their innocence and contribute their own stories. Vanished shoelaces, doors left open. Only footprints on a doorframe. Oily footprints on a doorframe. You have a stowaway. Conduct a thorough search is a mirrors check. Organize the crew and turn your engine upside down. Or coax them out. Perhaps you can make the stowaway come to you. That's all my tales of terror. Oh, the other one's very, very low chances. What do I want to do? What do I want to do indeed? One's pretty much all the resources. The other is, is a different deal. Okay. I don't want that. I'm trying to think here. You okay, Doc? Okay? Yeah, you're doing fine. Doing fine in there? Yes, you are. I do it. I might as well do the, I might as well see about this. I don't want to use up all my tales of terror, to be perfectly honest. So, 32% chance. Let's roll them bones. Failure. That's about what I expected. Empty-handed. And try as you might, you find no sign of your uninvited passenger. Whoever it is, they've gone to ground. You may get another chance to catch the stowaway. Alright, fair enough. Onwards we go. Oof. I might not have the visual auras anymore, but a lingering migraine pain is certainly just kind of lingering on my forehead. Fun stuff, migraines. And ever so long lasting. Oof. Alright, we're fine. Continue. Migraine will eventually pass. Ah, hello, Cantankerite. You just gonna swing on by, or are you gonna aggressively try to go after me? Shadows in the night? Excellent. I like being shadows in the night. Let's explore some of those areas. Might as well get open all our options. As the ominous music just rushes around. I'm sure it's fine. Nothing to worry about. There's a gravestone icon here. Nothing to worry about. The Vigs. Mourn the dead. Leave the touch unwrecked. There's no repair option, so I'm just gonna mourn the dead. Our terror has fallen. Let's go this way. As I bumped debris that's just kind of slowly floating away. Oh yeah, that's right. The High Wilderness is effectively, yeah. We are amongst the stars, to say the least. We are very much amongst the stars. Such is the High Wilderness. Right, chug along. As we explore these boundaries here. At the same time, see if there's any experience to gain from exploration. We're certainly a whiles away from any sort of level up. Alexander Yang claim. And a very narrow avenue that I'm not even gonna dare go through. Sounds like a recipe to bonk and potentially get stuck, and I'd rather neither of those occur. Oh, this is the other side of Company House. Okay. Alright then. No exploration trigger on that lighthouse, so we'll wrap around at some different angles. Might be what it needs. First things first, clear out the rest of this very empty space. Yep. There we go. That should be all of this explored. Now to see if this lighthouse will trigger. Usually these lighthouses have some fashion of name to them. Some fashion. Approaching at this angle. Long Knuckle Pass. Well, I guess that counts. It'll have to count. Wispy condensation trails across the sky, the ghosts of passing trains. More accurately, here at New Winchester. And me accidentally firing things off because of my twitchy trigger finger. Alright, into the dock we go. Letter. Don't need to do any repairing. Prospects available. Ah, excellent. Here we go. Here's this one, which we certainly have done before, so no need to read out. And also, hours for the Leadbeater and Stainrod Nature Reserve. And Captain required to supply up to 5 barrels of ours to the Leadbeater and Stainrod Nature Reserve. Please report to Capabilities Cabins on arrival. Discretion prioritize. LNS Nature Reserve lies to the southeast of Winchester. This is one I definitely don't have. Ours can be reliably purchased at Port Prosper in Bustrum, and mined from skyrocks in the Reach. Alright then. There's our new options for those. We don't have all of the hours we would need. We have 3. We would need 5. Oops. Not that. Well, it's 5, right? Yep, 5. However, we can do this one. And put these munitions back in dock. So we'll go up to Port Prosper and do that one again, and see if we get any decent prospects on purchasing some hours. Or just find them to mine. One or the other, really. I'm not picky. Go to Port Avalon. First things first, we go here. Oof. Migraines, oh migraines, why must thou suck? There's... Distracted driving. Never doing so far as much. Alright. Alright, we want to actually go up. Yeah, up sounds good. So the southeast of New Winchester into this big area that we have yet to be in. That makes at least a few places we haven't been to port-wise. Okay. That's fine. That is fine. Oh, dun-dun-dun. Go away, migraine. No one asks for you. Turn off cruise control and gently into dock. Perfect. Ooh, a quiet day. Another of the quiet days. Could reduce our terror. Could also buy more fuel. Because if we want more fuel, then I'm going to actually take a risk and let this barrel of fuel trigger over. And hope that quiet day is still present. Alright, let's see if that does it. Excellent. Buy cheap fuel at the engine yard. Yes, please. Ready for use. Excellent. Present the reclusive carpenter with his materials. It's what he said he needed to fix the magician's equipment. The reclusive carpenter bids you deliver the material outside his workshop and return in 2 days. After the time has passed, just outside your locomotive, you find the magician's equipment boxed and ready for transport. The carpenter is nowhere to be seen. Turn to the circus with the repaired deals. Alright then. Ah, verdant seeds. We need verdant seeds. Fortunately, we do not have room for them at the moment. However, that bargain will last for 3 days. Oops, we accidentally tucked back in. So, we shall keep that in mind, and we will be very much heading back there after we drop off these souls, because then we'll have the space for the souls, for the seeds. And then those seeds can go to Titania, which is south-southeast. To which we'll need to have once we're also delivering the souls. Alright. Said, first things first, we deliver these. And then we head right back down there to try to pick up that bargain. Because, yeah, that's a good bargain. Cantankerai? Hello? Don't mind me, oh cranky fish. Excellent. They do not mind me. This is always a good thing. Let's see here. Can we read the ledger? Yes, we can. The handwriting is poor but legible. Captain Fulcar deposited fuel in the cache, hoping to gain good luck. There's a column for miscellaneous notes. The captain writes of a homestead their locomotive passed when journeying from Port Avon. The buildings were in the style of old London. The nostalgia brought the crew together after a near-disastrous encounter with the cloister bee. Ah, that combination of things again. As you can see, they're effectively randomized in that respect. There is that, and then there's the first part, which is on that accord, and then there's the second part, which is on the other deal. Ah, the burrow's breath again. We are not sacrificing our crew. However, that gives us a place for some unmined hours. Yay! Thank you, Burrow's breath, for wasting my supplies and fuel. Yes, I would have had the space already for my supplies ticking over. Yes, I'm slightly... All because of oath shenanigans. Well, screw you, sir. I think you're some sort of god here, and you might well be right, but I'm not sacrificing people in your name. I like my crew being alive. I'm bound to lose crew eventually, but for the meantime, I will definitely keep them alive as much as possible. A live crew is better than dead crew. And 3 dead crew would suck complete arse. Alright, let's get up to Port Prosper. Well, I'm hearing battles over there. Let's leave them be. Yeah, especially since it's a glorious dreadnought there. Let's leave them be. They'll be fine. Perfectly fine. Also, we are here to check out what might be needed to accommodate some impounded goods. We'll head off over there after this. And dock, okay? Shop Bazaar. And sell these lost souls. Gain some extra sovereigns and some experience, and just stained glass. Okay. No need to worry about stained glass. We'll do that there. Oh yeah, maybe we have enough for this. Alright, first things first. We'll join some more celebrations. Tolerated and curious. Over there. Do we have enough to be on our best behavior here now? Yes, yes we can. I might as well reiterate this since it's been a while. Attend the grand ball, the glory of the Port Prosper season. Candles illuminate the great staircase that sweeps up the residence of the Windward Company, which has been chosen to host this season's ball. West Enders promenade in their finest. Hoop skirts and starched collars predominate. White tie is the order of the evening. A few East Enders, mostly actors, have secured tickets, but most are servants if they are seen at all. The orchestra is playing the score from Victoria's first ball, Under Her Throne of Hours. Is worst behavior? We don't want to do that. Be on your best behavior. There are standards to be upheld. Your buttons gleam in the mirrors, as does your smile as you make polite conversation with notable after notable. The ball begins with God Save Our Queen, and ends with a quadrille. You are on your feet throughout. You drink precisely the right amount of sherry. Your comments are on the near side of cool, yet diffused with an elegant turn of phrase almost immediately. And to the servants, you are polite. To the companymen, you are charming. Everyone agrees you are quite the success. Several are amazed you're not a native of Port Prosper. You are tolerated by the prosperous West Enders. Roast chestnuts burn on open fires. East Enders stoke the flames and tend to the charcoal burning. There's just another... There's just this again. We cannot do that again because we just did that, so yep, we have attended the ball. Encourage adventurers to seek adventure. You know what? You know what? Let's do this. Encourage others to seek adventure. A returning Skyfarer is always the center of attention in the East End's pubs. Your tales could inspire listeners to settle to other ports. A crowd gathers to listen to your tales. Your stories of daring escapes and fingernail victories go down almost as well as the whiskey. Ambition dawns in several bloodshot eyes. Some might even follow through on it when sober. You will now be able to offer another settler transport. Which means we go... Opportunity. Transport a settler. Actually, we do not want to do that quite immediately. We want to check out here first, and then we'll stop by there. That's how we'll do this. Because they encourage quicker behavior to get to a place. The quicker you get there, the better the rewards. For now, we want to check the Albion Transit Relay. Shall zoom on in. The Albion Transit Relay. A stone edifice, scintillated with sigils, is encased in a contrivance of steel and brass. This is a Simon-Jenkins relay, allowing transport, via a loophole in some cosmic mandate, across the sunless wastes to a far-flung district of heaven. This one leads to Albion, the heart of the new British Empire, and the seat of Her Renewed Majesty, Queen Victoria. We, don't want to worry about that at the moment. We could bribe the superintendent to give you a travel permit. You must be circumspect. It is possible the poor fellow is afflicted with morals. Once you have a permit, you'll be able to travel between Albion and the Reach via the relay. And further captains in your lineage will inherit the permit. However, we have a better plan for this, which is submit the paperwork required for a travel permit. The superintendent is a stickler for proper procedure. Once you have a permit, you'll be able to travel between Albion and the Reach via the relay. Further captains in your lineage will inherit this permit. That's 2 ministry stamp permits. We can get that for turning in deals with are folks in the company, so that's what we're doing. However, let's check on a delayed package. It turns out that the previous courier was detained for having the wrong paperwork. Unfortunately, the goods were impounded on this side of the relay. Sign here. The board customs official is glad to clear some space in their cramped office. As long as you don't want to travel between regions without the appropriate paperwork, they couldn't care much less about cargo. This package has been serving double duty as a card table for the last week, but now it's yours, and the people of Bustrum will be glad to receive it. Excellent. Remain in the reach. You turn your engine around. You have business here yet. That we do. Staying put. You put the edifice behind you, and head back towards the feuds and fortunes of the Reach. The stars wink prettily. Alright, we have our package. Turn around, and go. And see where this settler might well want to be off on. And we are off our transport. Where would you like to go? Would you take me to the Leadbeater and Stainrod Nature Reserve? I'd love to see the wilderness. From a safe distance, of course. She rushes onto your vessel as soon as you finish shaking hands. Excellent. I'll stay out of your way, then. You'll hardly even notice me. Any luck, and you'll forget I'm even here. Ah, what do you know? We happen to be looking for there as well. Go figure. Alright, let's head off. It is southeast. It's probably somewhere along that avenue of business. We will find out. We will find out. First from... Yep, we'll go to Port Avon first things first. Pick up those verdant seeds deal while we can. Restock on supplies while we can. And then we will search. What is that one? That's an insane one. Okay. We have no need for an insane one. Memento Mori. I miss the Memento Mori. Such a good gun. Such a wonderful gun. And ooh, a Techni Scout all the way up here too. Brave of them to be so close to Port Prosper. Ugh. Ugh. Good stretching. The migraine does not continue, and I dislike it ever so much. Hopefully it'll be gone in good order, because, oh, it's, no fun. Thus, if I might seem a bit quieter than usual, that is 100% the case. Why? Just battling through that. There, head. Aha! A good find, a good find. Good find indeed. A complex of celestial ruins bristling with leaning pillars. That requires a saying. We definitely do not have that. The hours, though. The hours we need. The hours are a good, solid find. I approve wholeheartedly of the hours. Oh, hey! More hours. Boop. More hours for the machine. More hours to sell once we actually find that nature reserve, in particular. More hours we pick up mine for free, the better. And this is why I invested in mining. This is 100% why I invested in mining. Between the seasoned hours just floating in the sky and the bronze wood when you are in those proper areas, there's profit to be had from it. A good, solid profit. Shops, bazaar. Let us buy these seeds. For we will need them. For that, we shall head back to New Winchester. Because New Winchester will let us drop off those seeds, and then we can pick up some excess hours. Just the margin we need to get up to 5. And then we can head to... Where was it again? It's southeast, and then we can just head directly southeast of there. Basically along that avenue, right? So there, on that accord. And that shall do us well. Then we'll be well stocked for a journey, as on top of matters. Without having unnecessary cargo, because definitely in Sunless, guys, you have to manage your cargo hold well. Because it's very easy to get full. And your supplies and fuel are constantly not. By your ever-hungry crew and your ever hungry engine. Alright, we go up and we should be golden. Then, of course, we'll be heading the right back round, but that's fine. That is fine. It is very much the nature of the early game in Sunless, guys. Just getting settled, getting situated. With money and with the lay of the land. Load only. Shops, bank. Turn in those and grab a couple out from here. Then we go to the bazaar. Literature for Trader's Wood. The Somerset students camped in the Dark Wood require fresh material for their continued studies, entertainment, and occasionally roughage. They've requested 5 consignments of ministry-approved literature. Trader's Wood lies to the east of New Winchester. Another ministry-approved literature. Oh boy. Can be reliably purchased at Perdurance and Whirlburly Juxtamare. We are not anywhere close to any of that business. We are not anywhere close to that. Alright, 4 and 3. Let us head southeast and try to find this nature reserve. My likely first protocol of action is through that avenue. Exploring for a new place. That is the name of our game. Oof. Let us go to find a nature reserve. I just forgot, and then just remembered that the driver wanted to visit somebody here in New Winchester. But it's fine, we have missed that opportunity. But we will be back to New Winchester soon enough indeed. So onwards we stick to our plan to find the nature reserve and not keep our passenger waiting for longer than need be. Alright, let's find this place. And remember to converse with this specialist that they want to figure out. A lush verdance encloses you, green as emeralds. It should be southeast, which should put us somewhere in this avenue of line. How easily we may or may not find it. Well, that's a question for a different matter. That's a question for us blundering around like fools. I'm not having a good feeling about this route, though. This route seems to just be leading along an edge to a dead end. We shall take this other route. To the other route. Our terror is working its way up. It should be fine once we find the nature reserve, because that'll be a good, well, reduction on those matters. Southeast, so I feel like going down this way, and this way is getting ever more verdant. As we can see, we are surrounded by plants. Lush, lush plants. Which means this may be the right way. And a flat-out tent seems a bit promising. Just a bit. Hopefully. And more supplies we found. The incautious driver looks wistful. Father sent me to work. Sent me here to work a quiet job. Couldn't keep it. And here we have found it. Stainrod Nature Reserve. We need to find wherever the exploration deal is. L&S Loading Bay. Leadbeater and Stainrod is an elderly London company, the custodians of the Empire's first supernal nature reserve. To find work with them, head for Capabilities Cabins. If you'd rather enjoy the reserve, seek the gateway of Albert's Idel. Leadbeater and Stainrod Bay. This concrete bay is for loading and unloading locomotives. It disappoints tourists who expect to arrive at a scenic waterside. It mainly caters for the workers of the Leadbeater and Stainrod Company, who come to collect goods from the laboratories here. Cable cars link to the main reserve below, and the scientific base at Capabilities Inquest. Dropping off a settler. You're here. They have arrived at their destination. Whether or not they still wish to be here is another matter entirely. Encourage your passenger to disembark. You've made good time. They should reward you well. The flora of the Leadbeater and Stainrod Nature Reserve loom taller than its high iron walls. The researchers on the walls do not notice you. The settler is not in her bunk, nor are her belongings. But she has left an envelope full of sovereigns on her pillow, and a note of thanks. One of your crew later reports finding her picture in a Prosper newspaper. There's a bounty on her head. Ah. Wonderful. Alright, fine, whatever, she paid. Fine. Gather report. The reserve is a point of pride for the Empire. The Leadbeater and Stainrod Nature Reserve is a national park, maintained at great expense by the company. Scores of researchers come here to study the nature of the Reach. Many visitors come here too for a pleasant holiday. And what's our other option? Converse with your fellow captains. What brings them out this way? For a few, it's the work provided by Leadbeater and Stainrod. For the rest, the reason is the same. They're drawn by the beauty of the reserve. Some are here with tourists from across the Empire. Others are here to give their crews a respite. Others were simply passing by and couldn't resist stopping in. Fascinating. Let's go to the bazaar. And hours for Stainrod. And Leadbeater. But 5 of those for a very, very nice profit. A superior researcher has the barrels carried into a timbered laboratory. She hands over your pay. This is for your service, she says. And this is for your silence. She deposits a serpentine plant in a clay pot in your hands. It purrs gently. Otherworldly artifact and some experience. Our bargain here is... Bargain Bronzewood. Supplies? Ah, we can get some more verdant seeds here. And fuel and supplies. We picked up 3 from the sale. 3 from the sale, and we need 2 more. So we need to buy 2 of these. 2 more of that. 1 more of that. And 1 spare slot, if so be it. Skyfarer Supplies, a brisk, efficient shop at the station. It's so brisk, in fact, and so efficient that it's almost as if they want to get rid of visitors as quickly as possible. Yeah, probably. Capabilities Inquest. See, was there anything else here? No. Capabilities Inquest, a clump of cabins used by Leadbeater and Stainrod's researchers as they plumb and catalog the secrets of the reserve. Enterprising captains may find work for the company here. Base of research. The researchers of the reserve have a number of laboratories scattered among the tourist cabins. From here, they study the mysteries of the Reach. Read the request to all parkgoers. A researcher of the preserve has pinned up a call for aid. We want to study the powerful forces of nature at work in the Reach, so that we may improve the life of all citizens of the Empire. If you are an intrepid sort, and willing to aid our earnest efforts, we are offering a reward for the following. I see you're interested. The phlegmatic researcher has wheeled up behind you. His left leg is raised, perhaps to reduce the very obvious swelling. The key is to understanding the remarkable principles of growth and cultivation are waiting here. We just need suitable specimens. If you aid our research, I'll ensure you're properly remunerated. The researchers have a number of laboratories, and we are here to help them. Variety of items. Council needs for research return in 15 days to see the results. First things first, inquire into the phlegmatic researcher's current course of study. What mysteries is he delving into? And currently, I'm making a study of the orderliness of the Reach. It may be untamed, but a firm logic has guided its growth. I wish to better understand this principle. Alright. The Phlegmatic Researchers List. The Phlegmatic Researcher is studying the mysteries of the Reach. What can you bring to aid him? He needs one of the following requests. Of course, he's happy to reward you if you bring back more. Experiment sanctioned by the company. The Phlegmatic Researcher has requested that he be brought to the wings of a cloister bee. The Phlegmatic Researcher has requested that he be brought ants. Has requested that he be brought hybris pus. Lovely. Lovely. Alright, well, we have our list. Oh, I guess that's possibly the researcher. The researcher of the Nature Reserve toiled away in their laboratories. The Phlegmatic Researcher has identified certain elements, however, which may quicken their progress. Wanted the wings of a cloister bee to determine the cause of their melody. We seek the wings of a cloister bee. What is it that makes them sing when their smaller sisters only buzz? Wanted, ants newly introduced to humankind. We have received curious reports from certain homesteads about the behavior of ants. Given the reports of the ants circling those soon to die, we consider the creatures apt for study. Ah, lovely. Wanted hybris pus. The weeping source of hybris may yield deeper insight into the verdant Reach. It may hold properties either beneficial or detrimental to the human frame. We intend to find out. Ah, lovely. Alright, well, we have our list. Albert's Idol. The Leadbeater and Steinrod Nature Reserve is an immense, untrodden hinterland of the Reach's unreasonably fecund flora and fauna. It is popular with London's more outdoorsy tourists. Into the reserve. The park is filled with birds and flowers, trees and woodland creatures, streams and bumbling insects, and other insidious dangers. Visitors are not allowed to venture too deeply into the reserve without an escort. Arrange for a guide. Tour guides are essential in this place. Park guests are forbidden from entering the deeper sections of the reserve alone. The only person available to help you is a romantic ornithologist. He is lean and plainly dressed, with a long, wiry beard. The other researchers introduce you. Did you know our colleague here, one indicates the ornithologist, is looking for the mythical bird whose beak pecks away at the mountain of eternity? They stifle giggles. The ornithologist maintains his smile and gestures towards the forest path. I'll be glad to show you the reserve. I hope you'll join me later. You can often find me at the watchtower. The park is, yep. You may go on a tour with the ornithologist. Let's take a quick trip into the reserve. The ornithologist is happy to oblige your interest. And then we'll visit them. The romantic ornithologist clasps his hands with quiet delight when he sees you. I found a most wonderful place. Shall we? You delve into the reserve together. The birds sing around you. The flowers offer sweet perfumes. A pleasing breeze tumbles through a glade and whistles around a mountain bend. 2 sky stories. Also, it does sound pleasant. No guides to escort you at this moment. We don't want to take a walk alone. Let's go visit the ornithologist. If he is not hiking through the wilderness, or camping beneath the bog of one of the great trees, he is sat alone in his watchtower, watching for his bird. He nods hello as you enter. Welcome. Tea? Ask about the reserve. How does he find the wilderness? He smiles like a child. It is my home, he says. My church. Go visit. Ask about his fellow researchers. Is he on good terms with the other scientists? The ornithologist tilts his head from side to side. I get on better alone. It's not that I don't enjoy company, but... He scratches his beard. I think it's a difference in philosophy. They want to conquer nature and her secrets. I want to be her confidant. Alright, and now let's ask about the bird. He's researching a mythical bird. What is it, and why? There are other birds I could study, of course, he says, shrugging. But that's not the point. We have thought this bird a myth. The bird who wears away at the Mother Mountains, pebble by pebble. But miners have seen it. The heavens are home to improbable things. Anything else to talk about? No, okay. Interesting, so... There is something about a bird. Alright, but on that note, let us go. And first things first, get the experience for this place, because we need to find out where this is. Capabilities cabins is right there. Side thing. Not the main thing we're looking for. Where is the main... Hello, you have discovered Nature Reserve. Okay, there you go. Have all the experience. It's right there. Alright. Let's go back, drop off these verdant seeds. Because we don't know where its place is, but we're currently looking for it at the current time being. And let's see here. Nothing on that. Need secrets. Oh yes, we can go back to there. Okay, yeah, we can help go back to there, and we can go back to the circus as well. So actually, let's head off to the circus first. To drop off these boxes. And then head up to there, back to New Winchester. And then potentially to Magdalene's. Because we have completed that person's quest. I think we found a settler. These ones have had a bad year. However, bring a colony of ants aboard. The phlegmatic researcher of Leadbeater and Stainrod requested a sample of the little deers. Well, let's get some ants while we're here. A few shovelfuls of dirt into a glass tank, and you've thousands of the crawlers to bring him. Yay, ants. Means that was a good settler run-in because, well... because Could have traded some things for bronze wood, and that would have been fine too, but that was clearly the quest that had some RNG tied to it, because we would have needed to find a settlement to do as much. And we did! Huzzah! And now we also literally have an ant farm on our boat. On our engine, rather. Go figure. Boat. This is still not Sunless Seas anymore, Nuren. We are on a sky train, not a ship. Let us very much not to confuse the two for as much as possible. Unsettled dreams. That night, your sleep is peppered with uncomfortable dreams. The sky of your dream is blazing gold. It is peppered, no, crowded, with suns. Suns piled on suns, like the ghosts in a miser's hoard. Their light floods you. It shines through skin and blood and meat, picking out your branching veins and the slender pillars of your bones. Is there no more to you than this? You wake. We could seek company, a conversation, tea, perhaps a biscuit. Those fundamental human things that help us forget numinous moments like this. 50-50 hearts chance. Your engine is mostly crewed by the living. And we've unlocked this with our own crew. Don't worry about that. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about that minor detail. We could also make sense of the dream. It gnaws at you. It recalls certain eerie tales you have heard in the sky. Perhaps they fit together, like the pieces in a perilous puzzle. And that, however, gets rid of Tales of Terror for Vision of Heavens, and we don't want to do that. However, commit your dreams to the captain's log. Trap the dream, like a fly in amber. Gain terror and a tale of terror. Deep into that darkness peering, you record the dream as vividly and as thoroughly as you can. Does your hand tremble as you write? Does the ink spill? And when you read it back, does it make sense? Or does it sound like the ravings of a crumbling mind? 5 terror and another tale of terror. More tales of terror are good, considering how many things seem to require it. Also, for anyone who's still by, we have a different doggo on the chair now. This is Nash. He's the oldest. Aren't you? You're just staring at me. He's a little bit neurotic. He can be a little bit neurotic in his age, but he's still a good dog. Still a very good dog. He was just tiredly staring at me. To no surprise. Hello, Dreadnought. Do not mind me. We are doing nothing against y'all. It is fine. We are not doing anything against Her Renewed Majesty's efforts. And we don't intend to do so at all. For we are a London-respecting citizen, and nothing is about to change in those regards. Alright, spin around, and in we go. Perfect. I say as I nearly messed all of that up. New arrivals, we shall listen to their stories, and reduce our terror by a little bit more. Inconceivable Circus. We want this. We don't want to... we don't want to purchase tickets at the moment. Crew from the Circus. You will need to be persuasive. The Circus has some kind of hold on people. Don't worry, we're not going to do that. We will, however, deliver the magician's repaired equipment. His friend in Port Avon has fixed the delicate machines. They are ready to be used again. Unlocked when you have the humiliated magician's comfort. And helping them out. The magician inspects his equipment as thoroughly as a gunnery officer would their cannons before long-awaited engagement. When he is satisfied that the panels do shut properly and silently, he breathes a sigh of relief. It's been some time since I've been able to do anything worth a damn. I remember, back in those days, the people my performances would attract. His glance catches on an old poster of himself. He requests you leave him alone to practice. We have gained 100 sovereigns, 500 experience, and 2 saloon-stewed gossip. Good stuff, huh? Good stuff indeed. If we talk to him again, he smiles like a child who has just been seeing something magical. Did you hear how they gasped, he asks, mimicking the audience with exaggerated features of surprise. His smile widens, and he takes another puff. It's been a long time since I've heard that. As you can see, we're gonna help this caravan. This circus, one step at a time. Let's keep helping them. We do have, effectively, 3 more options. Accept a commission to reclaim the acrobat's twin. 4 of hats. One of them has run away. Again, the ringmaster huffs. It's time to bring them home. Accept a commission to purchase costumes for the clown. 2 of cats. The costumes are not for the clown, but for his pet geese, Cuddles and Ruffles. He's not funny without them, confides the ringmaster. Accept a commission to post flyers for the strong woman. 6 of rats. Ideally, the strong woman's act is to lift unusual objects brought in by the crown. But the problem is, no one knows they're supposed to bring something. Let us just keep doing things in order. Reclaim the acrobat's twin. They take turns, I think, running away. They won't come back until they get into trouble. But the cards say that trouble has happened. You'll find them in Bustrum. Ah, we're going back to Bustrum, eh? Travel to Bustrum to find the missing twin. Alright then, we have Bustrum to go to do that. Bazaar. We need 1 more of these. We cannot. And, unseasoned hours. I'll pick up some more unseasoned hours. We might be able to trade them into Mr. Penny's to kind of see what their deal is all about. Because I am curious about that. Let's spend some time so we can just get more hours. Yep. There we go. Just without wasting fuel. Wasting fuel would be such a shame. Oh, I'm not sure if I read this one. I might as well. Hours mined from the sky. The captain of a battered mining locomotive is selling unrefined hours quarried from drifting sky rocks. Each is a walnut-sized geode, within which an hour grows like salt crystals. The captain dabs discreetly at his eye with a handkerchief. Being close to this much time makes one melancholy. That seems familiar. Oh well, let's head off then to Bustrum. Since we need to go here anyways, and the initial plan was New Winchester, but hey, Bustrum is still, well, it's a ways away, so we might as well. Might as well indeed. We should check Carlin as well to see what kind of deals Carlin has. It might not be literature. It's probably not literature, but it could be literature. Alright, and we still have our verdant seeds. Our verdant seeds, which are meant for Titania, well, along with the 3 we have in New Winchester, which now I remember why I wanted to go back there to drop stuff off, but oh well, it's fine. It's fine. Efficiency. Efficiency. As efficient as I ever can be. As efficient as I will ever will be. Oh. Wait a second. Oh. Holy shit. I just realized something here from that raid that I had not actually realized, until just now. Well then. So, I think the follows from that previous raid, which now I'm just going to be even more thankful about. Thank you so much, everyone there. I think that might have actually put me over 100 followers. Aha! I have over 100 followers. Holy shit. Holy shit. Well then. Never bloody well imagined I'd ever get to that point. But, here I am, I guess. Here I am. More verdant seeds. I see. Seriously, y'all. I'll just take a moment here. Seriously, y'all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Everyone who has followed, who has subscribed, everything that everyone has done. Even if you got gifts up, that works too for me. Thank you all so much for your continued support, your continued viewing, and your continued wonderful company. Thank you all so much. I never thought I'd reach a point like I have amongst this with what I have streamed. But I have. I've gotten way further than I thought I ever would. And it's thanks to y'all generous folks within my community, within tangential communities, and just anybody and everybody who has been around here. Thank you all so kindly. I really can't believe it some days, just what I have achieved here and what I have done. Thank you all so much for helping make this streaming experience. It's such a bloody blast of time. It's fun. I enjoy doing this. It's great. Cheers to y'all. Cheers. I'm out of water. I need to fix that problem in a moment. To Bustrum first, though. Good price for verdant seeds. A syndicate of allotment owners are selling seeds. The vegetation of the reach grows boisterously, even violently, and the sacks are strapped tight with the leather belts. We do not need more seeds. Although that would have certainly been a cheaper way of getting the seeds. Oh, can't believe I didn't realize that before. And I wouldn't have realized that. And part of the reason is because I'm not used to using these new OBS dock options that actually show kind of more details in terms of that avenue. Like actually showing followers and subscribers and subpoints, views and viewers and all the like. A very concise system. Oh boy. On another plus side, my migraine headache is almost gone. It's still lingering there under the surface. Not as noticeable, but lingering there. But it's better. The handwriting is poor, but legible. And Captain Sean withdrew fuel, giving no reason. There's a column for miscellaneous notes. The captain writes of a vast object that drew a burning arc across their path. It's here to line into their vision and the navigator's heart. She insisted on trying to follow it for days. Vision of the heaven. Well, let's not run sidelong into this. And that would be foolish. Continue to press on to Bustrum once again. To recover an acrobat's twin. Yep, we will continue to help this circus as much as possible. And we have some hours for Mr. Pennies. It might just be just a regular old trade-off thing, but I'm curious if that leads to anything, because, as I said, even in this immediate starting reach area, there's so much I haven't done. So much of this zone that I haven't done that I want to see all that I can do. And, this is gonna be one of those things. Like, say, starting up that mining claim. Hi, fish. Hello, you cranky son of a gun. How about we just pass by each other upon the night? Sounds good. It sounds good. Just kind of explore a little bit around the edges here. Just for the sake of it. Another cantankerite. Cranky little buggers. Oh, here's a stowaway again. Your stowaway is causing trouble again. Stoker's socks are missing. And cheese has been pilfered from the galley. Someone has pinned an unflattering drawing of the quartermaster to the engine room door. The crew insists you do something about it, although they do find the drawing of the quartermaster quite funny. We can coax them out, but that's still most ordeals. 32% chance. Hey! Unexpected cargo. After an hour, an indignant stoker drags a sooty-faced urchin before you. Found her hiding in a supply crate in the hold. She had a right little treasure trove in there. And cutlery from the galley, Jones' Bible, and my best socks. He brandishes a horrible pair of socks. The stowaway picks her nose defiantly. You've gained 100 XP. A diminutive stowaway. The urchin wears an oversized Skyfarer's coat, clumsily and drastically hemmed at the sleeves and tails. Her eyes are pale, accustomed to starlight. A mottle of old frostbite blemishes one cheek. When she speaks, her voice seems older than the rest of her. What is she? 12? 13? Ask her what she's doing here. A locomotive is no place for a child. We might as well. She shrugs. A wanderer. She shrugs. As catching a ride, she says, insolently. I've been catching engines across the reach in Albion for years. Seen half the sky, I have. Poor Prosper to the Silent Saint. Skyhenge to Carillion. Ask where her parents are, possibly a sensitive topic, she's an urchin. Ask her what she wants. It might affect what you choose to do with her. Accustomed to the sky, she is taken aback by the question. No one's ever asked it before. Usually there's a lot of shouting. Then I'm chucked off at the next port. She thinks about it, looking around at the bridge. She's a good engine. Loyal. I'd like to stay. She decides. Until such time as I don't. Ooh. Custom to the sky indeed. We could let her stay. You could do with a mascot. This will end the conversation. You will acquire a sky-worn urchin. You can also tell her she can't stay. This is no place for a child. This will end the conversation. You can deposit the urchin the next time you visit New Winchester. You know what? You know what? We might as well ask this. Possibly a sensitive topic. We might as well before we deal with it. Alone. She looks at her shoes, mismatched and scuffed. Gone. In the blockade of New Winchester during one of the bombardments. She breaks off. Anyway, a neighbor tried to look after me, but I didn't like her much. The blockade of New Winchester. One of those events. Let her stay. We shall let her stay. Welcome aboard. What, actually? She salutes you, inexpertly. You won't regret it. I can help out, like. I know my way around an engine, and I'm no stranger to the sky. I know stuff. I could teach you. And perhaps another time, you tell her. You shake her grubby hand, and send her to bed. It's past her bedtime. The sky-worn urchin has joined your engine. Ooh. Pipe splits in the cold. That's not ideal. Hello, Bustrum. We're back. I ran into the mountain. We ran into the dock instead. It was about time we ran into such. It was really about time for such. Anyways, if we go to officers, we now have a sky-worn urchin. She claims to have seen half the sky already. She is only 1 heart, but... which is not super great, but... it is cool to see. The sky-worn urchin. She has made what is best described as a nest in one corner of the hold. A jungle of blankets, a chipper, tea-stained mug, a handmade journal stitched together from pilfered pages. She keeps odd hours, often appearing at midnight to sit with the signaller on the late shift. She pulls her collar up when the wind howls, and she keeps her eyes down when the stars are bright. Allow her onto the bridge. You're working late, checking your course against the charts. Company. She's been in the galley, teaching the crew new swear words. Good. Excellent. Teaching new swear words to my crew. Wonderful. But she prefers the quiet hours up here, with the stars stretched across the forward window, and the clock ticking softly from the wall. And together you pore over the charts, sharing stories of the places you've been, and speculating about those you haven't. Aw. Then there's our Blemigan Voyager. Your Blemigan Voyager perches on the back of a chair in the bridge. It is gazing through one of the stained glass windows. Is it bored? Awestruck? Searching for something? Prod your Blemigan. Its focus is elsewhere. You are sure to startle it. Yeah, fair enough. Just as your hand closes on the Blemigan, it reaches a tendril out and gently bats your arm away. None of that, it conveys. It hasn't even turned to face you. Well then, first things first. Cheap. Cheap Cloister Nectar. An ambrosial acquisition, Cloister Nectar, going cheap. A hive harrower, a well-plated locomotive that hunts cloister bees for their nectar, has called at Bustrum. The nectar scent uncoils down the mountain slope, sweet as Turkish delight. Alright, so that's here. Hours, bazaar. Let's see, explore Bustrum. Yes, we can do this and this. Deliver the previously impounded goods. There should be a payment for delivering this. A slice of civilization. One of the maids from Murgatroyd's golden tea shop is on hand to collect the supplies. The mistress will be so happy, she tells you. We've been mixing the last of our leaves with soil to eke them out, and... Well, you can only do that for so long before you're just drinking mud. Ah, lovely. You have delivered the goods. You've gained 200 sovereigns. Excellent. Excellent. Find the runaway acrobat. A bleary-eyed prospector has seen someone of their description. They are attempting to make a living as a miner. You find the acrobat fast asleep in the camp outside the mine. Their clothes are soiled by coal dust. It takes some effort to shake them awake. Once conscious, they push your hand away. Here to take me back to the circus, aren't you? Good luck to the miners without me. Who will they send into the upper crevices now? They burrow back into their blankets. So it goes. Let's give me 15 more minutes to rest, and I'll join you. Return to the circus to reunite the twins. Explore Bustrum. Let us visit the tea shop again. And enjoy another lovely spot of tea. We tried Empress's Favor before. Let us try Utharian Gold. It looks like tea, with the occasional sparkle. A single sip and you feel slightly dizzy. 2 sips and you struggle to find your legs. The sense of pleasurably disconnected bonhomie lingers for a few hours. You have sampled Utharian Gold. Terra's fallen, and we've lost 5 sovereigns. No worries there. It's fine. However, there is a new option here as well. The mountain scenes. Wind whistles through the mountain's caves, promising good luck to the miners below. Wind whistles through the mountain's caves, promising good luck to the miners below. They raise their tankards and toast the future it promises. We can join the celebration. Any passing miner will happily fill your tankard, or recruit crew amongst the miners. A few broke miners are not celebrating. They have already lost everything. We don't need more crew. Let's join the celebration. Yep, terror. That's what I was hoping. A rousing chorus. And cheers rise to the mountain and its bounty of ours. Ooh, pardon me. Until the soft panpipe sounds fade, and the backbreaking work of mining must begin again. Another drink or two, of course. Something to ward off the chill of the cold mountain slopes. Your very own claim. Collect your haul. Have some cargo space ready before doing this. Your crew takes a break. The fruits of their labors are barreled up and ready for your inspection. Alright, if we need space, let's first things first. Visit the pub. Approach the figure in the corner once more. Retrieve your crew. They can't keep hanging around on the mountain forever. I beg to differ. Alright, Mr. Pennies. Let's exchange one of these for an otherworldly artifact. The offerings might have some promise, though. A trade is made. You provide a fragment of hours for sale. A few seconds at most. Penny snatches them up with the blackened and leathery appendage that reaches out of its shroud. Mr. Pennies shakes as it sniffs at the little cigar box and the sprinkling of calcified time within. Yes, it whines. Will do. Will suffice. And now, because I'm curious what this option does too, because Mr. Pennies fascinates me, because I have a feeling that I know what they're based around. So, exchange your hours for money. pitiful exchange. Figure seems surprised that one such as yourself would make such a trade. Let us do so. It is pitiful, but I just want to see what they had to say. A very poor trade is made. You provide a small sample of ours for sale. A few seconds at most. Penny's claws for it with a blackened leathery appendage. Mr. Penny shakes it as it sniffs at the little cigar box, and the streaking of calcified time within. Yes, it whines. Will do. Will suffice. Okay, so it's effectively the same. Is this all the same here? Yep, okay. So, all's good. A waste, yes. I don't mind. I just wanted to see if it was anything different or whatnot. It wasn't as the answer, but we have learned. And one of those was free from investing in mining anyways. Speaking of which, investments, collect your haul. Some cargo space? We definitely have cargo space now. Miners speak of a geode containing a whole century's worth of hours. It's so big that it had to be dragged away by locomotive. Your crew have not found anything like that. With a factory full of equipment, the most you can realistically hope for is a fine bounty of unseasoned hours. They sit in nervous silence as you examine their efforts. The foreman has good news. Captain, we hit the mother lode. Unlocked when you have Bustrum, miner's luck. The mining crew wipes their foreheads. They only just finished gathering enough wax to forge the ministry's seal. Where they got it, they prefer not to answer. Reward the crew, we probably will do this, a shiny sovereign for everyone, reward yourself, and clearly this was all down to your judgment. I mean, we did choose the right spot, but our crew did a lot of effort. So many barrels. Nod approvingly. You expected no less. Reward the crew, a shiny sovereign for everyone. Which is one, because I only had one crew. Oh, wow! I was not expecting that many barrels. The crew happily takes the extra money. It may not be much, but the unexpected bonus warms their hearts after all their hard work. We have some extra space we need to deal with. And unfortunately, it might come at the cost of, the barrels of unseasoned hours. Oh dear gods, 10 barrels. What the buggering blast? We'll worry about that in a moment. Right now, assign a crew member. We shall assign a second crew member. Ready to get started, and we will ask them to begin mining once again. Bustrum prospecting. It'll take some time. They have now doubled their work crew. Awkward look around. Shops. Shops. We have 6 things. We cannot sell those here. We need the fuel and supplies to, get rid of it. Time for me to sleep. Well, Geeky Dolphin, thank you very much for sticking around and just lurking and watching. I hope you have a wonderful evening and a wonderful sleep. And take care, and I hope to see you again some other time. Oh, we do not want to buy more barrels of ours. Amusingly enough, think we can do anything here? No. Probably not. Explore Bustrum. Anything we can do here? Nope, nope, nope. No surprise there. The tea shop is the tea shop. Look at Mullisin's inventions. Return to the shop. Nothing there. The Hanged Man pub. Amusingly, suddenly, this is actually not that unprofitable. Because it's 8 echoes for things that. Sorry, sovereigns. 8 sovereigns for things we're gonna be ditching unceremoniously, anyways. So, here we go. Let's get rid of some of our excess stuff. Ah, there's 4. Only 4 there. There's 8 there. Is it just getting less and less? 7 there. Okay, it's very random. But this is better than them going completely to waste. Because we need these fuel and supplies to get the hell back to Dodge. Ah, 10 sovereigns. Yay! And your hours for money. 1. 1 sovereign. And 4 sovereigns. Back to a total of that. One could very much consider it a good loss of some profitable deals, but I wasn't expecting that many. And you literally cannot get back to New Winchester off of only so much, so yeah, I had to do that. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. I had to do that. Alright, we need to get back. Do note it, you can legit hit an insane amount of barrels from that, I have now learned. There, I presume, is the, their mine. Alright, let's go to Magdalene's. Because that should get us around the horror zone, and, well, we'll be turning in a deal that we need to turn in. Yeesh, I can't believe I got 10 from that. It's sad to have had to sell so many of them just to Mr. Penny's, but if there's, like I said, if there's one advantage, at least I didn't just have to ditch it for absolutely 0 profit. It's the one condolence there. The one solitary condolence. It is very much a condolence. Oh, it's fine, it's fine. We head to Magdalene's. And I accidentally shot something into the void, as I seem to do, because for some reason I keep on left-clicking as I'm, going out of the map sometimes. I have no clue why. Absolutely none. Also, this place is very disturbing. How deeply do the dead sleep? Lie softly. Oh god, what the fuck is that thing? We're running. We're running. What is this? A fair question. The Silent Saint. I am in a land of horror, that's for one thing, is 100% where I'm at. A vast sheet of ice has frozen over the ossified corpse of a vanquished beast. The surface is pockmarked with failing mining attempts. Collapsed shafts extend into the frigid tomb, and abandoned mining equipment litters the ice like discarded toys. Legends and rumors gather around the beast entombed below, a mythic horde yet unclaimed. We have breached the ice with your mining equipment. A good drill and some patience are all you'll need to plunder the secrets of the Silent Saint. With crew, mining, and a really low Mears check, depart, nothing wholesome abides here. Command your crew to break the ice. A dozen hardy miners armed with picks and pluck. as it was done in the promise of days. 25% chance, and you need a full 10 crew. Use explosives to breach the ice. There are few problems that dynamite can't solve. 30% and munitions. I'm probably not gonna do anything with this because I'm just horrified. But let us see what's here. Also, I'm just taking a breather from whatever the nasty, horrible thing that is trying to screech at me. Looks like a giant bat. A very, very giant bat. Nice to say, I'm not a fan. Not a fan, indeed. But, yeah, we will probably be leaving here. We will likely be living here. We will 100% be leaving here. We depart in a moment. Just checking something real quick here. Okay. Depart. Nothing wholesome abides here. Into the sky. The wind howls. Your engine struggles to clear the ice frozen to it. Debris scatters in your wake, rolling across the surface like dye cast across a board. There's a fierce crunch, and then your engine is free. I've lost a hole. Back up, back up, back up! Ah! Run! Something round and papery. Size of an umbrella, it hangs in the sky. Yes, something is. What the hell is it? I don't know. Oh! This is different. And the thing protected me from the abject horror over there. Was protecting me. Was. It is now crowned around here. Oh, damn it. This is just this. Nope. We don't want this. There's another hole. Awkward, but it's alright. I have to wonder if this thing's stuck. The answer is no longer, and that hurts. I should have just ran when I could. Most certainly. Oh god, it's gaining on me so fast. Ah, shit. Oh well. The game buckles, and it is... let's resume from our last autosave, where we didn't just suddenly find hell. Alright. Hours of might in Lestrum. Good for going faster than possible. Going to get some. Just making sure my claim fields are actually working. Yeah. Presence will keep them motivated, and it's just the same deal. Okay, so... lesson learned. If I go too far that way, I find literal hell. Yay! Do noted. Do noted indeed. We still mostly want to go this way. We just need to take a turn. We just need to take a right proper turn. Yeah, that was horrifying. I've never seen, that horror in particular. then the thing that was hovering over it was a thing as well. Yeah, let's try that again. Differently. Also did unlock something, but... Hey, Arcale. Welcome in, welcome in. How are things going for you? I hope your evening has been going well and dandy. 'Cause mine has certainly been going well. I mean, even with the horrors that I just found of unimaginable horrors, but... Alright, we can possibly investigate this now. Now that it's not full of something nasty. Retrieve. A curator's egg. One of your crew dons their thermal sky suit and steps out into the cold. After a few minutes, they return, clutching an object that looks uncomfortably like a large wasp nest. Reckon it's a curator's egg, they say, carefully handing it to you. It looks delicate, but has heft to it, as if something dense is nested beneath all the papery outer layers. Throw it away. Better be safe than sorry. Oh. Actually, take the egg on board. Someone in a busy port is sure to want to buy it. Secured in the hold. One of your people swaddles the egg in a grease-stained blanket and wedges it into your hold. Sitting among crates and barrels, it looks more fragile than it did before. Eggs can be sold at St. Dominic's Station in London, Wolsey Station in New Winchester, and King's Idol in Pan. You now have a curator's egg. Okay, well, that more or less answers the thing that I kind of knew what it was, but hadn't said. The thing attacking us, I believe, was a curator. They are giant bats. Very giant and vicious bats. Immensely so. As we saw as it absolutely clobbered us. Suffice to say, beware the curators. Beware the curators, indeed. Oh, now we have that horror marked on our map. We have found 3 horrors. Badink, badink, badink. And 1 actual wonder. A good place. More to wonder night. The place that doesn't absolutely savage us in punishment for our sins. Yeah. The horrors are nasty places, usually full of nasty deals and risky endeavors. As we saw. Risky endeavors abound in there, but... endeavors I would love to see what they result in at some point. Because I've never done them. But that is a matter for another time. I need more mirrors, is the answer, clearly. I need more mirrors. Yeah, I need more mirrors. Anyways, awkward situation aside, we shall pull into Magdalene's. Finally. And take the most riskiest dodge between floating rocks, because, I don't know, I decided to choose risk today, apparently. And I see I have chosen violence. As you can see, our curator's egg is now just stashed here. Beige and papery like a wasp nest, with the size and weight of an overindulged lapdog. Is it your imagination, or does it feel as though there is warmth coming from it? Warmth indeed. Ah, Magdalene's small comforts for simple minds. The repenting devil smiles blandly. And so we dock. I wonder if there's anything I can do with that egg that's more than just selling. Answers? Who knows? Yeah, I probably want to, very, very quickly get back that egg, but for now, I'm just gonna quickly stop this and see what's what. More jumble of distinguished souls are for purchase here. A supply of souls prized from frosty ruins. The punctilious excavator is selling precisely labeled lenses dug from one of the ruins of the Reach. You hold a lens up to the distant light and see a soul, wispy and restless, stir within. There's a soul trapped in everyone, the excavator murmurs, as if unwilling to intrude. For now, we want to pick up some extra fuel. Without fuel, we are dead in the water. And we have an errand we want to finish. Keepsake Market. An illicit stall has been set up near the port, where the doctors and nurses of Magdalene's sell the property of captains in their care, who require extensive stays. The practice is not encouraged, but the amenable host usually turns a blind eye. Repurchase an old journal, the diary of another skyfarer, full of dark secrets of a sinful life. 60 sovereigns. Recruit crew from the market. Their old captain is being treated. They find themselves stuck here indefinitely. While away the time with other captains, Magdalene's is a popular respite for most skyfarers in the Reach. There's always someone interested to share a drink with in this house of comfort. Let's see here. Wonder what the first deal is. It's kind of vague. So, I'm gonna check that. Oh, pardon me. Pardon me. Oh! Oh! Ooh. Okay, I want this. Why, you may ask? Sold. The nurses hand over your new purchase, warning you not to tell anyone where you found it. They add that there will likely be more offers like this very soon. We now have a savage secret. We've been looking for savage secrets, alright? And there is our first one. Smile to the manual host. Speak to the manual host. What will you tell the manual host? You have pursued his memories enough to have an answer for him. The manual host closes hands around his returned locket. Now it comes to it. I'm not sure I want to know, but I've sent you out. He drums his finger against his cup. We don't spare our guests the truth, so why should I be any different? He fills goblets for you both. Well, out with it. Could confirm his identity on Bustrum. Perhaps this is who he ought to be. He was shot dead on the mountain and survived. Confirm his identity on New Winchester. You found some fragments that might form a history. A strike-breaking factory owner, now reformed. confirm his identity on Port Prosper. You found little evidence, but perhaps enough. He continued the work of the Parlor of Virtue on Port Prosper. Tell the truth. There was nothing conclusive to find. He may not have been any of them. Or, tell the truth. You have found nothing conclusive. Which would he prefer to have been? Hello, Notice. Welcome in. Nice narrator voice. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's appreciated. Welcome in, and good to see you. I hope your evening is going wonderfully. And thank you for the compliment. One always finds their own voice weird, so it's nice when when it gets complimented as is. Else with the self-consciousness of it. Let us... Do you have any question about this game? Not in the time being, no. I've played through an ambition of Sunless Skies in the past, although although it has A, been a while through multiple patches, and B, there is some stuff I haven't done, so effectively, a lot of the stories still remain a mystery to me, although I have at least some grasp of the mechanics from my previous playthrough, so I'm good for the time being, but I appreciate you asking as so far much. Yeah, let us do this one. And tell the truth. You have found nothing conclusive. Which would he prefer to have been? Nothing at all. He gazes at you for a long, solemn minute. Abruptly he stands, and removes 2 polished glasses, and a filled decanter from a box in the wall. He places 1 glass before you, and fills it deep. I suppose I should commend your nerve in giving me that answer. He fills his own glass, and finishes it in 1 swift swig. My own self, cindered ash in the kiln of my ambition. He gives you a crooked smile. So goes the teaching of Magdalene's. He goes to a drawer and takes out a sealed envelope. For all your trouble, I am who I have chosen to be. I have that, at least. That's a good spirit of his. Assumed identity. You've told the annual host that all of the memories he has are his. How much do you already know? That is a fair question. Like, a lot of the individual stories, especially outside the Reach, there's a lot I haven't finished in those regards. And those sort of things I'm intending to very much delve into with an actual playthrough here on stream. As far as general lore business goes, I've thoroughly plundered Sunless at sea of as much of everything that I could do, and I've played Fallen London very, very, very deeply into it. Like, I've completed my ambition in Fallen London. I've completed the railway. I've actually recently got Paramount Presents, so I've delved a lot into Fallen London as well. So yeah, I know what a judgment is. I very much do know what a judgment is from all my experiences so far in both of those games and what bits I've delved into here. So yeah, I do indeed know what a judgment is. Sometimes I'll play coy on stream on what something may be, but that's because I don't necessarily want to potentially spoil for things for whoever may be playing along. And that I find great, find ideal, because if someone wants to follow along the mystery and see it revealed when it does reveal itself, that's what I want to see. People who are potentially might be enjoying the journey for the first time. So, that's kind of how I approach things, so I very much do know what a judgment is, and I've been keeping mum on it for the matter, because the Reach doesn't really go much into it, as far as I recall. Future areas definitely do. Future places definitely do. And I will get to that in due course of time. But yep, all of his memories are his, and he is what he is now. 500 sovereigns, and a good view on matters. Go backstage. You are known by the host. You are permitted to socialize with attendants, and observe behind-the-scenes life at Magdalene's. Yeah, let's do as much. There are always jealous glares when someone parts the violet curtain that keeps attendants' private space from their work. Backstage, relaxed chatter and the scratchy sounds of music over the gramophone fill the air. Clouds of powdered makeup and tobacco wash over you, mixed with lavender perfume. Help an attendant prepare for work. There are lines to rehearse, briefs to digest, accents to perfect. The face powder the attendant is using is cloying. He flexes his shoulders, cracking each knuckle in his hands. The pay was worse in the parlor, but the work easier. I don't know how many more long-lost sons I've got in me. A mourner wanders past, clad in outdated black silk. She is recreating her husband's funeral today. She is smiling. Magdalene's is sad, in my opinion. They're not even therapists, they're liars. Comfortable liars. Yeah, they are. They are very much actors. They're very, very skilled actors, but not therapists in that light. But I think that's kind of part of the thing about it. It is sad, but they're still providing. They're still providing comfort, however much they can, and as far as the people who come into Magdalene's, it's not like they are deceived in the matter of what the premise is. It's like they always need to keep in mind, and I think it is known, but I can be correct if I'm wrong. But from what my understanding of it is that they kind of know that obviously the things here aren't reality, but you still are going in knowing that it's not exactly the truth, but because you're seeking the comfort of the act, of what's going to be presented to you in the way that you have detailed them to do so. And it's definitely bittersweet and sad. That goes very much without saying, but these folks are definitely just trying to perform their roles to help however they can, and that's commendable in a way. With everything being relatively cleared out, in that there's no false perceptions in the matter. But it is definitely bittersweet. But for what helps a person, can at least help a person. Also, keep in mind that this is back towards, like, effectively Victorian era England mindsets. This is pretty outstanding for the period. Not a good way to deal with problems. In fact, it would make some come back to enforce that illusion. Yes, and the game definitely does show on that, in terms of you needing to force away one person who has blurred the lines. But like I said, as far as putting it through kind of the veil, the perspective, the proper lens of not exactly the modern times, where yes, modern concepts and mental health care definitely are a lot more refined and better off for everyone these days. But when you put Magdalene's kind of in the perspective of Victorian era England and all the mindsets around that, it's it's still very much it's still very much a step in the right direction for what's all going on. Especially then you throw Victorian era England and then toss it into space. Better than the Devil's Methods. Yeah, the Devil's Methods are And that's definitely a huge difference between the devils, like at, say, in Calamon and here at Magdalene's. The devils still have their own personal interests in the matter, in terms of their own personal goals and things they want out of it. Magdalene's is at least a little bit less selfish in that regards, which definitely makes it better. Definitely a generally better approach. There's still this. Help an attendant prepare for work. If anything of this changes. The attendant finishes applying the brush to her wig. I don't suppose you're familiar with Her Majesty personally, no? She quirks an eyebrow in her mirror. Ah, well, I don't suppose tonight's client is either. How amusing. A mother wanders past with a young boy. He would only ever listen to his old arithmetic tutor. His death has been rather expensive. We can share a drink. Unwinding after a guest is a necessity of life at Magdalene's. You share a bottle of wilderness-chilled wine with a troop of attendants, fresh from a circus performance. They expect us to keep up with Palmier and Plenty's, one tired amateur acrobat complains. Should we ask our host for an instructor? An exhausted strong woman asks. A gray-faced magician shakes his head. This job? Do we need to have experienced everything to be anyone? And as we can see from, themes with this, and, this premise does wear down on the actors involved as well. A waltz can be heard from the upper floors. Someone has requested the recreation of the Sapphire Jubilee. Can further share drink. Glasses gleam in mellow candlelight. A party is being prepared. No customers allowed. Scream of a boiling kettle. The attendants are on break. Alright, well, either way, let us... We are fully stocked up. We don't have room for shops, and that's fine. Let's get to New Winchester. Let us get to New Winchester. We have a very precious cargo that I hope to get rid of. And not that way. That way seems to be full of fighting. We don't want to be the way full of fighting. We want to be full of this way. That no doubt leads to New Winchester. Alright, so straight avenue. Excellent. Hovering towards the left, straight avenue. Good, good, good. Let us head offward to New Winchester's light, where hopefully nothing bad happens en route to the place. Because that would be unfortunate. Quite unfortunate. There's our 28. The Skyser's Agus. Let us mourn the dead to reduce our terror. And alright. Skirted by that with some right proper dodges. On the contrary, if the meeting in this game is going by, meeting the queen will make you more insane. Certainly by this point in Sunless Skies, the queen has... Or in this case, the Empress as she's now dubbed, but yes, the queen has been through a lot. Between Sunless Skies slash Fallen London and all that led up to all of that happening, yeah. Victoria has been through a lot. Not that I'm sure anyone probably dares to call her Victoria at this point, but yes, she's been through a lot. Have you been to Albion? Yeah. Like I said, I've delved into a little bit of every zone. The one ambition that I have completed, and thus why I never explored every little nook and cranny, was the I think it's the Son of the Sky, the that ambition, the one where you're making when you're effectively making a series of stories, and you're doing it. As far as her renewed Empress goes, I think I gained an audience by completing a certain officer's quest that I won't specifically mention, like I said, just in case for people who are following along and that want to remain the mastery. I've completed a certain officer's ambition, so I think I have. But also, as noted, it's been a while. It's been a while since I last played this game, so a lot to remember and a lot to redo and rediscover. An eggmonger. The sign over the small stall at the far end of the platform is rife with mistakes. How is it possible to commit so many errors when writing the words, "I buy eggs"? The man behind the stall wears a crooked hat and a tattered coat. He is in possession of more twitches than teeth. Care to sell some eggs, Captain? I buy 'em. He points to that sign, proudly. It's the first time I've gotten a curator's eggs. You need 2 curator's eggs. We only have 1. We're not risking trying to find another. A little extra coin is never a bad thing. Sell the egg. It's only taking up space in your hold. Alright, curator's egg. Be gone. A mercifully brief transaction. You pass the man the egg. He almost drops it. He then searches around under the stall for a while, with the egg tucked dangerously under his arm. Eventually, he gives up looking for a container to stow it in, and clutches it between his legs, while he roots through his pockets to pay you. Finally, with a nervous smile, he tips the right amount into the counter in front of him. Onto the counter right in front of him. All of the haphazardness, but it's fine. We have successfully sold our egg. Without anything horrible potentially happening. I'm not about to figure that out. Let's see here. Bazaar, Bronzewood for Port Avon. Cricket season is nigh. Mr. Sharma of Port Avon will pay for 5 consignments of bronzewood to furnish the village team with bats, biles, stumps, shin pads, and protective cups to minimize damage to delicate areas. Port Avon lies to the east of New Winchester. An opportunity. You overhear dreary company men discuss a storm over Trader's Wood. They speculate it may have brought down a lot of bronzewood, which might now be going cheap. Alright, Trader's Wood opportunity. Excellent. Let us put these verdant seeds here, and what we remain of here, there. We have 1 bronzewood in here if need be, but we want to keep ourselves empty for the opportunity. And that is... Yep, 5 consignments of bronzewood and Trader's Wood. Means we could always buy up the excess if need be, but first things first. Supplies. We are about to go through multiple ones of those, so 5 and 5, yeah, sure. Notice, thank you very much for the follow. See you around. Thank you so much for stopping by, and I appreciate it. Thank you again for the follow and for your brief company. Hope to see you again sometime, and take care, and have a fine evening. Habba-dabba-da. Words, they are difficult sometimes. Anyways, let's remember to do the doctor. Escort the incautious driver to their family doctor. A silver plaque on the door bearing only a name indicates this as the address of New Winchester's most exclusive practice. Cautious driver and needs to visit a doctor. An immediate appointment. While the doctor conducts her examination, the driver asks you to update their old records with their current employment. You take a moment's pleasure in the driver's ridiculous middle name and pass over the field on gender, straightforwardly crossed out. Their address was last an eyebrow-raisingly prestigious New Winchester townhouse. You amended to the name of your locomotive. Ah, the doctor says, peering into the driver's ear. A case of verdancy, a fungal colonization of the brain, not uncommon in the Reach. You've noticed uncharacteristic impulses, changes in behavior? She eyes the driver's skysuit and scars. The driver nods. Yes, the spores root deeply in the brain. Attempts to extract them have had less than satisfactory results. I'm afraid the best prescription is to entertain them. Take them where they want to go, see the things they want to see. Typically, a little travel does the job. They'll soon lose interest. 1,000 experience, hot damn. And learning more about the incautious driver. Alright, and if we go to them, we can see what they want. Converse with the incautious driver. They've only been more restless since their appointment. A communion with verdancy. The incautious driver paces back and forth, clicking their tongue. Pardon me, it must have been the crash in the nature reserve. My father sent me there to take up a nice, quiet job. I always did love botany. But when they pulled me from the wreckage, I had new dreams to follow. I thought they were mine. Now, how can I be sure? A new resolve washes over their face when they turn back, eyes sharp and sparkling with a flicker of emerald. Either way, I know where I have to go. Old Tom's Well. Give me the wheel, Captain. I have an appointment to keep. The well lies to the south of New Winchester. Ah, the well. Okay then. Interesting. We're mostly fully stocked up. I'm gonna be right back. I'll be right back 1 moment. I'm gonna refill my water really quickly. Stretch my legs, water, all that jazz. So, I'll be right back in 1 moment. Alright then. Right then. Actually stretched and watered up. Delicious, delicious water. We know where Trader's Wood is for our opportunity we were made aware of, and thus we shall be going there. To Port Avon. And then to Port Avon, rather. Trader's Wood, then Port Avon. They're in a relatively decent trajectory, at least, so that's always good. Always good. But first, we need to reach there. And not accidentally bonk into Attack Me, Scout. That would be a bit foolish. How is our number of sovereigns doing? You'll notice we are being tracked on our connoisseur of fine teas. We have sampled the teas. A taste of home, not necessarily a pleasant one. And the slightly psychedelic tea beloved in Pan. So, yeah. We are being tracked for the amount of tea that we have intaked. Well, the different sorts of tea, rather. You see, frangipani. That's a hell of an engine name. Fair enough. Oops, accidentally fired again. Why do I keep on doing that? Twitchy fingers, twitchy fingers. Oh boy, my twitchy fingers. Yes, let us very much press on to such. Ah, settlement. Leave swiftly. This is one of them that's having a bad year. Let us trade some supplies for some bronze wood. It's a good deal. Twigs and a good tit for tat. It really is a good deal. Bronze wood is a very, very expensive one, as we have seen to purchase, so having things in stock is generally a good thing. And stuff we can get off of mining as well. Today, the sky is as cold and blue as ice in a glass. So, skirt by Port Avon here. But we shall not talk there yet. There is no need to. Traders would only supply supplies. Supplies. Yes, indeed, they supply supplies. What I'm saying is they don't sell fuel too, which is fine because we haven't had to get rid of any fuel. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. So we definitely will need to... might need to ditch things. Might. We won't worry about that quite yet. Let us get to Trader's Wood first, and maybe some things will be close to take over by then. Maybe. Maybe not, but maybe. And if not, well, we can explore around a little bit. No harm in that. There's a back area near the Trader's Wood that we haven't fully covered upon our map. And discovering things upon our map is not a bad thing. Helps us get a gauge for things. There's the nature reserve over there. How's the driver? I came here once, don't remember why. A king? His cup? Anyways, let's take the long way around. The way that involves me exploring the things. And potential branches that there could be, because there usually is deals like this around the edge, where you can try to navigate the outer reaches of that. There's the deep wood. A little bit more experience for us. Yay, experience. We do indeed always have to enjoy good old experience. Verdant forests of this place. They certainly take over, and certainly make endeavors difficult here in the Reach. But so it is, so it is. And I'm just kind of exploring around it. This might join up with this at some point. Hopefully. The Marl. Oops. Done again. I've accidentally just fired off into the void. There might possibly be a way through there. But that's the most direct route to Port Athon. The most guaranteed route, especially. Alright, but now that we know this is just a tiny itty-bitty spinny deal. Cautious driver again. And we will have two things be ticking over. Both our supplies and our fuel. How well timed. And let us dock here. An opportunity, a lumber camp. Blue smoke rises from a camp at the fringes of the Parlwood. And also a respite from labor. The distinguished retails of Ravenscourt and Stamford operate a small logging outpost. As for wood for a hole, we shall do this rest again. Reduce our terror from going down around. But yes, an opportunity. Blue smoke rises from a camp at the fringes of the Palewood. A great bronzewood has come down in a storm. Lumberers swarm over its vast trunk, boring into its cores to extract the most supple wood. There's more than can be burned for charcoal, and more than the company will pay for. Rather than leave it to slowly rot in the rain, the lumberers are willing to sell it to those captains with a reputation for discretion. We could take it by force. You have absolutely no intention of paying for it. That's a 61% chance and likely to lose crew. However, we can. The numbers are cautious about being found out by the company. If it knew they made additional profits, it would refuse them their full fee. 960 for 5 bronzewood. What is the normal cost? I'm just gonna check that out. Huh. Well then, first things first, we have a really advantageous situation here that I'm glad I noticed right off the start. Look at that. There is a prospect that we happened to get here where they wanted 5 ministry-approved literature. What conveniently happens to be right down here. Let us, we shall buy these for 350. And, oh look. Look at that. And then we shall sell it for 950. The classicists are delighted, but you can't please the theologians. Too fanciful, apparently. The medievalists cannot seem to come to a definitive conclusion. You're paid well all the same, and invited to go stargazing in the Palewood. Vision of Heavens, and 150 experience. And a really well-timed bargain right there, that's for sure. Bronzewood is generally 175 apiece. So this is 5 for 960. Right, that's 960, right? Yes. That's what I had this weird feeling of. So, interesting notion here. 960 at for 5 bronzewood winds up being at 192 apiece. Compared to our 175 there. Huh. That's not a good opportunity at all. Alright, hold on, let me see something here. Store is Forest Edge Lumber Camp. Lumber Camp. Why does this seem like a horrible, horrible deal? Because it might well be. An opportunity, okay. That may be, part of the issue. Okay, that's why it's like it is. Okay. Apparently, this sort of deal is influenced by one's affiliation with villainy. Because I do not have any affiliation with villainy, thus the discreet part of matters, I am being sold for above market price. Unideally. So, we're not gonna take up that deal. We are sure as blast not gonna take up that deal at the moment, and it is just gonna sit here and think on what it's done. We have 1 bronzewood. We will just go to the regular old shop and buy 4 of them. Boop. And we will suffice with that. Like, yeah. So yeah, we now learn. We either have a ridiculous amount of irons, which we might work our way up to, or we need affiliation in villainy. Which, we're not going out of our way to do. To say the least. At the moment, I'm kind of been gearing towards establishment and academia. The affiliations of those in the status quo and those of the educated. Those are the ones I feel at the moment very much fit my character. Whether it'll last such as those, eh. But on the plus side of all that, was being able to complete that prospect there, from the bargain that was there. Sometimes, you do get that serendipity of luck. And it is a beautiful luck, having that happen. Just a right good case of, oh, that's some exactly the thing I need to sell here. Sort of like the nectar for... It's like, sort of like the nectar for Caravan, but even better of a deal. Much better of a deal. Alright, hello, Port Avon. I am here with your bronzewood. Not the opportunity of bronzewood, but the bronzewood. and dock right in. Ding ding, indeed. Ooh, another quiet day. Let's deal with this first. And sell this for a good, solid 1,475. Boop. Delighted by your arrival, the villagers invite you to afternoon tea on the green. There is an alarming suffit of scones, and you are pressed to take rather a lot of them away with you. We have gained 2 supplies worth of scones. Amazing. We have also gained 150 experience, and our welcome has been boosted up to 8. As for deals here, we have the potential of verdant seeds. Okay. Not overly interested in such at the moment. Quiet day in Port Avalon. We can buy some more cheap fuel. I would love to do so, because that will always do our benefit. Let's see here. We have some welcome to spend around now. It's up to 8. Let's see if we can't get anything on this accord. This is just to get, this is just to get a vision of heavens. Don't necessarily need to do that. The inn has... could read some fiction. By having no Somerset Hunting Club membership. And the Rat Brigade is here again. Exclusive rights to the rooms above the pub, as well as the finest brandies. Thick cigar smoke curls through the air, filling this private chamber with premium-grade fog. Bloated gentlemen in well-worn military uniforms sit at mahogany tables, sipping port. They chunter of the old days, and how very much better they were. Request membership of the club. It was a famous club in old London, home to not just nobles and distinguished soldiers, but ex-ministers, royal courtiers, and other members of high society. Exactly. You may as well ask. It doesn't hurt. Let's see what they have to say about it. Our sort of people. A stout veteran gives you a polite once-over. Suppose we could countenance an application. Of course, membership is not a matter of mere money. No, no. He directs your attention to the trophies. Most are old and musty. Neath creatures, deer, foxes, and a bear, all hunted in the members' now long distant youth. Neath creatures as well as surface creatures. This has been a long-standing hunting club. Perhaps if you could help decorate our walls with some impressive local fauna, we can talk matters of first payment and then membership. Of course, we could hunt the beasties ourselves, and we will, by thunder we will. But the fire is so warm, and there's port left in the bottle. Hunting for the Hunting Club. The new Somerset Hunting Club has requested that you gather trophies for their walls. You need to bring back a Cantankerite trophy to the Hunting Club in Port Avon. You need to bring back a Coister trophy to the Hunting Club in Port Avon. And you need to bring back a Scribe Spinster trophy to the Hunting Club in Port Avon. So Cantankerite, Coister B, and Scribe Spinster. We need the trophies. The club will pay to hang this on their wall. The glassy, multifaceted stare will reflect the firelight prettily. They may need to clear some extra space on the wall. Okay then, we have that in our ranks now. The appropriate amount of cider. We won't worry about the cider. And we can do that. The village screen, are there any quests here and there? Village, watch a cricket match. No, let's watch a cricket match. The crack of willow on leather. A hesitant smattering of applause. How's that? The game could charitably be described as stately. But there is a moment of excitement when the batsman hits a six, and the ball whizzes over the thatched roofs, off the edge of the port, and is lost forever in the starry deeps. The audience groans, and play stops while someone goes to get another ball. The problem with playing on floating islands, stuff like that. Actions here will wear out your welcome. Yeah, we shall stick with that for now. Da 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 da. Oh, and zoom that. My apologies for that. Alright, we could pick up a couple of verdant seeds if we want. We shan't bother, I suppose. Yeah, we will stick with what we have there. Okay. What do we have in our journal of things to do? Still need more Savage Secrets, that comes at no surprise. Surveyed Bronze Reed going for cheap. It is not cheap for me at the moment. Initiate of Peridlin. We do have those to do with. We have Hybris. We have helping... we need to return to the Circus. But of course, and we need to go south. Okay. So, that's what we need to do. We need to head back to the Circus. And then we still have... 5 more of those and 1 more of those. I could have gotten 1 more of those, but honesty is better just to trade them in right there on site. We do need to find Titania, though. And 5 deals there. But first things first, let's spend some of our... some of our fuel and supplies and such to go there, back to the Circus, to turn things in, because there are more people to help, and thus we can see where the more circus deals are. And take a right. It's difficult to hit a small fish, even if it's a stonefish. Also some ruins there. It's fine. The defeated Cantankerite has been blasted to smithereens. Only a cloud of stony chunks remains. However, we can apparently still get a trophy out of it. Yoink! Collect a Cantankerite trophy. The new Summerside Hunting Club will be pleased. Mounted and ready. The crew set about the creature with hacksaws while the quartermaster prepares a board. The hunting club will no doubt wish to replace it with something finer in mahogany or bronzewood, but this will do for the moment. Ignobly forgotten. Yep, just ruins, just straight out. So that leaves us with a bee, which we haven't run into any bees at the moment. We have numerous needs for cloister bees. And a Scribe Scrivener. We know where to go for those if we, really need to go there. Hey, Kane! It's been a while. Good to see you too. Good to see you doing... Hopefully all has been going well for you too. Good to see you. Glad you've been able to stop by, and yeah, hope all's been going well for you. My evening has certainly been going well. house and pet sitting at the moment, so keeping track of these things and the like. So all's been well on that accord. All's been great. Working a lot and just got back from a cruise. Ah, I see, I see. Both is fair. Work is, well, work is certainly important indeed. And going back from a cruise, that must have been a fun trip. That must have been fun indeed. Well, glad things have definitely been going great for you, and it's definitely great to see you as well. Said it's definitely been a while, so glad to see that you are still doing well and all that. If you hadn't noticed, I've actually been affiliate for a bit, and that's been making me extremely happy. It has been very, very, very. It's been a journey. All this streaming. It has been a journey. A great journey. Also, I know you can do it. Yeah, I definitely had the help of a lot of fine and generous folks who continue to be very fine and very generous. I've gotten a great community wound up around me, either directly or tangentially, and I'm happy for pretty much everyone who has been here along the way. Also tonight, and something I didn't notice until a bit ago, tonight also got me over 100 followers, which is mind-shattering that I'm over 100 followers. I never thought I'd get to a point like this, but here I am. Here I am. Love it, positive vibes indeed. I am happy to be how long as I have been, and love how well everyone has been along the way. So I appreciate it all, and will continue to enjoy it for every moment with everything that I continue to just play and do, and hope that I can just spread a little bit of goodness through my own efforts, as well as getting a little bit to help support me in the same vein. A win-win all aboard. Also, collect free tickets to the circus. Of course, you don't have to pay. You're part of the family. Tickets acquired. The urchin hands over your free tickets with no apparent enthusiasm. Yeah, fair enough. Alright, behind the tents. And reunite the acrobatic twins. You've brought the errant one back to the circus. I wondered when we'd see each other again, one twin remarks to the other. The other replies, how do you know I'd return? You always have before. I'm glad you're all right. They wander off, each catching the other up as to what has passed in their time apart. 50 sovereigns, 500 experience, and 2 sky stories. Ah, we are so close to another level up. So close. And let's talk to them now. They should be rather well better off. They sit across from each other in quiet conversation, sunk deep into their fat cushions. They smile awkwardly at you. It is good for us to be together again. And not so good. I do rather wish we could be free of this place. Perhaps you'll have better success. Perhaps. They fall into a silence you can not pull them out of. Alright, and now to help the others. Visit the Ringmaster's Caravan. And now we shall accept a commission to purchase costumes for the clown. Or, as we learned when I described them more accurately, we are going to buy some costumes for the clown's pet geese. Cuddles and Ruffles. His best acts require them, the Ringmaster says, but they won't perform unless they're in costume. And unfortunately, the geese have a habit of destroying them after a few shows. We've a friend in Port Prosper who will be happy to supply us with costumes. We've the money, but not the transport. He hands you a small purse. Gee, shocker, the geese destroyed their own outfits. It's almost like they're geese. The answer is they're geese. It happens. Bargains available? We do not actually have any more bargains here. We still need one more of these. We need to acquire one of those first. Stories, Javerse's Rest. Actually, no, we wanted this. Yeah, this is what we want. Bonus supply. So, that is asking for us into Port Prosper. We might as well go up there. We can go from there. And then up to there. Okay. And then see if there's any more new prospects to pick up at New Winchester. Because that might help decide things as well. So onwards we go into the sky, and me needing to avoid a rock. As is also typical of the matter. One does not very much want to run into giant floating rocks when you are in a train that is much smaller than all of them. Also, what is over there? And another settlement? Ah, yes it is. Yes it is. Ah, this is one of the abandoned ones. Let's leave. Like, nope, we do not have the mirrors for that business quite yet. Maybe, once we level up, we can snag some more mirrors if we have a decent mirrors option. We shall see. The first things first, we need to level up. Which means doing stuff. And doing stuff we do have in mind. I definitely want to finish the circus stuff before end. I very much want to finish the circus stuff. So that's what I will push forward doing. Along with continuing our trades when we can, because that's money. And money leads to good things. And here is our other avenue to New Winchester. Oh, we could have just been taking this route to the circus. Alright, fair enough. A slightly more direct route to the circus than around like that, but oh well. Hey, Cantor Still. Also called Experience. Beautiful, wonderful experience. Ugh. Let's turn into here and see if there's any prospects to mind. Pull into port. Aha! We do indeed. Two things at that. We have ours for the nature reserve once again. An opportunity. A battered old captain at the station mentions an engine newly docked at Port Avon that he suspects is carrying barrels of unseasoned hours. Ooh. And more munitions to where we're conveniently going to, Port Prosper. 3 munitions. Alright then, let us go to our bank and pick out 3 of our munitions. For the good of things. And okay. We are up at 4,000 money, actually. I actually might be in a decent position. I'm gonna get a little bit more money just as a buffer for investments and stuff, but we might be actually getting in close to that regards. Yep, as far as our hold goes, we now have ours there and there. And that one deal of ministry-approved literature that we're gonna need to find in some capacity. We'll work on that. Keep our eyes open for other bargains. Because that's really the best odds we have, is through means of that. There is no other means for it otherwise around here. Just bargains. Because we are not in the selling points of that. We would need to potentially probably go to Albion for that accord. And we're not ready to leave the Reach quite yet. And so we aren't. Alright, let us go up to Port Prosper. We could also see about encouraging another settler to go about. That would lead us someplace, and we know where most of the ports are. Yeah, I'll do that as well. A little bit of extra cash for being up there is always a good thing to, well, continue efficientizing our prospects. The more, the better. Listen. These are the borders of the Queen's March, first step to the long journey to Albion. Yes, indeed. We'll go up here. I mean, obviously going past the memorial would reduce terror, but our terror is actually fairly low at the moment, so might as well delay it for the return trip. The return trip works. Chugga. Up we go in the train we ride to Port Prosper to provide more explosives. Hey, cause we're totally being an arms dealer at the moment. Profitable, yes. Advantageous to the packages who we are not providing for, no, but so be it. Ah, that's a proud engine name. The wasn't expecting that. Let us... Ooh, actually... Let us see if we can't find a survivor from the wasn't expecting that. A failure. We have gained a crew for 10 terror. Good news. I have saved someone from the wasn't expecting that. I'm sure they weren't expecting that either. Their rescue. Okay. Now is the time where we want to go back through the, Memorial of the Unknown Rats. But worth it. Worth it. I just really wanted to rescue someone from the wasn't expecting that. And also tremendously amused that I ran into such a thing on stream. And glad I did. It's like, you run into that while you're just playing on your own, you just have a nice little chuckle and that's that. But here, it's preserved for all time. They wasn't expecting that. The doomed train engine. With a long history of very much not expecting that. Alright, let's pull into dock. And deliver some munitions. Ah, we can visit here again to reduce some of our terror. Terror from our celebrations. And now to the shops, to the bazaar, to sell carefully packed munitions. Boom. And they are absolutely delighted. Their fortunes go up. Our experience goes up, always good. 3 reputation with the Windward Company, and 3 lost with the Dakides. So now I'm at 60 and 40 on that accord. As for deals, more hours. I do not need to pick up more hours. If I'm going to be well, I'm probably going to be picking up more hours, but it's going to be from the opportunity, not for otherwise. But I guess that's going to be partly dependent on that. Let's see if we can't explore a little bit. Ah, here we go. Purchase a costume for geese. There is a tailor in the West End who, they say, once made emergency repairs to the captivating dresses. She accepted the work as a favor. The tailor, needle in his mouth like a cigarette, holds up a hand while he searches for the garment under his desk. He piles up a few shoeboxes and grins. I think I really captured the spirit of the Reach with this one. I'm sure the geese will love them. Especially the boots. Ah! They even have boots in their costumes. Return to the circus to give Cuddles and Ruffles their costumes. Excellent. Excellent. We have geese costumes in the hold. Let's tend another ball. 'Cause I can be on your best behavior once again. Easy as that. You are welcomed by the prosperous West Enders. A hue and cry goes up at the morning Averett Span. A thief at the Admiral Nelson. The guards will not be kind. Another ball. No, a factory tour this next time. Alright, more time must pass before this is available, but that'll be interesting. Something different than a ball. Alright, offer services. Urge others to seek adventure. So offer transport to settlers, and let's see who we have this time. My friend has been sending me postcards from Port Avon, and I've never been seen anywhere so quaint. You must take me there. He breaks off the handshake to cough into his sleeve. Forgive me, I'm hoping a new climate will improve my health. Please get me there as fast as possible. I will pay you well if you do. Well, lucky that, we are heading straight for Port Avon anyways. A settler has come aboard your locomotive. Alright, we are well stocked for the most part. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yep, we are at 5 there. We could get fresh hours here. We have no need to. We are going to get some in Port Avon. So let us continue going off and go back to Port Avon, where we shall pass by that memorial first off to help further reduce our terror, and then we can act upon the opportunity and also drop off that settler in record time. And by record time, I mean as slowly as we can piddle across the sky, as we do. As we can see, that's the advantage of having items just kind of stockpiled in your bank. You can just sort of snag them out and complete stuff very efficiently. Obviously, it's effectively a long-term investment loan because you probably bought those things in bargains or whatnot, but you wind up getting good profit in the long run for just kind of holding on to them in your bank. This is the Eloquence. It is not the "we didn't expect that." It's fine. We shall mourn the Eloquence. May y'all rest in peace, for you had no survivors. That we've run across, at least. Ah. A medical emergency. The settler from Port Prosper staggers onto the bridge, clutching his throat. He appears to be in some distress. Indeed, hair sprouts like invasive weed from every follicle in his body, forcing his way out. Ugh. Return his remains to Port Prosper. There's no point in taking him to his destination. His family would want the body returned. Probably. Keep the body for study. The settler's exceedingly singular misfortune may yet prove a great boon to the fledgling science of interstellar pathology. Or throw him off the locomotive. His fate was unsettlingly and decidedly untidy. Ugh. Well, I wasn't expecting that to happen. I guess we're not taking a settler, there. Hmm. I, I guess we'll return him. It's, but I guess we will return them. Yeah. The settler is deposited in his cabin under careful quarantine. Soap and warm water is applied liberally to the floors. Return the settler to Port Prosper. Alright, change of plans. You're... Like, okay, change of plans. Rewind. Forward. That was... That's weirdly disturbing. And slightly inconvenient, but also weirdly disturbing. Definitely weirdly disturbing. Very, very, very weirdly disturbing. I guess we'll try again with a different settler. Maybe this one will be less sick. Hopefully. Ideally. Insofar as much. Ugh. That was... certainly disturbing, that. Certainly don't think I've run into a settler like that. I haven't done many of the settler development deliveries, to be perfectly honest. I'm just taking advantage of them now more, because money is money. But, well... Return a settler. This is not what was requested, but it's where you think they ought to be. Is there something else we can do, or is it literally just that? Yeah, it's just that. You find an address among the dead settler's belongings. A small house not far from the station. An old woman answers the door. A young child at her elbow. She nods stiffly as she sees you. She accepts his crated corpse. You are not invited in. You've delivered a settler. If you visit Queen's Cross in Port Prosper, you can pick up another, or inspire a new crop to travel. I've gained 100 sovereigns. The settler is no longer on your locomotive. Yeah. Yeah, they aren't. Let's try this again. Let's try this again. We have a Port Avon thing again. Is this gonna be a repeat? Is this gonna be a repeat? I hope not. That'd be mightily weird and unfortunate. The one way to find out, I suppose. To Port Avon. Okay. To Port Avon in one moment. Everything drags me back to Port Prosper. Pardon me, don't mind me. I need to buy some more, fuel and supplies, for no particular reason. Take 3! The first one interrupted by unfortunate circumstances with a settler. Take 2, we immediately got the burrow below, and thus we had to backpedal into port. Somehow we got lost right in the middle of Port Prosper. And now, take 3 with another settler into Port Avon. Let us, get there as soon as possible and hope this one doesn't spurt out into hair. That would be ideal. Quite ideal. Immensely ideal, one could say. Oh boy. This has been a journey, to say the least. We have an upside-down dog alert. Upside-down dog. Alright, almost at the memorial for the rats. The Ratus Faber. And we want to, we want to go along that route. Because that will lead us directly in. Godspeed, you brave Ratus Faber. Godspeed. This really is a convenient place for that memorial. Just sitting right here in the interlude of a lot of avenues of approach. Ideal, to say the least. We are so close to leveling up. So close. Quite close, indeed. It's a Matagri scout that nearly ran into me. The Swan's Path, please, pay attention. I beg of thee. Captain Welton withdrew from the cache, citing desperate times. I think we've had this one. Debris flew through, rocks bursting with life, and color of milk and the sense of honey and home. And 2 more sky stories to make up for the ones we just used up on settlers. Which, speaking of which, we are almost to Port Avon. This time around. Ah, something savory. Something to crave. Is that... No, it's slightly different from the one I crashed into. You set down in a large but roughly built homestead. The owners rush out to greet you, delighted with your timing. They're just about to prepare dinner. Eat your fill. The The homesteaders welcome you to their repast with a toothy smile. Eat nothing and leave. The homesteaders have plenty to share, they assure you. Repeatedly. Hmm. Hmm. Okay then. Do we want to take up the homesteaders on their offer? Their, very, very, very eager offer. With a toothy smile. A toothy smile. I'm debating because there's some suspiciousness, to say the least. To, say the least. Do, 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 do. No. And you know why? Because I'm having really, 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 really bad vibes of my unfortunate cannibalism that I had to do in Sunless Sea. And this is just giving me all the vibes of floating cannibalist homesteaders. They are way too insistent. Peace! Unconcealed disappointment. The homesteaders insist on showing you their meat larder. Yeah, yeah, yeah. To prove that you would not be imposing. It is crammed full. A surprise, given that their livestock consists of a single mangy goat. When, despite this, you leave without pausing for refreshments, their smiles turn to grimaces. Flee! Flee! I knew I had bad vibes. I knew it. Don't just have a full meat larder in the wilderness. Nope, 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 nope. This Narem is not indulging in cannibalism that easily. This is a past sin that we are desperately trying not to repeat. Desperately trying not to repeat. Let's see here, a quiet day, we can get 2 more fuel for 20 of those. We can go to Port Avon, and this settler did not explode into hair. You are here. You've made good time. They should reward you well. A colonist gives the settler a limp, awkward handshake. I am the founder of our little welcoming committee, he says, and I should like to welcome you to Port Avon. You may find it a happy haven. The settler apologizes for not shaking your hand. You understand. You're well aware that his condition hasn't improved. What with the nightly retching and the coughing incident in the mess the other day. He smiles weakly and departs. No longer have a settler. Gained 150 sovereigns and 100 experience. And we also have an opportunity. A mining vessel has docked at Port Avon, to the concentration of its residents. The locals complain of noises in the night and wrongdoing up at the ruins. A late excursion reveals the villagers are correct. The miners are attempting to vend stolen hours to buyers they meet within the ruins that loom over the village. We could pay the price of the hours. Honest smuggling deserves an honest price. 300 for 5 barrels. 300 divided by 5 is... I think that's 60, which is... a bit more expensive than the bargain, better than default price? Yeah. Bargain the price it lower. Smugglers are always game for a haggle. You'll pay the full price and extra on failure. You may gain up to 5 barrels of unseasoned hours. Or sell it to smugglers. The smugglers won't thank you for it, but the locals will be pleased. You will not receive any hours. Here it's worse than the usual deal, but honestly, we will, Actually, first things first, what's the deal here? Ah, it's seeds. Okay. Seeds are nothing to worry about. Okay. Yeah, let us pay the price of the hours, because we do need to take things to Stanford, and it still will be a profit. A deal done in the shadows. The miner's captain meets you in the shadow of a looming wall. She shows you the hours before you make the exchange, and clearly confident in her ability to prevent you from double-crossing her. The hours sit in barrels, placed in deep grooves in an empty chamber. The captain thinks it must have been a storehouse or a treasury in days gone by. The exchange is swift. 300 echoes for 5 barrels of seasoned stuff. Of ours. And we need to take this to the nature reserve. So, let us... Actually, after one moment, we're going to use another little bit of our welcome here. The village green, the Nowhere Inn. Yeah, sure. Let us read a work of speculative fiction. In the nook by the fireplace is a shelf of magazines. Each contains a story by the local author, the turbulent fabulist. Ah, the fabulous works have been accepted in a number of publications, including Murgatroyd's Miscellany, Hearth and Heaven, and The Seasonal. He is prodigious. Which story catches your eye? The Eyes of Heaven, being a thrilling tale of discovery and danger in a sky heretofore unknown. Bones in the Well, being a macabre tale of one's soul's descent into solitude and madness. The Devil's Confession, being a satirical tale of infernal ambition and mortal folly. The Vacant Throne, being a tale of political inevitability from the perspective of empire. A Corpse at the Window, being a sinister tale of familial duty and intimate horror. The Parson's Cookpot, being a darkly comic tale of domestic misbehavior and unusual appetites. We'll go with The Eyes of Heaven. They burned the charts, for what use were they now? The incorrigible thundered through an empty, unnamed heaven, blown with a frost wind. Ahead, a new sun blazed, the size of a penny, through the forward windows. There is a long way to go. You're ringing out your welcome. Your terror has fallen. By a touch, and a sky story. Okay, let us head upstairs and deliver a Cantankerite trophy. Mounted and delivered. The stout veteran pokes it. What a horrible creature. He twiddles his bushy mustache. A perfect centerpiece. Jenkins, fetch the hoist. More experience. Oh, we are so close. 100 sovereigns, and we have delivered a Cantankerite trophy. And we have 2 more trophies to get them. Alright, now off we go to the nature reserve. And then from there we shall head to the circus. Because we need to visit both places. The nature reserve for, well, the nature reserve to deliver off these hours and get some more money and the like. And then there for that purpose. Ah! Got rammed into by Cantankerite. Rude, you cranky bastard. Rude. Watch where you're going, you cranky fish. It's following us. But on the plus side, Bronzewood. We're going on this side of the Bronzewood. Yep. Nope. Okay, that's probably a branching path between Trader's Wood. Good to know, good to know. Anyways, let's get away from this foul fish and move on to where we need to go. This fish is indeed being incredulously foul. Rams into us and then dares to be angry at us. How dare it! How dare it indeed. It's fine. Off to the nature reserve we go. Where some Tackities and a Dreadnought are fighting. Let us skirt around the edges of this battle. I do not want to get mutilated like what happened last time when I tried to just show off a fight going on. As you can see, the Dreadnoughts, they love their rapid-fire machine guns. I don't blame them. They do seem cool. We only have a Capew. Then again, we've not had a chance to upgrade our gun in any shape or form yet. That's why I want more money, just try to sweep over as much as I can. Into the nature reserve we go, and ooh. Well, I'll be damned. And more of those too. Okay. We want to keep close so those don't go away, but I want to have the inventory for it. Here, the Reach's verdance runs rampant. You see knotted vines and lurid fungus, and orange flowers bright as polished trumpets. Let's sell off our things so we can pick up some more free stuff. Join a hunting party. Not at the moment. Sell. Hours. Otherworldly artifact. Bargain is for seeds. Alright. I'll be right back there in a moment and deal with that. These things so visible, or did they vanish just out of sight? I think they might have vanished. Pity! The peacock wind, fruit ripens in your hold. Inappropriately delicious growths bob in your porridge. First you conquer nature, and then that. Alright, so that's our first case of that wind. Unfortunate loss on the free stuff, but c'est la vie, c'est la vie. Let us, first things first, take a level up. Below stairs, family footsteps. The apple did not fall far from the tree. A metamorphosis. You can no longer be the person you were told to be. But then there's also the great game. I am intrigued by this one, the great game. Here, once London crawled with agents of Paris, Vienna, Istanbul. Now in the heavens, the old players must find a new purpose and new enemies. Much espionage was amateur, or at best semi-professional. There were few trained agents. Instead, you were an asset, recruited for your temperament and position. Who was your target? Foreign powers, you worked secretly to keep London free from the machinations of her ancient, jealous rivals. And domestic threats. The state was increasingly concerned with ideological threats. Revolutionaries with their hidden printing presses and their homemade bombs. Both certainly very indicative of London. Let's see here. I think we want foreign powers. Confirm the Great Game. Because it was the Great Game was also very huge well, the Neath. So, let's do that. This puts our Vales at 8, 9, 10, 24. One short of a threshold. At least having 25 in each is decent enough. So, that's one shy of a threshold, and our Mears is at 22. We do want more of that as well. But yep, we did participate a bit in the Great Game. Have our sailor stuff, Lost Love, our Upright's Roots, and our Narrow Escape, and our history in the Great Game. Join a hunting party. An opportunistic ranger smiles a mostly toothless grin, and shows off his many scars from the beasts of the nature reserve. 41% chance there, or we could reduce some terror. Opportunistic ranger smiles a mostly toothless grin, and shows off his many scars from the beasts of the nature reserve. All is fair in love and war. We could join the hunting party. What threat can a few unruly animals be to an armed group of the sky's finest? Or explore the nature reserve on your own. You prefer your adventures more scenic and less liable to result in the loss of limbs. Let's reduce some terror. A little bit of terror, but terror. A pleasant walk. Along with a few of your braver crew members, you set out into the depths of the nature reserve for a bracing walk and a quiet picnic. The fauna around here is shy when not being hunted. It doesn't even try to steal your scones. Hey, how kind of them. Captain's Inquest. Idle. That was that. Cheaper seeds. We want some more supplies, first off. And we probably want a little bit of room extra. I'll buy one more fuel because we're about to tick over on that accord. The more awkward note is the Peacock Wind, which is kind of, just taking up... which is kind of difficult to go through, to say the least. So we might need to find a little bit... way around. This is not a way around. This is a dead end. Oh wait, no it isn't. There's this bridge thing there. Let's see if there is a little bit of way around the Peacock Wind. Albert's Idol. Ah, there we go. Discover where Albert's Idol is. Unless we can just keep on walking around here. This might be a way around, or it might be a dead end. It's really a toss-up. Jen Honsum, and a dead end. It was the dead end option. We might just have to go against the Peacock Wind. Alright, fine. Golden lights dance on the distance, bright and brief as dandelion seeds, passing through a sunbeam. Oh, wait, the wind might not be here anymore. Okay. I'm so disappointed we lost out on the free stuff. I should have just grabbed it or fluttered around it, but I thought maybe we could turn in our sold goods and then come back for it. The answer was no, we couldn't. So, lessons learned. Lessons learned. Indulge my greed and do not let it out of your sights. or it will flit away in the breeze. Fat as giant tons. Ah, the 3 different names. We'll scavenge the 3 different names. And stripper for repairs. We have a marauder! Let's deal with this. No, marauder. No leaving. Highline piece of debris. How dare you? Having trouble kind of judging things in the light. It's a weird angle. Oh, time to go for the kill. Hey, hey. Loot the hold. A faintly luminescent cage. A light burns from within. The things being transported in this cargo did not survive the journey, though they still grow faintly. We now have an uncanny specimen. Well, that's a new one. New one for this run, at least. It is a thing that gets it put into your possessions, right here in Academe. The remains of some celestial abhorrence. Probably dead. You can acquire these from Cantankerite. It's just a risky endeavor to get them from Cantankerite. On the check, not of actually having to deal with a Cantankerite. Those are your fairly basic enemies. Then again, your Reach Marauders are fairly basic enemies too. So, it'd be as it be. Now down to just 2 of those deals. Yeah, considering the time, we'll make finishing the circus like our last priority, but we still need one more request to finish up the circus, but that's what I intend to do before I finish off the night. I want to finish up this circus business. To finish up a story. A rather more intensive story, rather. That, of course, as we've seen, takes us around the block. But here, scarred by old battles, wreckage crusted like scabs. Old battles. And possibly current battles as well. For here's Tackety scouts patrolling the premises. Our terror is getting a wee bit on the higher side. We might want to deal with that here at the circus. Yes, deal with our fears at the circus. And into the docks. First things first, listen to their stories. Terror has fallen. Next things next. Just verdant seeds. Pity. Alright, fine. To the circus, collect some more free tickets. And we shall visit the amusements. At first glance, the circus is in poor shape. A second glance reveals how much worse things are than that. You try the battered mushrooms and realize why they have yet to take off as a beloved snack. Attempting to dispose of the bag, you duck behind a stall and find a pile of them already waiting. Another visitor pokes their head around. Is this where the bags go? She asks, and deposits her own with the rest. Ah. Welp. Let us continue to help the circus. Carney's not to deliver the clown his costumes. Perhaps now his geese will be willing to perform. The pensive clown opens the crate of specially made costumes. He considers the twinkling stones as a wistful child might a star. In time, he nods and reaches arm deep into his novelty pockets to find your reward. He searches your face for a smile when he reaches too far and topples over. You've gained 50 sovereigns, 500 experience, and 2 sky stories. We can now talk to the pensive clown, and Cuddles and Ruffles are nestled by the pensive clown. They came through the avid horizon with me, he says. I brought them with me from quite a long ways. Cuddles is from the heartland of England, and Ruffles, the geese honk. He laughs and spreads his hands. Well, I guess they don't want me to give away all their mystique. Alright, visit the Ringmaster's Caravan. I think we should only have one more option here. Accept a commission to post flyers for the Strong Woman. 6 of rats. Ideally, the Strong Woman's act is to lift unusual objects brought in by the crowd. The problem is, no one knows they're supposed to bring something. The Ringmaster leans under his desk to pick up a fat bundle of posters. He drops them with a thud. We need these slapped all across Port Prosper and Magdalene's. Ah, we're being pushed off to there again. Okay. Well, let us go there then. Bazaar, we still need one more of those. Alright. Also, everywhere seems to be all seeds. Oops. All verdant seeds. This is, less than ideal. So, Magdalene's and Port Prosper. We have a rotation we can go. We shall first see if there is any other prospects at New Winchester. The grave of Tackities and stovepipes alike. No, wait, hold up. Huh. The whole of an old train has been broken up and used as building materials for this homestead. The farmhouse chimney once belonged to a locomotive, and is disproportionately large for the tiny home. Trade with the collector. A florid gentleman invites you into his home. Precariously stacked crates from a corridor to his living room. The couch is occupied by pots of exotic plants. One snaps as you walk by. Trade an uncanny specimen for a cache of curiosities. I am aptly curious. Or we could leave swiftly, but let us do this. We could always try to get uncanny specimens from, say, Cantankerite if need be, but I want to see what this is all about. An eager swap. The collector holds your specimen up to a lamp, furrows his forehead, and grunts approvingly before shoving the specimen into a wicker cage. He leads you out of his home and gestures to a large crate on the side of the porch. It's for you. What could it be? An aromatic casket. Something has been preserved. Ah, okay, that's what it means by a curiosity. It's just a random crate. We got more fungo crackers. For 2 supplies. Maybe not the best of trades, but I wanted to see what it did. And now we know. We can, as noted, I don't know, also can't Tankerai or maybe if we really need a specimen. For now, we have plenty of supplies. Plenty of supplies. It's one of the risks of being on autopilot, that which happened. Sometimes you're not at the best of angle for matters as you want to be. When you're just zooming along like, well, a train going at ridiculous speeds. Alright, Cantor still. Alright, let's stop by New Winchester. We just might, buy a new engine. We just might. We should have a good amount of cash to sovereigns to exchange over. We should, at the least. Recent news: spies in Trader's Wood. A town crier is making the rounds of the station. A town crier is making the rounds of the station. Windward spies suspected to be operating out of Trader's Wood. Fine place for him. The Assembly is seeking captains brave enough to investigate the rumors. He looks around at the crowds. Is that volunteers I spot? He asks, hopefully. Huh. For Windward Company. Not sure if we want to help the Tacketies if this is the case, but I'm curious. But I am curious. Not sure. We'll pick it up. Maybe we can do a little bit of an aside. It's a rumor worth investigating for your own ends, if no one else's. Step up to the call. The crier shakes your hand. A brave hero going to root out the wicked spies for us. A toffee for every head. No guarantees. The chant is taken up around the crowd as the crier presses a piece of paper into your hands. It reads, 3 flashes of a lantern, seen by the old hagwood, answered by 2 flashes, then 3, then 1. And sent to flush out spies in Trader's Wood. Well, okay then. That's something new. A new and explore? No. However, with the sovereigns we have, let's see here. Trade for that, trade for that. How many sovereigns do we have? It's a fantastic question. 5,906. Okay. Okay then. The question is, do I bump for that, or do I bump for this? Damage, its sale value reduced to cover repairs. Ah, that's the extra 6 right there. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I kind of want more hold space. I really do. It's, less crew, but it is hold space. Trade for 3,506. Popular mining vessel. Alright, you know what? Sure. Sure. Name your locomotive. Murgatroyd, Cleministra, Topaz, Maynard. That's one of the old ship names. One of the old ship types, I think, actually. Wasn't it the class frigate? The Menad class frigate? You know what? We'll go with this. We shall go with the Menad. Goodbye, the Orphine, with your memories. We now have a new locomotive. The Menad, the Pelennor class trader. There is now this if we wanted to recoup and trade back into it. A spatchcock reclaimed locomotive. A scrappy little engine. Welded together from bits and pieces of other, less fortunate, scrappy little engines. Trade for free. We can freely exchange here. One of the nice things about this game with engine trading compared to the ships in Sunless Sea is that you exchange for at cost. You don't exchange for like half price or whatever and lose out things. So you could freely, in principle, exchange things. Keep in mind your slots, your cargo spaces, all that jazz. But you can freely switch, recoup around, and just change as need be. Obviously, you can't just exchange for the same thing. That would be a bit silly. But you can trade, like, say this is the same cost, so we could, in theory, trade for the escort, just trade it for free. They're the same value. However, we don't want to. We wanted the whole space, and thus we have bought in the name of the whole space. Cozy cabins, 4 of those. Bronzewood shielding is plus 10 armor, which would be 10 more hull. A canning station in the auxiliary, an additional cargo bay. Or we can get a wit and vinegar winch and pulley. We do not have the mirrors for that. Okay. Never mind. We still might go for that, but we, I guess we'll save up, and once we get to that amount of mirrors, we can switch. Well, we can switch. Anyways, first things first. We need to check for prospects. That's right. Ah, more packed crates of munitions and unseasoned hours for the circus. Oh, well, that lines up to destinations, but do we have all the... We don't have all the munitions we could need. Sometimes a crewman pretends he's going to drop one. It's still not funny. No, I can imagine it's not. So there's no convenient place to buy munitions around here. We'd effectively being hopeful for, well, to find one, to say the least. But it is good to have. We have at least 2 of them. We will, hope we can find some other things? Yeah, we'll hope. We will hope. But now, let us set off in our new train. We are home indeed. And now here's our chunky new train. Our new engine. We shall puddle about as best as possible. And I'm actually going to do something now, because we're just going to be hitting up a whole bunch of places anyways, and I'm probably leaving things on the table. We are going to turn in some of our port reports. Into Company House. Let us pull in and visit the Windward Company and deliver your port reports to the Prudent Secretary. Deliver your port reports to the Prudent Secretary. The office's general manager lives in perpetual fear of his secretary, who was appointed directly from the London office. Their references were inarguable. This will influence the balance of power in the Reach in favor of the Windward Company. Services rendered. It is a comfortable room for a modest secretary. Stained glass windows lay crimson slants across the desk. The prudent secretary receives your reports and reads them one by one. A number of questions follow, to which the secretary expects succinct answers. Her Majesty is grateful, they say, as you leave. We now have 8 the Windward Company's gratitude, 800 sovereigns, 8 fortunes for the stovepipes, and lost 8 fortunes for the tackities. They are now desperate. There's some things we want from this. We want a couple ministry-stamped permits. The company keeps entire cabinets of them, to smooth a variety of dealings with Albion. For you? Of course. The front general manager doesn't even bother to ask you any questions. Just the one, is it? Greasing the wheels. 1 ministry stamp permit. We want 2 of them. Just in case. Maybe we want 3. There's an invitation to perdurance. We don't want to worry about that at the moment. You know what? Sure, we'll grab ministry stamp number 3. They have plenty of them. And let us leave. And let us chug along to Magdalene's, where we will end up picking up some more port reports. We do need some deals from there, and that is a potential, but I don't know if things have changed or not. You know what I mean in a moment, but if I need it, I might want to turn in some port reports there. Smaller quantity of them. Welcome to a Star Madden Explorer. They have a shotgun. We want to be careful about that. And that's how the shotguns behave. The Sky Madden Explorer is, a flighty son of a gun. We want to try to outrange them as best as possible, but it's hard to get aims at them in the distance. Okay. Whew. Somehow with only 1 point of damage. I'll take it. The Star Madden Explorer is defeated. The crew of this weathered engine had been driven mad by the winds and the stars, and the things that haunt the sky. Loot the hold. Perhaps the engine was transporting something valuable when the crew succumbed to star madness. Gain random treasures. What will it be? A distressingly odored barrel. You pry the lid off. Dear God, what the blazes? Your navigator pokes the thing inside with a big stick until assured that it's dead. Hey, we got our uncanny specimen back. Like how one of them was like, alright, I happen to have a stick. Poke. Alright, I think it's dead. Ugh. Poke. It's it. The Never O'Neill. Let us scavenge. We could repair. That doesn't seem like the most efficient use. 82% chance. Let's go. Let's go. What have they found? A faintly luminescent cage. A silver idol rests inside the cage. The four wings extend from its hunched shoulders. Made from moonstone, your navigator says in a hushed tone, to amplify the light of the stars. We have gotten a vision of heavens, and we have been immediately assailed by a marauder who damaged us by bumping into us at spawn, which is incredibly rude. Alright, just one more good shot. Excellent. Read the safe. Now, we continue to seek unusual items and gain more gossip. As we do. Because the gossip is going to be useful. Probably. Likely. We might show something off in Magdalene's. Just might. Not that I per se need it at the moment, but, well, we might in due course. There might be a time where we will be playing around with horror abominations, and we'll need to scavenge out to there. For now, though, I barely dodged that. I like the extra hole that our new vessel gives us. The hold is obviously nice too, and we'll put the slots to good use once we have the money for it. Oh! Billy Rides! Thank you ever so much for the raid! Hello, welcome in, Bard Owl! Welcome in, Billy Rides! Welcome in, Kyle Tijan! Ram Raid! And also Rides Raid. Either way, welcome all, one and all, to the stream. Good to see you all once again. I hope your stream went well, Billy Rides. What were you doing this ungodly odd hour, for me at least? Need to be asleep several hours ago, so I'm going to learn. That's fair. Thus my note of, what were you doing at this ungodly weird hour? Hope your stream went well, and hope you're having a blast. As y'all can see, I am currently playing Sunless Skies at the moment, and we're trading along trying to finish up some quests. I was playing Chicken Police. I have never heard of that game. What sort of game is Chicken Police all about? I'll sleep well if you can sleep at all. Yes, indeed, Barred Owl. Sleep well if you were able to manage to do so. And either way, have a good time, and thank you very much for the lurk. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard of Chicken Police before. What sort of game is it, if you don't mind saying? Hadn't heard of it either until tonight. Yeah, fair. It's a hardboiled noir narrative investigate. Ah, okay then. Interesting. I can definitely say I haven't heard of it, but that is not what one would immediately expect from the title of that game. Not what one would expect, but interesting nonetheless. Interesting indeed. And see, we are playing this and Sunless Skies, and we just defeated a marauder. What could be in the hold? A solid crate, stamped and carefully sealed. It is heavy as a dead man's weight. Hopefully it's not a dead person. Ah, a windfall. It takes a wrench and your strongest stoker to lever off the lid. When at last the crate opens with a heavy thud, your crew gasp. Inside, the lustrous salting crystals of ground hours, mined and refined for commercial use. This is the final product of London's greatest and most precious enterprise. They're a chicken cop with the last name McChicken. Okay, fair enough. Actually very fun, which surprised me. Yeah, fair enough. Sometimes it's those sort of games that can surprise you the most. For sure. Especially with the lead off like Chicken Police as the name. I can definitely see how that would have very much room for a surprise. Can we stop at Magdalene's, Captain, Ahsoka pleads? We've been too long in the sky. The impertinence. And dock. Yeah, well, I'm certainly glad you had a wonderful time with that game. I might take a look at it at some point to see what it's about, if anything but to appease the curiosity of what a game like that would look like. But yeah, thank you all for joining in on the raid, and I hope you all enjoy your stay for, admittedly, however long it may be with the hour that it is. Can understand if you need to lurk, do what you need to do. Alright, we want another port report. Incredibly good fun. I need to tidy up, but I'll be lurking. Yep, understandable. Only only that hour for you. Fair enough. That is a perfectly reasonable hour. But fair enough. Hope you enjoy your lurk. For me, it is about 3:38 in the morning. I am at one of the ungodly weird hours, without a doubt. Alright then, put a flyer up for the Strong Woman. They do not allow flyers to be posted on the premises. They do, however, keep them tidily stacked for interested parties to take. The receptionist accepts them after thorough examination and consulting her ordinances more than once. We'll leave them out for yes. Alright, now we just have Port Prosper. Anything in the bazaar that's explosives? No, just souls. Darn. I need explosions. Explosives. The Keepsake Market. Ah, excellent. Another one of these. Another Savage Secret. We wanted another Savage Secret. We now have another Savage Secret. I still technically need 2 more of those, but, yeah. 1 is a start. Sorry, 2 are a start, because that can press forward our ambition. The other deal, of course, that I want to get is, obviously, well, I want to get myself a different bat. And we need more Savage Secrets for that, too. Now let us keep on clunking around in our new engine. Which I'm very glad for this new engine. Having more hold slots is tremendously nice. Well, tremendously nice indeed. We had to throw a crew off at dock, but say la vie. Say la vie. It also means our other 2 are going to be effectively stuck on mining duty, but well, that's fine too. They can enjoy prospect duty. Don't think it's safer necessarily, but maybe it is relative to the rest of the Reach. Because as we know, the Reach is indeed still very much a dangerous place. Case in point, the dead thing, Lily Valentine. Scavenge? We can give another shot at this. I constantly risk fate on that. A solid crate once again. More unseasoned hours. Alright. More unseasoned hours to do something with. Stash into our deal. Oh right, of course. To take to the circus. Because we need to take seasoned hours to the circus. But of course! Not gonna get my munitions, alright? Not to get all the way up to here. Oh well, we'll have to deal with it. A broken habitation, long abandoned. But we need a sane for that. This enduring dreadnought is getting very close. It's emailed me, careful there, mate. I do not want to have to beat... I do not intend to beat up London's dreadnoughts. And so I'd rather not you run into me. We're on good terms. On very good terms. Risk not otherwise. Alright, and dock smoothly in we go. Smoothly as in I almost bashed the edges again. Because I'm a fool. Throwing its doors open for a celebration of itself. Alright, curious and tolerated, and terror has fallen a bit more. We shall write another port report here. Someone might take an interest, indeed. Move as the war in the Reach progresses. No need to worry about things at the moment. And put up a flyer for the strong woman. The West Enders need some way to burn their money. The East Enders need a distraction. Posting flyers in both districts should serve you well. That it should. By the time you've papered the city, everyone is abuzz. Factory workers wonder if she could perform the labor of a clayman. The well-to-do wonder if she might be able to carry them around in sedans by herself. Rude drunkards wonder if she could lift the rock that overlooks them all. You have now advertised the strong woman's performance in Port Prosper. We shall go back to exploring, and let's take a factory tour. Inside, today, the factories of the Port Prosper are open to the public. Alright, the factories of Port Prosper's East End belch out smoke. Inside, ours mined from the Mother of Mountains are refined. The workers live in tenement blocks adjoining the smokestacks, and are rarely seen in the rest of Port Prosper. Today, the owner of the Windward Refinery is allowing visits to tour his factory. We could speak with the owners. You are embraced by the prosperous West Enders, or you would be, were that not a terrible breach of decorum. We could try to loiter and increase our eastward reputation. Lurk in the shadows, loiter even. Admire the factory. The chimneys belt out sulphur, the crews sound the hammers in time with the striking of a bell. Ours come in unrefined, and leave refined. This will always increase your westward reputation. A harder mirrors check and speak with the workers. How does the work go? Which is, through that means. Let's see here. What do we want? What do we want indeed of these options? Is a fantastic question. Could do that. Could do that. We could try to improve our eastward reputation. We could try. I might try. There any way we can improve our fails? No, we just have to take the risk. We would just have to take the risk. Alright. Let's take the risk. 72% chance to increase our eastward reputation. Ah, damn. You slip in the shadows to better observe proceedings. Hidden away, you see all sorts of things you suspect. The factory owners would prefer you not to. Barrels being assigned to destinations based on bribes rather than need. Fatigued workers revivified by sips of unrefined hours. Shifts extend and extended and extended again. For time has little meaning here. You are disturbed by a sudden cry of, "I say, who's that lurking behind the barrels? It is time to be off." Alright, so I think what happened is we gained reputation with the East Enders, we lost reputation with the West Enders, which thankfully we should be able to recover by attending the Grand Ball. Once we come here next time. So, that works out, I suppose. Let's see if we can encourage another settler. Offer transport and an opportunity. Where would you like to go? Trader's Wood. He's in the mood to sport. He breaks off handshake to cough in his sleeve. Oh no, another one of ill health. Why can't I have passengers that aren't of ill health? That'd be nice. That'd be wonderbar. Pick up some unseasoned hours, and let's sell 2 of the 3 of these crates that we need. We need to find a third one somewhere. We'll work on that. More of that, and let's go to Trader's Wood. And, hope nothing horrible happens to this person. We shall see. We shall indeed see. Oh no, we want to keep going. Thank you. It's like, I love settlers who are not of ill health. That'd be wunderbar. Oh, there's a glorious dreadnought just zooming around like a bat out of hell. That's fair, it can do what it wants. It can do what it pleases. It is a glorious dreadnought, after all. And we certainly, 100%, do not mess with those. Hardly. Terror, nightmares, untroubled. We'll reduce a little bit from going past the memorial to the unknown rat. We'll pop it by there and there. Actually, we'll probably do it in order like this, and then pop by Port Avon on the way back. Because that makes more sense. And get this sick passenger off our ship as soon as possible. And hope nothing happens to them either. This is 3 sick passengers in a row. 3 sick settlers in a row, and I dislike how many sick settlers we have been getting. You're the unknown rat. May you rest in peace, the Ratisfaber who sacrificed yourselves. May all rest in peace. It is currently October 7th, 1905. I guess that's a good way to track days. Not that it's generally an issue. Ah, we have another settlement. Oh no, this one. Nope. Not y'all, you cannibalist hillbillies. Not today. Not yesterday, not today, and certainly not tomorrow. Captain Lockett deposited fuel. The pen leaked as they wrote. This column is for miscellaneous notes. The captain describes the dapple of distant starlight falling over their engine. The long hour spent in the watchful dark, suddenly shattered by a dazzle of cold radiance. When will they know such splendor again? wait. Here's the thing there. You want the thing? Something valuable there. Might be ours. Where is it? Yeah, ours. We have, after all, invested in mining, and amusingly, we are now in an official mining engine. It works. Unfortunately, that did take up a little bit of time, but we should still be fine to get to Trader's Wood. Assuming nothing happens to our passenger. Please let nothing happen to our passenger. Oh. More free hours. We probably didn't even need to buy those on bargain. Did anyways, but we probably didn't need to, in light of this. Oh well, it's fine, and we are soon about to go to a fuel to get another cargo slot. I'm happy with this increased hold, and we will indeed be using our auxiliary slot to increase our hold by even more. Nope. Oh, nothing to do with you, you cantankerous fish. Or it'll kill itself on me and I might as well pick it up at this point. Sit. You know what? Sure. That's a 50-50 chance. We'll disperse the rubble, lose the terror, and still note that we need more mirrors desperately. Alright, to Trader's Wood. We are now a bit less on the whole because the fish decided to ram itself to death against us. Such is Cantankerite. Such is Cantankerite. They will throw themselves to their deaths in just their spite. Gonna need to pick up some more fuel at Port Avon once we have the moment. We very much will. And we shall. But obviously, first things first, Trader's Wood. Oh, right, I guess we have the whole spies in here at the moment, too, that we can make a decision about. So I guess that works out. Yeah, that works out. Dual purpose our Trader's Wood visit. I don't know, maybe someone's selling more munitions for us to buy. I'd take them. A forest of towering bronze woods. The wind is full of fallen leaves. They rattle at your engine's windows. And dock. Our sick passenger is, still present. Where do I drop them off? Here. Alright. Drop off a settler. They've arrived at their destination. The forest is silent. Your flock can take flight, a gunshot, and a horn. His condition has not improved, that is fine. 150 sovereigns and 100 echoes. We are rewarded well. A respite from labor. Oh, wait, I almost clicked on something I didn't want to. Offer stable employment. Skyfaring is a dangerous trade, but the work is consistent and the rewards, should they live to receive them, considerable. Ah, no, I don't have any crew spots. Alright, campfire. Oh wait, no, that's not what I want. I want it back down to the parting glade and a port report. Alright, excellent. Let's see what's here. Ooh. 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 A hunter's hoard. A choice of caged catch. The mangled hunter is selling his catch outside his sleek, gun-bristling engine. A cantankerite grumbles in his cage. A tangle of pardoner eels thrash. Something fungal and livid oozes gently. A wild sky beast, exotic, contained, furious. I'm gonna buy a couple of these. These are usually a difficult thing to find, in my opinion. We might have a use for them. Oh, right. I almost forgot. I almost forgot what else we need to do here. The wood's edge. Gather flowers, hunt, slumber. That's not what we want. A campfire? No, that doesn't do it. Expeditions? No, no, no. At the parting glade? Explore the glade. Approach the tents. Does that just bring us to the other deal? Yes it does. I don't know how to do this at the moment. Menage's last voyage. Rumored opportunities. That's that right there. Am I in the wrong place? Have I just foolishly gone to the wrong place or whatnot? I wouldn't be tremendously surprised by that. There's no mention of anything here. Okay then. Well, alright, I'm not sure what to do with any of that. Alright, fair enough. We shall continue onwards. To Port Avon. Chug chug. With a couple of caged catches on board, now that we will be putting in the bank when need be. It's effectively a stash for the future. Just in case. Not the one they crashed into. Oh no. It's the cannibalists again. Nope, 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 nope. Why are there so many cannibalist settlements here? So many cannibalist homesteads. No, no, not today, you cannabis hillbillies. Not today. Showing off your meat larder is not going to help matters, in my opinion. Oh, no, 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 no. And did I mention no? Because no. With a dose of no, with a side element of hell's no. It'll suffice to say, we are not being baited in by cannibalists. Nope. That is past Narem troubles that she will not fall into again. Hopefully. Ideally. Yeah, ideally. Chug, 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 chug. Go along to Port Avon, where we shall indulge. I am being visited by a guest. Hello, Luna. Ugh. Hi. Is there something you need, dog? This is the female of the bunch. We have been graced by dog number 3, Luna, who seems to want something of me. Hi, do you want pets? Do you want pets? You can have pets if you want pets. Our fuel's about to take over. Let's let that happen. Hi. Do you have to lick my face? I know how nasty dog tongues are. I really don't want your tongue just right in my face, you goof. You goof, you goof. We buy cheap fuel because it's cheap. Hi. You are certainly not helping. And off you go. Ah, ugh. Huh. Well, that's an interesting bargain to see. Bales of cellar-woven bombazine. Bombazine is worked in the dark, in candleless rooms with boarded windows. A milk-eyed weaver sells rolls of the cloth she has made in her cellar. It is black and splendid, drinking the starlight thirstily. The midnight-hued fabric grows heavy with devoured light, the perfect adornment for the ostentatious grief and clandestine activity. Yep, that's a new bargain. And a new resource at that. We wanted a port report. Yes, port report. Alright, and now to New Winchester. Although we'll be seeing about stopping by at the other place right there first. We have 4 port reports. I think that might be enough. Assuming it's still there, otherwise we may have to, wait a tad. But, hopefully it's still there. Like I said, things can move around as the war progresses, and I don't know if it's counted if the war has progressed or not. We're about to find out, really. We are about to find out. On the name of, I really would desire, I would indeed desire some more savage secrets, so I don't need to make choices. And for that means, we are bumping over here and going a roundabout. Ah, damn it. Failure. More terror? Reduction in our fuels and supplies. Because the burrower below does not know how to let hold of a goddamn grudge. And all because I didn't want to deal with some oath breaker shenanigans and complaints and whatnot. Ah, bah, I say. I have nothing against you as a god or anything. Just that you seem to have, really fickle priorities that I just cannot abide. And I certainly didn't want to throw off my crew member like, hey, you've just gotten into a kerfuffle over this, get the fuck off my ship. No, just get back to your duties. Well, at least since I pissed him off, I've never seen that event again. You are not where you thought you were. The sky is wrong. This is not where you were meant to be. Was it a trick of the miss? Has a wind carried you astray? Have the heavens themselves turned on their axis? We could double back. This will cost fuel and time. It might cost all our fuel. Press on. Press forward into stranger skies. And hope that somewhere beyond you'll find familiar territories again. Not yet earned the wrath of the storm that speaks. Unlocked when you have airs of terror. We succeeded. Thank you, game. Familiar shores. You're the crew to hold the course as you traverse this uncanny fold of the sky. Eventually, your navigator utters a grateful oath. A landmark. You are found again. Thank fuck. That could have potentially been bad, I'm sure. We got lucky. The taste of smog, the sound of iron on iron. We are home. Thank Jiminy for that. Hello, Victory Hall. Ah. Okay. The Assembly, a coalition of independents. Got an argue here. Ah, the Victory Hall is abandoned. The Reach is home to an ongoing struggle between London, via its proxy, the Windward Company, and those settlers who want independence. Things have gone poorly for the Tacketies lately. Their leaders have been forced to abandon New Winchester. Victory Hall, once raucous with free-minded bickering and rebellious sentiment, now stands empty. The windows are broken or boarded closed. The signs reading "Condemned" adorn the walls. Inquire as to fate of the endured veteran and Colonial Assembly. It is an open secret. The Assembly has withdrawn to Bustrum, and Bustrum lies to the west-northwest of New Winchester. Far to go. Perhaps, if the fortunes of the Tacketies improve, and those of the companies worsen, the Assembly will one day return to New Winchester. But for now, any business you have with them must be conducted on the slopes of the Mother Mountains, on the outer edge of the Reach. Well, alright then. We'll have to deal with that then. Let me factor some things in here. Let's see here. There's that. Okay, that is what... This is the amount we need. Okay. Alright then. We have places to go now. Step up to the call. I thought we did this already. Alright, we won't mess with it. Alright, New Winchester. Two Planties and Circus, and we'll need to head to Bustrum. Suffice to say. 5 of those, 1 of those, 1 of those, 5 of those. Okay. Nothing to worry about with any of that at the moment. Alright, we'll have to head to Bustrum to finish off a deal that we want to finish off. And for that, well, yeah. Slight change of plans on some things. The Tacketies retreat. New Winchester reels from recent events. The more free-spirited citizens are keeping a low profile, while Company House, head office of the Windward Company, bristles with London flags. The Colonial Assembly, the closest thing the Tacketies have to leadership, has fled the port. Learn more. You piece together gossip from tea rooms and pubs. Ousted, the Tacketies are struggling. The Windward Company, whose dreadnoughts on loan from London prowl the Reach, have them outgunned. At Victory Hall, the indurate veteran regretfully argued that New Winchester was no longer a safe location for the independent's nascent government. The Assembly voted in her favor, and its members evacuated the port in a chaotic exodus. If you have business with them, you'll need to travel to their new headquarters at Bustrum. This change in the balance of power will affect encounters, discoveries, bargains, and prospects in the Reach. For example, The Tactics retreat means fewer independent miners to compete with, and so more hour-laden skyrocks for you to claim. There it be. There it be. Our own crew, we don't need to crew, we do not need to repair. We want to drop off a couple of these in the bank, and both of those deals there. Let's see here. Bazaar, no prospects yet at the moment. Unfortunate, but not surprising. We want some fuel, and we want some supplies. 4 and 4, and we'll bump that up to 5 and 5. Alright, we have the hours we need in our hold, so we shall head there. To the Circus. I think I have a rotation of how I want to do some things. We shall approach them as we approach them. Because I do need some more savage secrets. I forgot to do a thing. Oh well, oh well. We'll work with it. We'll work with it. I could just duck back in there, but it's fine. It's fine. We'll be back here. We'll be back here. We shall return in due course of time with all our savage secrets that we need. 4 of them, to be precise. But yeah, as noted, if you do this as such and they get enough support, the war does change, and it does influence matters in that accord. We'll be fiddling around some things with that in that accord. Because I want savage secrets, I do need to turn in some port reports to Victory Hall. And I don't want too many because I am, for the most part, trying to support the others. Oh, there's some tackety scouts. We're trying desperately to ram into me, dear gods. Rude! Rude indeed. Hark, a signal cry. You do, and you hear the oomph-oomph of distant circus music, and perpetrated by straining tuba. Alright, and we docked in. Collect free tickets. We don't want to write a port report yet. We want to wait until our way back. Go behind the curtains and tell the headstrong woman her flyers are posted. You unlock this with flyers posted, too. If anyone from the Reach visits the circus, they'll know to have something ready for her. You deliver the news while she's in the middle of her training. She puts the dumbbell down with exquisite form, and fetches you a reward from her tent. Here, she says, wiping sweat from her brow with her forearm, I hope they'll bring something interesting. I've really missed being surprised. She smiles wistfully, and returns to lifting her weights, and keeping up a running commentary on the things she saw last time her act was popular. More gossip, 500 XP, 100 sovereigns. And if we talk to the headstrong strong woman, she has prepared tea for herself, but is happy to share. It is weak, though. Its leaves having been used several times before. I can't believe people brought things to the show. It was like I was in Mahogany Hall again. No going on at the moment. Alright, that just leads to that. Um, and you'll note these scenes they mentioned, well, turn to the main circus. And we want to go and attend another performance. What wonders await you this evening? The big top is filled. The audience chatters in anticipation. When the lights dim and the ringmaster is drawn into the center ring of on his horse-drawn calliope, singing of the night's delights, the applause is rapturous. Then come the acts. The magician appears suddenly from a puff of smoke, dazzling the crowd with his many amazing devices. The acrobatic twins swing from their trapeze, figures of perfect symmetry, as they go back and forth. The pensive clown is heralded by his comedic geese, Cuddles and Ruffles, who march in their finery before him. They honk as he juggles them, and the audience collapses into laughter. The strong woman asks the crowd if they brought anything for her to lift. They cheer as a group of 10 attendees struggle to wheel out a wagon full of crates and barrels. Not only does she lift them all in turn, she overturns the wagon single-handedly at the end, to rapturous applause. 4 sky stories, 1 vision of the heavens, lost our tickets, and the circus staff have hinted that the ringmaster might care for a word. Alright, well, go behind the tents. Or do we need to go somewhere else? Jerving's Rest. Ah, here we go. A moment's memory. Palmier and Plenty's inconceivable circus is pulling in crowds. Passenger locomotives shuttle guests in. Merchant traders and even the odd high-ranking tackety captain find excuses to dock at Gervais's Rest. The ringmaster is run off his feet. The rejuvenated circus is heaving with visitors. Looming over it all is the vast obelisk. Its shadow falls over the crowds. Its sigils are burning brighter than you remember. Approach the obelisk. The sigils smolder invitingly. You could touch it if you like. Here, once before, the circus has vanished. The islands on which it stood are empty. Empty, aside from a vast tree of fungus stretching up into the heavens. Its hyphae stretch from island to island, weaving them together. A verdant. Looming above it is a luminous crustration, the size of a palace, a messenger. Its carapace is embezzled with the sign of 2 overlapping suns. Its pincers vex slowly, thoughtfully. Sigils burn in the air between the two, exchanged like volleys in a tennis match. Gradually, the flurry of correspondence diminishes. A compact has been reached. The messenger drives the obelisk into the ground, a marker of their concord. The obelisk is marked with the words of the emissaries, of meeting, of peace. One, close to the point, ignites in searing light, a commingling of radiances. The obelisk remembers the promise. Something has to. We have gained 1,000 experience. Helping the circus, you brought the circus back to full strength and experienced something of what came before. And we now have 1 searing enigma. Hells yeah. Big top, we still need one of those. Verdant seeds we don't need. Hold up before we continue. Be back right in 1 moment. Alright, sorry about that. It is late, but let us finish off what I want to finish off for the night. We got that done. I just want to do my... I just want to get those secrets so we can finish off things in that accord. Alright, so first things first, we sell these hours and a vision of the heavens. 150 experience. The captain of a greenhouse engine is selling seeds. Fresh from the gardens of the Reach. This green-thumbed captain buys crops for pittance from the region's scattered farmsteads, then sells the yield at larger ports. Alright, we don't want to worry about that. We want to... New rivals of the circus. Listen to their stories to reduce our terror by a lot. And is there anyone who wants to talk to us around here? Nope. Okay. Let us go. Burnley and Bustrum, and then we're gonna head back the same way so that we can grab some things from here and the like. That is our plan. That is our course of action. And it will be our last trek for the night. I've been going on for a good while. But it has been tremendously fun. Like I said, I really do get into games like this. They are a treat. They are very much a pleasure. Let us not run into that rock, just in case. Just in case. We've achieved a fair bit here out in the Reach, and we still have a fair bit to go. A fair bit to go indeed. Alright, back into these icy, snowy depths. Okay. Run into the rock. That would be unideal. Place only sells supplies. Alright. Might restock up on at least fuel at there. It depends on how much... well, it depends on how many seasoned hours we might get. just a bit. Just a bit might depend on that. How quiet it is. And what's that smell? Eggs? Sulfur. It is Caravan, which we will delve into at some point, do not worry. Not today, but at some point. Right, let's check the bargain here. Also, the overgrown shrine. And contemplate the statue. Well, there we go. Well, there we go. Well, now we very much have a reason to go back to the circus. It wasn't what I was expecting, but that is a bargain that I want to at least finish off grabbing. Because that's nice to see. That's very nice to see. We're looking for one of those. And to finish off matters at the circus. And that's... I mean, I was gonna head back to the circus anyways, and I held off on doing something just for that purpose, but... well, now it just winds up being very productive. Now it just winds up being very productive indeed. Finish some good amount of stuff, huh? I'm very happy to see that. Alright, we will investigate this. That's still considered recent. Oh, okay then. Fair enough. To Bustrum we go, then. We'll check it on the way back, I guess. We will check it on our way back. Stream has turned out longer than I expected it would, but I just kind of got into the groove of things. The Tackety. Boomerang back. Hello, Notice. Welcome back. I, might not be... I'm pretty much on the tail end of things. I'm going to Bustrum to do something, and then going back around here, and I'll end off the stream in New Winchester once I'm back in New Winchester, but I am just finishing things off at the time moment. Why am I in the sky? Oh, we're in the sky because down below was well, a bit more binding. Ah, hello there. Let's mine ourselves some hours from there. Sky is full of adventure and potential profit, but also all the danger. I mean, why do you look to the sky? Am I on the Lumi monitor? Because of how my setup here is with house sitting, with my house pet sitting deal, I'm borrowing a second monitor that is above and on the wall. So my main monitor and my own monitor is here with my webcam, and then I look up to the monitor where I have my OBS studio and all that business, where I read the chat and keep track of all that stuff. So when I'm looking at the chat, I'm looking up because that's where my OBS monitor is here while I'm set up like this. So that's why. That is why. I knew Lee Glory. Sure, we'll go with that. Sure, why not? Why not, indeed. Victory Hall in exile. After being driven from New Winchester, the Colonial Assembly have retreated to the Mother Mountains, and a cluster of bronzewood log cabins. The Tackety Resistance operates here, on the far side of the settlement from the Windward factory. And we have 4 report reports that we do want to turn in here. Deliver your report reports to the Indurate veteran. Her tireless exertions during the collapse have earned her a continued seat on the Assembly and enemies in London. She likes to keep abreast of activities. Oh, wait. No, that's not gonna work, actually. Well, blast. That is a lot more Tackety's gratitude than things usually are. Okay then. Okay then, this might not actually work, and I might just not turn in things to them. I might have to get my deals in another way. Damn. Apparently, things are more expensive here on the favors, which is unfortunate, to say the least. Very much unfortunate. Let's see if there's something I'm missing here. Doop-a-doop. No. This isn't it. Yep, unfortunately, I'm just not gonna do anything then with them. This is too expensive. I don't have enough for it, and I wouldn't have enough to do it. It's weird since they're on the retreat and wanting more for their favors. Yeah. I was hoping to get them in before that, but unfortunately I turned in my other things because I didn't want to turn into 8 into them. So, I didn't know it'd be more expensive. I now know, and, well, too bad for y'all. Bye! I'll just give more to the other folks, I guess. Oh well, I'll replenish myself by just enjoying a lovely cup of tea, and the indulgence blend, straight from the Blue Kingdom. A tea for the true connoisseur. A taste of dust swept from the darkest corners of a of a sepulchre. Of a sepulchre. I'm horrible at pronouncing things. It is scepter. It is best served with a drop of milk, ideally on the very edge of turning. You sip gently. Between sips, a bite of a sugared biscuit to take away the edge. You've sampled the indulgence blend. Excellent, we've sampled all the teas that they have to provide. Now we go back here. The mountain scenes, we can join the celebration, or we can do that. First things first, let's check our very own claim. The crew take a break. The fruits of their labor are barreled up and ready for your inspection. The foreman has terrible news. It's those windward bastards, Captain. You'd better come see. Ah, this isn't good. A brutal scene. Bastards, it came from nowhere. Windward's netty men, with their sticks and rope. Fought back, Captain. Fought like hell, but not everyone made it. The foreman surveys what remains of the mining site. Bastards, he confirms, kicking aside a broken pickaxe handle. Come on, show you what we salvaged. But I'm out of the game. I need better work than mining or skyfaring. Something safer. Okay, then 50 experience. We still got a full 10 barrels at least, but with Tackities on this one, to be honest. I mean, I have nothing against London, and I'm portraying a very London loyal character here in terms of this character. Because it's an extension of what I did in Sunless Seas. It's like the Tackities have a point. London has points as well. Windward itself is a wee bit on the greedy corporate side, separate from London proper, and it's a complex balance of a thing. Well, I got barrels at least. Order your crew to begin mining. Ah, I don't have any more crew in this regards, it seems. Okay then, how do we balance this out here? Dear, how many do I get from that? Let's go here. Do. 1 to 3, okay. Okay, it's gonna be a toss-up then, but let us just do so. Claim fields. It's a parody of the US and England thing. Sort of ish, yeah. Honestly, it could be attributed to any of colonial England business because, yeah, it kind of has a bit general business to that. Okay, we only lost one. Okay, so the queen here is actually immortal. Rest her soul. That's what you have when you have just are able to literally artificially extend your time with literal time. Go figure. So they left. We'll assign one more crew here. And we shall assign another crew member. This puts us at 3 mining crew. Probably return home to get them at some point. Order to begin. I'll be able to recall your crew until after collecting your next shipment of hours. Yep, that is fine. Sell these at other ports. Excellent, and then we shall go to here into the Prospector's Quarter, mountain scenes, and recruit amongst the miners. Alright, and we got 1 crew. Giving up on the dream. Many come to Bustrum to make their fortune. Most leave poorer for the attempt. A few are willing to sign up with you, hoping for profits beyond the next horizon. A warm bunk at the very least. Alright, that's fine. Did we get a port report from here? Yes we did. That's just a jumble of souls. So we need to sell off our excess here. Visit the Handyman pub. Yeah, I'm house and pet sitting at the moment, so I'm in a different room than usual, a more centralized location to just kind of keep track of things while family is missing. This is one of said pets. Yes, hi. So yeah, I'm doing this at the moment to get a little bit more extra cash. A little more extra cash and such because I need it. I need income. The pandemic has left not convenient things for income, so I do what I can. There's a figure in the corner. What's the dog doing? The dog is laying on the chair, trying to sleep. Because it is an inordinate hour, and it probably is disliking that I'm making noise, but, so be it. So be it. We need to get rid of 3 of them. Much as I hate to do so, we cannot get rid of them otherwise, except for not getting anything. So, dog's just chilling there. Alright, undock, and let us head off. That is one of 3 dogs. The other 2 are scattered around. But I'm just holding the fort for a few, just shy of a few weeks or so, and that is that. Thus, different setup, different than my usual circumstances. Notice you don't? Either way, let us go for the home stretch for this evening, because oh boy, I've been up effectively almost all night. Let us do what we have to do. Do what has to be done. That I mean, get back to New Winchester. Notice you don't honk. I think I've forgotten the key binds for that. Also, I just don't tend to do a lot of things. Ah, that. Yeah, I could be doing that. I honestly forgot that that was even a thing. I remember it in Sunless Sea, but I never used it there because that's usually a good way of attracting attention. And generally in Sunless Sea, I try not to gather attention. Ah, Captain O'Connor deposited materials for hull repair. And they're talking about Port Avon. Okay. We have read that. I ritually use it. Fair enough. Fair enough. That is indeed fair. Yeah, I'm just usually just trying to trek along. Let's see here. We should, in theory, be good. In theory, yeah. And just go there, do what we need to do there, and then head back on in to New Winchester. Non-honk when enemy are porting, short honk when friendly. Fair enough, fair enough. Fun thing about these sort of games, everyone has their own rituals and the like. What time is it? Well, let's see here. To put in perspective how long I've been on, I'm currently now over 8 hours of streaming, and it is currently 4:44 in the morning. So that's inordinate hour of, yeah. 4:44 in the morning. So, yeah. I've been up a bit throughout the night. Just grab some spare literature, and off on away you go. Yeah, very inordinate. Yep. I've been streaming through the evening. As I said, I've been going a little bit longer than I usually do, but I kind of got into things and wanted to finish things up. Hopefully you get healthy amounts of sleep. Yeah, I do. I just tend to nap a bit more during the morning hours and such, because not like I have much else going on anyways. So, worry not on that accord. All is well. All is well. We should have enough supplies and fuel to get back. Ideally. Yep. Oh, worry not. I definitely will get plenty of sleep. I just tend to nap otherwise throughout the day and such, which is why I'm not doing too badly off. Effectively napped before this. I almost kind of expected it to be a longer stream. And what do you know it is? I just get caught up in these sort of games. And I know I get caught up in these sort of games. The most important thing is just making sure one stretches out fine and comfortably. Wrap around here and here. Accidentally fire when getting off the map, because for some reason I keep doing that. And into the circus. Finish off literature deployed. Literature selling. Wrap around there and in shroom. I played this game like hell until I was satisfied and saw almost everything. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. I am going to work through as much that I can. Alright, sell the last of our literature. Hey! Savage Secret, I need those. The ringmaster beams with delight as he inspects your final volume. Looks dreadful, he says cheerily. Just the thing to invigorate our next performance. Gained a Savage Secret and 150 experience. Excellent. You know what, sure. Let's just pick this up while we're here. No more bargains available. More specific things here? Alright. Let's get ourselves back to New Winchester. Oh, that I can call it for the evening. Alright, we want to go up here. The place was a battlefield, the graves of tackities and stovepipes alike. Sheridan's Expanse. Yep, definitely the entire point of me doing this on stream is definitely part of this encouragement to try to do as many storylines as I possibly can, because I skirted a lot by while playing it initially, so now with the game fully patched with all its new stuff that it did in it and the like, I want to see how much I can very much get out of this game, so I'll definitely be plugging it for as much as I possibly can. Which obviously at the moment means being in the Reach plenty often. Ah, I forgot to grab a port, didn't I? Well, whatever. It's fine. Just gonna turn I'm just gonna turn in what I have at Company House and be done with it. We should be able to get into Company House perfectly fine. Turn all these in, and then it'll be a clean slate on port reports again. Clean slate that I can take whatever I damn well please. And into dock. Windward Company. Deliver port reports, which is 6 of them for a total of 8, 600. More fortunes and the like. And, you know, sure, we'll pick up one more of these to have. I might as well pick up an invitation to Burdurans. It might well come in handy. Eternal Mask at Perdon's. The prudent secretary smiles thinly. A party. Yes. What fun. They hand over an invitation and inform you that if you wish to make use of it, you'll need to get to Albion, to the relay at Port Prosper. I have an invitation to Perdurans. Sure. We'll grab another one of these, just to be very sure on the permits. And sure, a saloon stewed gossip. Word from London. The tea is stewed. Rather than troubling his secretary, the manager made it himself. But the news is fresh. Fresh and disgraceful. Because we'll be making use of some of that in due time. Turn around. Going back to New Winchester indeed for the evening. Same parent would want their children per Durance anyway. You certainly don't want your children there, no. A mask is not a place for children. It's obviously for their extremely ridiculously just rich parents. Alright, anything in the Explorer? Let's inquire about this, because there's definitely new stuff. Read about the latest news. The fortunes of war. With the sweeping and unexpected victory of the Windward Company during the Second Battle of New Winchester, the New Gazette would like to take this moment to offer our sincerest congratulations to the new masters of the port. We would also like to request that the company take into account the unique history and character of New Winchester, as they press on with their reforms, and remember that we are not for Port Prosper, nor would we wish to be. We also hope that the Windward Company retire their committee for peacetime liaisons forthwith. like, current political situation is now at the lay of the land. The Windward Company are keen to consolidate their recent victory over the Assembly. The Assembly has fled New Winchester, and are rumored to be licking their wounds at Lustrum. As for comment, the parsimonious chairman, speaking from the ruins of Victory Hall, merely smiled. And search for your name. We are still not of interest, apparently. Oh well, fair enough. Which the Gazette. It's a tide of war without anyone really caring for us. Yeah, that seems about right. Bank. In you go. In you go. In you go. We actually probably want... let's check the bazaar first. And here's one of those, changes here that appear. Dust Jackets of Deceit, Literature for Lustrum. The beleaguered Taggities need to build sympathy for their cause. Word has reached you that the whiskered evangelist in Lustrum requires up to 5 crates of ministry-approved literature. No one knows why. This will aid the Taggities' war efforts, which we aren't going to do. And, ooh, Nectar for Carilion. That one's always a nice one. We can just do it there. Okay then. For the bank, we want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these for when we continue it next time. We want fuel and supplies. Badin. Badum. And let's see here. Yeah, I think that will do, because we're still waiting on 25 mirrors, which we'll get once we level up. And, alright then. But one last thing before we call it. It's a party that never ends. Yes, it is, but better than a lot of the turned in this, guys. Yeah. There's a lot of bad stuff in the skies. But, on one final note, before we call it, let us do this. Because we have finally gotten around to the savage secrets we need to decode her hidden message. She always hated crosswords, and the phrasing of the letter is stilted, as if she had to use certain words in certain places. There is a concealed message here, you are certain, and the crosswords are a key to it. Eureka. Late nights, a score of failed attempts, bunched up and thrown into the fire. But at last, you are successful. The pages concealed not one hidden message, but 2, each complicating and confounding the other. The first is an exhortation to meet at the same place, and under the same circumstances that you last parted. That was in London, during the annual Jubilation Day festivities that commemorate the Empire's conquest of a sun. The second is a sequence of letters picked from the crosswords, which alone took entire nights to complete. You scribbled them down on the back of the envelope. The stars are dying. Ambition the truth. Seek your friend in London. We've lost our 2 secrets. That is fair. Yeah, have a great one indeed. And on that note, on that mysterious cliffhanger note, we shall call it there. Thank you ever so much, everyone, ever so much for the company, the chatting, the lurking, whatever you're doing. Thank you once again for the people who rated. That would have been Lurking Babe and Billy Rides. Thank you too once again for the raids y'all contributed throughout the stream. They are greatly appreciated. And And with that, next stream will be Tuesday, which will be more Final Fantasy X HD Remaster. After that will be Thursday for more Troubleshooter, Abandoned Children. And after that, it will be Saturday, where we shall be continuing Doom Eternal. And then we will wrap back around a week from today to next Sunday, which will be more Sunless Skies. And until then, whether I see you all in the next Sunless Skies stream, the next stream, or whenever I next see you all, may all matter of thing be well until then. May all be well for y'all, and may all have a good morning, day, evening, whatever time zone it may be. May all have a good one, and continue to spread whatever kindness you can to help make the world just a bit of a better place at every point that we're capable of doing so. And until then, until we next meet, y'all, cheers and take care, and have a good one. So long.